could your computer be rebelling against you?
Dude, my computer is rebelling against me for the first topic. I don't know. Like everything else is perfectly loud. But for whatever reason, I wonder if I just run it through a different virtual audio cable. If I can just fucking not worry about it then.
What sound system are you?
Testing. 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 How does my voice sound? My voice sound. My voice sound. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Should I mute myself? I should mute myself.
Oh my god. Hold on. Yeah.
Lauren, how could you possibly do it again?
Are we not supposed to mute ourselves?
Yeah, you're supposed to speak through Discord.
Right? Yeah.
Actually, it's
and yeah. So
now I can't hear.
How about now? It's done. Okay. Okay.
Lauren, remember you have to use Discord. So go into the Discord link. It's set in 7 p.m.
Okay, I specifically asked for the show, and you said either StreamYard link or Discord.
No, I said both.
Right, so both, and I'm using the StreamYard one. So I just okay, it's fine.
Okay, and it's okay. I don't know.
Why? Fucking who knew CTV was correct? Why are women? It's just me. Like, all right, fucking.
I don't remember
showing
that.
My Twitch age.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So hopefully, she'll work her way into here.
She'll figure it out.
Hopefully. Yep. Okay. And we don't have Corey here. Corey will, of course, reliably distract the audience for me. Lactoid, say something interesting for the audience while I work this out.
I'm really not a very interesting person.
No, okay. Well, I'm glad you.
Well, here's a question. How the fuck do you get foam panels to stick in your ceiling? That's my question.
It's real easy. It's called a nail gun. Bang, bang.
Do you actually use a nail gun?
I mean,
or a staple gun.
Easy way to do it, yeah.
Well, it's easy, but like.
Yeah, or a staple gun.
Cause damages to your roof, or your ceiling, I guess.
Oh my god, this is the whitest fucking conversation ever. People being like,
He asked me, what do you expect?
All of my security deposit back because I put some holes in the walls. Like, dude, just fucking learn to spackle and learn to match the fucking paint.
Yeah,
can you spackle with a nail
gun when you move out?
No, you can't.
No, afterwards, like when you move out, you just fucking spackle and paint over it, and like 99% of landlords don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's what I always do.
They're gonna hire a crew to do that anyways.
Yeah, you can definitely spackle a nail gun afterward. Or spackle over
afterward. One quick second, Lauren. So now you're in the Discord. Great. So open up StreamYard, and that's what you use a video for, right? This is what you did last time. So yeah.
You can also use a staple gun though. Like what?
No,
wait, what? So
we use
I'm on Discord.
Discord for audio, right? And then we use StreamYard for video. So open up that StreamYard link as well, and then this is what you did last week.
Okay.
I feel like this is just a poverty test, and it's kind of fucked up.
Is
your computer good enough to handle both of these fucking resource hog programs?
That's why I ask people like if they stream for PC or a phone. Yeah. Anyway, but you'll get it. Anyway, yeah. I
won't get it,
but you'll fucking get it. Whatever.
Yeah, you did it last time, Lauren. This is exactly what you did last week. So just open up that other link and.
These motherfuckers sold me a bomb lighter.
There you go. Really? All right. There you go. You're here. Okay. We're waiting on one other person, but I don't know when he'll be here. He might be delayed. But I haven't heard anything yet.
Wait.
Okay. So we'll.
Wait a minute. How do you have your camera going in both?
She's using a virtual. She's using a virtual camera. So,
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
so
can always
we-
do backgrounds and stuff if you do that.
yeah, that's how they do like fancy
Yeah, I
backgrounds
never
and like
figured that
put
out.
writing on their screen.
I literally
yeah,
just,
so-
I just do my background through fucking StreamYard. StreamYards has it. Like it has a green screen thing in it and everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
really?
but
If
he's
you
talking.
have a green screen, it's super easy to do.
Yeah, you can do it that way as well. For to use your camera multiple places, yeah. So it sends your camera signal to the program, and then your program splits it to multiple sources or multiple destinations. Excuse me.
You can do it. You can do it like Logitech, for example. Like if you have
Yeah.
Logitech cam, like then you can just have them using Logitech cam as opposed to using the camera itself.
Yeah.
I've never seen the reason for doing it personally. Like, I mean, the only time it's good is like when you're streaming on your end and like somebody is like, just come on my stream, bro. And then like the asshole doesn't actually put you they have their shit on their own thing. So then you just like put yourself on Discord and then, put their stream or something. In a different
It can be useful.
I'm so
to-
confused though. Where can I watch the stream where I get both the audio and the video?
like watching the stream on the other end. I mean, I'm on my YouTube channel or my Twitch channel or
Me.
either one.
But why wouldn't you just
Yeah, like
Mhm.
Because I'm
I'm
trying to like
confused now.
simulcast, and
Okay.
so and I
Oh.
want the. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the video is going to be through StreamYard, right? That's for the video that's going to be muted, and then the audio is going to be through Discord. So
yeah,
there's no video on
She
Discord.
got that. But
Take 12.
yeah. You see us in StreamYard, right? You see us?
Yeah, I.
Okay.
I,
So then, are you trying to stream this to your audience? Is that what you're asking us?
I am.
Okay. Yeah. So just capture the. All you have to do is capture the browser window with StreamYard, right? That you're looking at right now, and send that out. So what the rest of us are doing.
Share the YouTube. Share your YouTube screen, right?
No, not my YouTube screen. No, like the browser
what
window.
program are
that
you
you're-
using to stream? Hold on, pause. That might be the more important question.
Okay.
StreamYard.
Okay, you're using StreamYard to stream?
No,
Yeah.
How?
are you using Streamlabs, like OBS? What are you using?
That's what what's his face does. Tom Fullery. He uses StreamYard to stream. That's his like only streaming equipment actually.
Wait, the
Yeah,
browser?
I
You
I've
use
done
the
that before,
browser
but
to
not
stream?
on someone else's stream usually.
Why can't I just share your screen and just share what you're? Why not just do that?
I mean, I don't know what you do, but what I do is I just window cap or this screen right here, and then you just share the audio.
Yeah, I'm
That-
basically.
Yeah, if you're window capturing, but if she's using StreamYard, then she can't.
I don't know anything about
window
that.
capture.
I don't know if she's
Um,
going to get any audio.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get audio if I do that.
The only way
Oh.
so she's not going to be able to get any audio. So what she's going to have to do is she's going to have to find you on Twitch and then make that her window in StreamYard and then
There's
stream
going to be
that
a
out.
huge delay.
And there's going to be a delay. There's going to be a huge delay, but it won't fucking matter
It won't
There's
matter.
chat
Yeah,
delay.
that won't matter.
if she's
Oh,
not
yeah.
also putting in her audio.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
I have
weird way of
to-
doing it. Just get OBS, girl. Like,
No, I have fucking OBS. I have it, and then my computer died because I was using OBS on my laptop at the same time. Like, I
Okay.
couldn't do. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I couldn't do both at the same time.
It's
I was
okay.
really struggling. I'm really
It's okay.
struggling.
It sounds like you're new to this, and that's what
Fairy
I
Queen,
like. It takes
while,
people a while.
while you're working on that, Fairy Queen, I just want to say I've never met you. I don't know who you are. You're probably going to hate me probably within the next 20 minutes because everybody hates me. I'm the heel of politics, and that's okay. But I do want to say before we get going, you're the only person I've ever seen in Twitch where when I look at their camera and their background, they look like they smell nice. I just want to point that out. Like you look like you don't stink, which is the first thing I've ever seen for a Twitch stream in my entire life. Also, you're muted on Discord, so I can't hear you.
Yes, I take my scent as a point of personal pride here. I like to smell like spiced gingerbread most of the time, okay? And yes, there is a
Okay.
lotion and a spritzer to go with it.
No. We rock cashmere wood and sage by Beloved over here, Body Butter. That's the way to go for me.
Oh
But
my
you know,
God.
but I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, to be fair, that does go with the Hobbit background that you're sporting right now, so it would make sense.
Got it.
This is that's right, because you FQ, she's been here previously, but Scott was unable to be here for various reasons, so she's never gotten the full experience. So that'll be fun.
Okay.
Uh,
You know what? Hold on.
Should I be? Should I be afraid?
you might want
Actually, yeah.
Really? Okay.
But yeah, but I'm sure you'll survive. I think you're really tough, actually. So but we'll see. We'll see. And Scott, we're gonna be nice, right? We're gonna
Never nice.
we're gonna
Listen, if things go down, I have a can of.
Look, I'll be cordial.
Okay?
Right? I'll be cordial. I can remain, I can keep from being crass until it's thrown back at me. But nice? No, it's never.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
what I do.
I've seen you just like not.
Oh, y'all.
Sorry, would you say Lauren? Yeah.
I am just fucked right now. Like, I just am so fucked. I can't figure out shit right now. And I don't know what my audience can see. I don't know. I'm
Lauren,
just so fucked.
Lauren, look, what you're going to do, here's what you're going to do. You're going to not stream it. You're going to demand that Primekaz gives you a copy as soon as he gets a copy available so that you can put it up on your YouTube as quickly as possible. And then what you're going to do, because you're an attractive streamer, is you're going to find one of 1,000 different dudes that can help you set up OBS like later and like set it up so that it doesn't.
I have OBS. I have
Oh, no,
OBS.
I know. I said set it up so that it doesn't destroy your computer.
I have it set up.
Okay.
It kills my battery as I was trying to use it.
So that's why I switched. So that's why I switched to Streamlabs when I was on my laptop, because for some reason it doesn't drain my battery over OBS. Just like drain everything.
Sure.
Yeah, it like fucking destroyed my battery. So
Right,
plug it in.
Yeah, so I had I thought I was good to go. Today was the first time I was going to use my camera and my mic. I was very excited, good to go. Have this whole setup so that I could plug all my. Then
oh no.
And then everything.
Well, you're talking to a bunch of people who've been streaming for a while. We know. We've all had streams collapse and crash.
Oh my god, yes.
I don't stream anymore. I just record. It's way less fucking hassle.
Yeah. So
fucking so many lighter that didn't work.
What we can do is, if you need help, then maybe after the stream, or maybe tomorrow or whatever, I could assist you.
I wanted to live stream.
You want to live stream? I know. I mean, I'm just saying that, like, for the future, if you can't figure this out now, then either, or maybe
I
Tom
asked you 30 minutes beforehand.
Yeah,
okay. All right.
And I told you what was happening beforehand. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so
alrighty.
yes, so we'll just but if you need help in the future, I'll assist. Or Tom Foley, if that works better for you. All right. Hello all. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have on Mondays. Oh, thank you, Soyato. Soyato, it says 200 bits. It says, hello, Lauren. I am a professional broadcast call operator. Streaming is actually hard, and people like me get paid to help live stream talent get their setups working. Oh yeah. Soyato's a good guy.
Soyato's a good guy. He's the only commie fuck I'll talk to about the environment, because he's actually consistent, knows what he's talking about, and his setup is like 72 monitors. It's or something crazy.
Yeah, it's like unbelievable.
He'll hook you up. Talk to him. DM him. Trust me.
Shout out to Pisco, who I haven't seen in a terribly long time, who gifted 5 subs to the channel earlier. Thank you, Pisco, for being so kind. Shout out to you. I see you there. Hopefully you can see me.
Pisco talks shit about me on Twitter. I remember that, Pisco. I'll remember that.
Yeah.
I've been getting called a pedophile by like James Lindsay's audience all day.
Oh shit.
Because I said children have the same rights as adults. They're like, fucking pedo, and I'm like, you idiots.
Yeah. But Pisco, yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Soyato, if you're still around, yes, you should definitely get in contact with Lauren. Lauren, yeah, what Scott was saying is true. Soy has like one of the best stream setups. It's like it's super freaking complicated. He's got it right. So, and I know he has an IT background, like myself, but better because he's much deeper into that work than I.
He's
I
white. Yeah, we know.
Okay. But so if you need assistance, he'd be a really good person to talk to. If you like, I can put you two in a group DM, and he can assist you later on.
Yeah, I would love that. Thank you.
Okay.
I had everything set up and ready to go, and literally on OBS, and everything was working perfectly. And then as soon as I clicked go live, my computer died.
Okay.
And then I was
Hey.
like, well, what happened? So
I'll throw you two in a group DM soon. Okay.
okay,
but-
sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. And again, shout out to you, Swaddle. We see you out there. Okay. Let's get started. Oh, we are if you enjoyed this content, hit the follow button in case you haven't done so yet. Consider subscribing. We haven't really given you anything to subscribe for yet. Fair enough, right? It's just been this is the streamer tech support. We do that sometimes. But I'm going to introduce all these wonderful individuals. First, we have my good friend Lactoid back with us. How are you, Lactoid?
I'm doing good. Really looking forward to the Supreme Court overturning the Colorado decision. So once that happens, I'll be gloating about it all over Twitter. You can find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Like the Colorado decision?
Yeah, the one that removed Trump from the ballot.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's gonna happen. It was 100% gonna happen. Next we have FQ Fairy Queen back with us. They were here, not last week, but before, and we had fantastic conversations with her, and we're really, really happy that she managed to make it here. How are you, FQ?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. And for those of you who don't know me, you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage. It's right there in my name right here. You can find me on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, we have our friend Lauren De Laguna, who was her first time on was last week. We had an interesting talk. We're really happy that she's back. Our friend Tom Furley, who's a great guy. You should check out his channel. He recommended her, and so she's here with us. How are you, Lauren?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me. It's always fun to be on shows like this and to meet great people like you. Sorry for my stress ball just coming into it. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited for this one.
Absolutely.
And yeah, you can find me at my name at like all those places.
Yes, a brave one there for name. But we appreciate you for being here. But next we have our friend Scott. Scott. Like this is the first time, and like it might be like a year and a half, maybe even longer, that we've had two women simultaneously on the Reverie, right? Scott, you're gonna help facilitate a second time, right? That like next week.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean what I'm talking about? What do you mean what I'm talking about?
I'm only going to call them a bitch if they're being a bitch, right?
Oh
like,
my
God! That's it.
He will not do it. He's not going to do it.
Also, I stopped
He's
using.
not gonna
Listen,
do
I
it.
stopped using I stopped using newer slurs for the most part. Right? I've been slowly replacing them with like biblical slurs that I think are more effective and less likely to be TOS. Yeah, like harlot or slattern,
Jezebel.
Like that. Like Jezebel. Jezebel's a little too religious for me personally. I like slattern, right? But I don't know. Neither of these fine, upstanding individuals look like slatterns currently. So we'll see. Like, you know what I mean? I tell it like it is. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere, Fabian Liberty. I am an anarcho-capitalist. I'm the last boss of. I'm basically the most right wing and the most extremist anarchist you can be, and that means that I'm the most based you can possibly be. So you should check me out.
We had.
That's gonna be nice, but I kind of just want to be mean, just because you're so worried about it.
We had three other women earlier, right? And I was. You remember there was three. There was a line of three, right? And I was trying to like get them to be on at once, but they all decided to.
Why?
What happened? I don't know this story that you're like, you know
You don't know
Hey,
the
tell the
story.
story. I'll be back.
You
So
fucking live this
I
story.
forget
Oh,
so
yeah,
much
Admiral
shit.
Gibbs,
All I remember
you're
is
next anyway.
philosophy, dude.
Oh yeah.
Say hi, Admiral Gibbs, before you walk away.
Oh yeah. So I'm Admiral Gibbs. I will definitely use the word Jezebel at some point now. The stream,
Okay.
just because it's a great word. I'm just kidding. I probably won't do that because I won't remember. The ADHD is real bad. But yeah, Admiral Gibbs. I'm everywhere. I'm so excited to be back. My last 2 weeks of complete degeneracy have taken a real hard toll on the body, and it's nice to be back here and ready to stream and do some politics.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Scott, we're just gonna assume the best. We're gonna assume the best, right? We're
I don't know what is happening. I don't imagine this
Ugh.
being an issue that's going to be loaded with sex-based like rhetoric and in a degree that's going to be bad.
oh, you don't imagine. Okay, great. Let's
I feel
move
like
on.
I just yell at everybody and like girls get more upset about it, and now you're getting weird about it.
Weren't we going to do an abortion
no,
topic?
I'm getting weird about. Huh?
Weren't we going to do an abortion topic, Prime?
I think we were.
Invite all the ladies. All right.
I think that's what we were going to do an abortion topic.
I yell at everybody. I'm an evictionist. Let's go.
Okay. All right. So we're going to assume the best. Hooray. Next we'll go to our friend Aiko, a true gentleman and scholar. Honestly, one of the kindest people here. So Aiko, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well, friend. How are you?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would give that crown to Corey on both gentleman and scholar basis. But yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, we had 3 tournaments in a row, which is an unusually busy schedule for us. So like I'm just on the tail end of that. So I kind of feel like I'm relaxing now.
Yeah. In case you don't know, our friend Aiko is a debate coach, like a actual factual debate, not like make believe debate like we do here on Twitch. But Aiko is a successful one, and apparently, was running like a bunch of debate tournaments. So yeah, we're happy that you managed to make it here, and I hope you aren't disappointed with all the rest of this. Anyway, thank you so much. Let's get started. Topic one. Much has been said of the looming AI threat that, as of this moment, most of it still remains in the realms of science fiction. However, we do have a concrete example of the dangers of generative AI, which comes in the form of deep fake voice creations. Biden's voice has been copied in an attempt to dissuade Democratic voters to come to the polls. This was in New Hampshire. According to experts, detection seems very difficult, especially with rapidly changing algorithms. Do you feel that this threat is a major one? Or do you believe that society can adjust as it is doing so with other varieties of fake news? Do you foresee a major incident happening because of either a prank or a targeted attempt to cause mayhem? Or do you think the answer to this is just a societal exercise in critical thinking when it comes to believing news stories? Like I came across this article talking about deepfake voices, and this is something that's concrete, right? Like I get disappointed in our AI talks because it's all about like the robots taking our jobs when like that's it. The way they envision it is more of like a future science fiction way, rather than like what's actually happening. Where it's just like it's a continuation of the automation trend that we've already been seeing. But this is something unique to AI, and it's something that's actually happening now. That's actually been put in use in the field, and can easily fool people. So it's kind of what's like a targeted discussion on the real dangers of AI and how our society can adjust to them. So start for friend Lactoid.
I've talked about the subject before. I think we all have, regarding fake AI nudes specifically. And the best conclusion that we all came to, that everybody kind of ultimately at the end, I think, came around to or was defeated on, was that we should allow it but require it to be labeled as fake. When it comes to AI voice or really anything else, my prescription is actually going to be the exact same. fake AI should be allowed. Like you should be able to make funny, Biden quotes or whatever. But it should be required to be labeled as fake. There should be some indication there that it's not actually him, that it's not actually the thing that you believe is the case, because otherwise this is just fraud. Without any kind of prohibition on this, we're going to be living in a future with AI scam calls, which is also fraud. I mean, scam calls right now exist because they exist in fraud. Creating fake AI to deceive people should be prohibited under the exact same thought process.
Thank you so much, Scott.
So I'm going to say this is very, very important. The number one threat to the human race is government regulation of artificial intelligence. I'm going to repeat that. The number one threat to the human race is government regulation of artificial intelligence. We have two places that we can go in history here. We can have a market that is deeply regulated by the government by spreading news articles like this that are fear-mongering and are inaccurate, and the experts are quoted on very specific lines, and I can break down why the experts are full of shit on this. It's very simple, actually, if you just think about it. So we can have that market, and what will occur there is you will have the greatest labor-saving device in all of human history that will blow the printing press out of the fucking water in terms of human impact, being deeply held by a few monopolistic corporations that the government gives special privileges to. And if you're the type of person that hates capitalism because of the big corporations, well, buckle the fuck up if you're supporting artificial intelligence being regulated by the state. The other possibility is the greatest labor-saving device known in human history will be relatively unregulated, and this will mean that for the rest of human history, we will look back at all of the before time as the dark ages. What we are seeing is technology where instead of one project, humans will be able to work on 10 projects simultaneously. We're seeing technology right now with Microsoft Copilot that will evaporate the need for human resource departments and people working in corporate America, which means tons of things that weren't profitable before can now be profitable. What we're seeing is developments in video games like Unreal Engine 5.2. Pal World is going to be the future, not the fucking oddity, right? We're going to see small developers competing against AAA studios. You have to stop this. This is a bullshit, drummed up thing. And if you and the last thing I'll make about it is that the way that you can know that this is a drummed up bullshit fear, right, is this sudden cry out for, oh my God, there's going to be fake news and people won't know what's going on. As if that hasn't been all of fucking human history. As if Operation Mockingbird wasn't conducted by the CIA throughout the entire fucking Cold War. As if it isn't just a new phenomena that we're actually able to combat fake news with online social media platforms. And the government made really fucking sure they got quickly into censoring and controlling those platforms. And that's what they're trying to do now, is scare you about AI so that the government can regulate it, and that government regulation can be used to stop freedom, stop liberty, and stop the spread of information.
Thank you so much. And just really quickly, Scott, did you see that link that I sent you in our DMs for that rabbit thing?
I saw it and I was awake, which means that I looked at it and then went right back to sleep.
Oh, okay. All right.
I forgot about it until just now because it was at 2:30 in the morning that you sent it to me.
That's fine. That's fine.
Sorry.
I like your opinion on it later on. But Admiral Gibbs, please.
Yeah, so AI is pretty scary, but I don't think it's because that it's at least that scary because of the deep fakes. I mean, people are sitting here worried about, oh, they're deep faking Biden when Biden is a dementia patient on steroids going out there talking about things. I'm not worried about the deep fakes at all. Like, that's a 0% thing. I'm going to kind of echo Fabian Liberty on this one. People have been doing misinformation since day one, right? Like that's what you do when you're a government. Whenever you want your side to win, you put out misinformation, or you take statistics and you spread, do them however you want, etc., etc. I think AI is scary from the military standpoint, and from the fact that every time we've created a new use of a new technology, the first ones to use it are our military. And with AI, if it becomes, I don't want to be like the Skynet guy, but it's pretty clear to me that just look at nuclear power. What's the first thing we do with nuclear power? we make nuclear bombs, right? So it's pretty clear to me that I think AI is something that we can easily let off the chain and become quite a problem, whether it's, you know, manipulating the markets, whether it's, you know, being militarized or whatever. But I think that deep fakes are the least of our concern.
You just have something really interesting there. I want to touch back on that later on. Thank you so much, Gibbs. And let's go to our friend Lauren. Oh, yep, Lauren.
Okay, yeah, I agree with a lot of what Gibbs and Fabian said. Specifically with government controlling the AI, there's already an organization out there called Effective Accelerationism, which discusses using the properties of thermodynamics and other physical properties and like bio properties and just the history of how technology has expanded in the past. They have shown how AI is likely to, as Fabian pointed out, become a technology or create a technology that is so beneficial to humanity that it will transform the way that society functions. Furthermore, already kind of touched on just if the government is controlling the capitalistic market at play with AI, we will be limiting the technologies that are created, and we will be limiting speech. We have the First Amendment for a reason, and even what Lactoid was talking about, how like we need to be labeling certain things as fake if it's made by AI, that would be government compelled speech. And there are certain situations in which the government can compel speech, but that's the strictest. It has to be for the strictest of reasons, and so that's the thing that we need to look at the most scrutiny on is when we're compelling speech or when we're preventing different specific type of content from being said or made. So this is very much a First Amendment issue, and it's very much a scary thing if we consider having the government have control over this technology. I don't think that we're looking towards any kind of Black Mirror type scenario, as is frequently fear-mongered about, unless the government is in control. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Lauren. And FQ?
Hi. So I suppose it's on me to be the negative Nancy for tonight. How unfair of all of you to leave me in that position. But I am afraid I am going to have to be a bit more negative for a couple of reasons. So I hear what many of you are saying, that this is an issue with the First Amendment. We're afraid of the government putting our fingers into this pie because it will essentially slow the amount of economic development we can have with AI. But I do think that there are legitimately some problems and some real concerns to have with AI. And I would agree with Gibbs. I don't think it's merely just because of deepfakes. I think that deepfakes are the first concern. But I was reading an article in The Atlantic earlier today to prepare for this, and one of the biggest threats, as a consequence of AI, are automated cyber attacks, attacking our infrastructure of security, trying to find people's social security numbers. One potential threat that it gave as an example was an overload of automated generated requests sent to a government office to overload it with requests to slow down their ability to count an election. Even the idea that this could have an impact on elections, we have examples of where this has already happened. This is not simply fear mongering into the future. This is describing what's going on right now. Recently, just recently, this is a quote directly from the article. There was recently an election in Slovakia, and there was a deep-faked audio recording of a major candidate discussing plans to rig the vote and, of all things, double the price of beer. I mean, this is already being used. It already will be used. And I do think that, and I would agree that I think that eventually, we will come to terms with the fact that deep faked AI images exist. But this is the issue. This is not just the silent film with the audience sitting there and then screaming and running out the side of the door when the train comes onto the screen. This is not that time. And the reason why it's different is as a consequence of AI deep fake generated images that are indistinguishable from real, it will cause the public to doubt real photographs and real video footage in general. So now the situation of the future will not be, well, I'm going to prove to you that this is true because I took a picture with this on my camera, or I'm going to show you exactly what it was really like to be on the front lines of the Ukraine-Russia war because I have this video that I took with my smartphone and I'm going to upload it. From here on out, if you're sitting on Twitter and if you are going through images, actual images taken of war, actual images, video footage, recordings of the president saying something in his van, from now on, you now have to assume, well, this could be real or it could be AI generated, which is now going to cause an issue in the reverse. So I'll cede my time. There you go.
Thank you so much for that. I think it says something more about Slovakia, that they thought the best line of attack was to say they were going to double the price of beer. Apparently effective for the public. But thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Aiko, who is muted. Thank you. It wouldn't be a stream.
It was either that or you're gonna get double voiced me, like one or the other. Like, pick your poison. Okay, so yeah, when I think about this topic, I think about all of the times in the past where we've had to adjust to some new technology that would sort of disrupt the way that communication happens. And even if it's not a new technology, it was, something like this is something that has always had to be dealt with. If you're reading ancient texts, for instance, I took 4 years of Greek and I was always coming across documents where, oh, I thought I was reading Aristotle, but I was really reading somebody who was writing in the voice of Aristotle and was trying to imitate him. A lot of the books in the Bible are attributed to authors not because they think that that was the literal person who wrote it, like, for instance, people who think John wrote Revelations because it's attributed to John. No, it's more that it's written in the voice of John and it's intended to be presented as if it's John, but people at the time kind of like knew that it wasn't him, that sort of thing. Or when the printing press came out and it became possible to print a version of the Bible that had the books that you consider canonical, but somebody else didn't, and it sort of borrowed the authority of that. 2016, Cambridge Analytica started manipulating social media so that it looks like what you're reading in social media is coming from your friends, and it's actually something that's just being sort of echoed through their Facebook accounts and things like that. That is, none of those are as sophisticated as the deepfakes that we're talking about now, but they're all, I would argue, of the same kind. And over time, like in 2020, those sort of like manipulations of Facebook didn't work the way they did in 2016. It's the sort of thing that happened that worked once and then didn't work again. And most recently, I think when Elon bought Twitter, remember he changed the way check marks worked, so he stopped verifying accounts. And then he started charging like $8 so that you can buy a check mark. Immediately, two things happened. People that used to get verified, that were celebrities that you would need to verify to make sure that that was the right account, weren't paying for their check marks, so their check marks disappeared. And then parody accounts that imitated those celebrities started buying blue checks so that you would think that Taylor Swift was saying this thing when it really wasn't. And I think what we found was that the solution to that, though, came pretty fast. Like, we panicked over that briefly, but then a solution that Scott describes, but he was describing the government doing this. This is something Twitter did. Elon just said, hey, if you're a parody account, you have to say parody in your description or whatever. And then the confusion ended.
Open to the panel.
So I want to clarify something because, you know, sometimes I think this gets lost because I get so ANCAP brained that I forget to explain this, right? So, you know, to kind of, you know, borrow from Hayek, you know, when we say we don't think the government should produce grain, it is as if the socialist believes that we want people to starve, right? It's like, because I don't think the government should be doing something doesn't mean that I think that like these aren't actual problems. Like, I agree with you that there are challenges to a new emergent and extremely powerful technology. The question then becomes, how best do we handle that emergent technology? My argument would be one of the worst possible ways that you can handle it is to have the government step in and be the regulator of these things. Because Fairy Queen, when in your opening, you talked about how like, well, no one's gonna, like, so many people are gonna wonder, like, over the next few years, is this real? Is this fake? Every journalist that, you know, war journalist, reporters, like, every step of the way, we're gonna have this complete and utter doubt about what is real and what isn't. Well, see, the thing is that that's inevitable. That's not a problem that either the government or the market is going to solve. But if the market attempts to solve it, as opposed to the state, what you're going to see is you're going to see companies that attempt to find ways of ascertaining whether or not something is fake or isn't fake via, image, via AI, via tracking down who originally reported it, how the story blew up, suspected bots that are pushing it, et cetera. You're going to have companies that are incentivized to give you the most accurate information because accuracy of the information is what they sell. And if they do that poorly, someone else will do it better. But if the government does it, it's going to be based off of the state's interests. And what we're going to know is, give it a year or two, someone is going to prove that the state has been pushing AI-based images and letting them pass through. And the moment that happens, that trust that you talk about will be evaporated. Only the market is going to be able to have that trust, because only the market is going to be incentivized to actually produce reliable information, whereas the government is going to be far too tempted, as they've done over and over and over again in the last 100 years, to utilize it as a piece of propaganda.
That's such a good point. I also have a further just question for Fairy Queens. Based off everything Fabian just said, how would you how would you regulate the government, or how would you want the government to regulate AI, other than just forcing them to put, this is fake on certain technology? And then also, how is that going to control AI that comes from other countries? The United States doesn't have regulation over AI videos made in countries outside of the United States.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's a fair question. So to be very clear, I did not walk into this panel today, saying, go government, seize all control of all information, okay? I came here as the voice of warning that this is indeed a problem that could interfere with elections, that could interfere with democracy, and seems to have done so in a couple of other cases, right? But I'm not sold that complete government control over AI is a good thing or a bad thing. I do have a couple of questions as to the assumption that it would be a bad thing, though. Don't you think it's possible that newspapers or that media companies might want to generate untrue propaganda if it helped to serve their bottom line? You don't think that there's any reason for the government?
So I said,
you don't think the government would do that?
No, I agree with you, Fairy Queen, 100%. Absolutely. I think naturalnews.com, right, when a new vaccine comes out, would love to use some AI generated bullshit and studies and bot things to push that this vaccine actually proves it causes autism. And before you know it, the article will be fucking everywhere on Twitter, and a bunch of dumb fucking anti-vax moms will be like, see, it's fucking proof. And then everyone's going to be trying to fight, being like, bro, this study doesn't even exist. This isn't a real study, right? I agree that there's going to be shit like that and propaganda. What I'm saying is that that's the perpetrator of misinformation. What I'm talking about is the defense of misinformation. You have two options here. You either have the market or you have the government. And then there's a third option, which is that the government regulates the market that does defend against it. What I'm saying is that the market is incentivized to give the most accurate information and to never be caught lying, because the moment they get caught lying, the trust is the entire basis of their business model. Whereas the state, it doesn't matter. They'll just tax you more and tell you to trust us, and people will clap like seals and say, oh, they fucked up one time, but that guy that fell on his sword, we fixed it.
I want some clarity on what it is that you, Fabian, and what you, Lauren, mean when you say the government, right? Because I think I know, I'm assuming that what you mean by that is you don't want any legislation passed that prevents, media companies from using AI to generate these articles, because it will throttle the speed of technological progress. And you think that this would be better? Well, hang on. But my question to you is when I think of a way that a government can interfere with the passive information is through allowing people to be able to sue for defamation, allowing people to be able to sue for false advertisement, allowing people to be able to sue for libel, for slander. These are exceptions to the First Amendment. They are legitimate first exceptions. They've existed for decades, right? So when you say, Fabian, when you say, Lauren De Laguna, I don't want the government to be involved, Are we just talking about like people being able to file legislation that prevents companies from using AI? Or do you mean like if I'm a citizen and I'm walking down the street and I see that you have an AI article written that involves me and my life or that misrepresents me in some way, do I not have the right to file a lawsuit and to sue that person for misrepresentation? Should somebody?
Lauren, I'm going to
If
interrupt
I-
you
if I
quick
just-
and then let Lauren do it because
Oh.
I'll be very quick because Lauren is going to piggyback off of me and say probably the exact
Wait, but
opposite.
I've been having to
super
go
quick.
He's
after
gonna be
you
very quick,
every
guys.
time, so I'm gonna.
No, I'll
have
be
to
very quick.
go
I'm a
easy.
libertarian.
No, I
I
have
don't
like
believe
a
in-
I
I
have
don't
a
believe-
legal
I'll be very quick.
background,
I
so I'm
yeah,
going
I
to
know.
answer this
I don't.
question.
So yeah, I'll be
using
very
the
quick.
law.
So,
Okay, we got lots of
I
legal
don't believe
background.
in
Okay,
libel and
okay.
Let's
slander.
go.
Yeah, I'll be super
Okay.
quick.
Okay. Hold
I
on.
don't believe
No.
in libel and slander,
Scott,
but I do believe in fraud
I'm
laws.
gonna give it. I'm gonna give
And
it.
then I was
I'm
just
gonna
going
give
to
it-
say,
I-
let Lauren
I'm
take
gonna.
it from here.
Okay, I'm gonna
That's all
give
I
it
wanted
to
to say.
Lauren.
That's literally all I wanted to say.
That's not
We
fair
can hear
because
you.
I keep going after you, so I keep wanting to like.
Just jump
I
in.
It's just
have
one
written
sentence.
down.
That's all I
It's
want to say.
already.
I knew you
but
had a
that
whole
was
lawyer
what-
thing. Go.
That's what I was gonna say. It's already illegal you're not already protected for defamation and slander. It's already illegal to commit fraud against somebody. So you're asking me, is there no way to sue them for defamation? Yeah, you could sue them for defamation. It doesn't matter what the process, whether they used a computer, whether they handwrote it, whether they used AI technology, that's already a cause of action. So I don't understand what possible legislation that you're asking for. Do you want it to be like a heightened criminal penalty for the
No.
use of AI and the issuance of these already illicit
No.
activities?
No, I'm just
I
pointing.
think, to be clear, there is one instance that isn't covered.
Wait,
by
let her
current law.
answer.
Yeah.
Look,
Okay. What's
Friends,
not
I'm sorry, but you're shooting the wrong person, okay? I didn't come in here, suggesting legislation for the state to pass, right? That's not who I am, right?
I'll do it.
I'm just asking a clarifying question, what it is that you mean
do
when
it
you
too.
say no government intervention, right? Because it seems to me, right, if I'm able to file a lawsuit, if I'm able to sue a company for false advertising because they have generated this, if I'm able to sue a company, right, that does involve the government, right? That does involve the state being involved, like it or not, right? Granted, it may not be in the same vein as the government passing a bill, right? But that's still state involvement in some cases, right?
Well,
And you-
that's the state taking over the process of something that is a natural
So-
right, which is.
Well, hold
the
on,
right
hold
to
on. Let me jump in
restitution
there.
for
Let me jump in
crimes.
there. I
It's a
I
little
think
different.
And lactoid.
so. We're missing the boat. We've already like no offense to Prime. We've already covered the deep fake thing on a few of these now, and I think it's really time to talk about the dangers of AI. Let's talk about the real dangers. And I brought this up earlier, and the one that comes to mind the most to me is the manipulating the markets. Right? I'm a big proponent of free markets. Right? I don't like government control. I don't like being taxed. I know I almost sound libertarian on these things, but you know what I also don't want
Almost.
is I also don't want the some kind of nefarious AI coming in and disrupting the market and giving an unfair advantage to somebody, or taking it away advantage from me, or somehow manipulating the market against me in negative, and I don't even have a way to combat that. So I definitely think there needs to be
We
some.
already have that for the record.
See,
Yeah, we've had that for a really
It's
long
called
time.
quants.
We've had that for
Right,
like
like hedge
10
fund managers already do this in
Hold on,
upstate New Jersey.
but see,
In fact,
Perfectly
that's almost
legally
been
accepted.
you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
use of AI was for the stock market. That's been in place for almost.
Right, I understand that, but you're
20
also missing
years,
the point. We can make all the laws and legislation we want here in the United States, but how's that going to stop, say, China? What are we going to do? We're going to stop China from over here using their AI against us? Are we going to stop Russia from using their AI? North Korea, they have their own AI.
That's not a
mentioned
real
cyber
threat.
tech. It absolutely is a real threat. I mean, they had their
It's
first
not,
case of
though.
somebody hacking the
Build
Tesla
better AIs.
together. Like they can
I
use
mean, yeah,
Tesla to make assassinations.
look-
They can use AI to like disrupt things at hospitals. They can attack the grid. They can use AI to like take over there's just so many different things with AI.
Yes,
And the other
there
thing
are
is
crazy
it
things
evolves.
that can be done.
Yeah, but
But
hold on.
when you
It's
talk
all
about
this.
the market-
Let me finish, Papa. The other thing is that AI is always evolving, right? It's just like animals, right? When you put them on the Galapagos Islands, what do? They evolve, right? AI can evolve in a myriad of different ways, right? And we don't even know where all these ways are going to go.
Not
So the
really.
idea that we don't want to guide this somewhere and we want to have no regulation, we're just going to let it all go is crazy to me, because I mean, if we let it all go, well, I mean, what's the point of even having any laws anywhere at all? Like, what's the Geneva Convention? Let's just throw that out. Oh, nukes? Man, we don't need to worry about that either. I mean, let's just let it all go. I mean, if that's what we're gonna do, we might as well just do that.
You're
Scott,
getting more and more
Scott.
derailed from reality.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not. It's
yeah.
So
absolutely
first of all, the most powerful AI defenses that exist in the world are in the New York Stock Exchange.
fool,
Right?
and they can be beaten.
So yes, they can be beaten, but that's like saying, we should all be panicking and we should all carry
No, we should
antibiotics
be
and we
paying
should all
attention.
and like we should spend like 80% of the US budget to be spent on beefing
I mean,
up
that's why I
hospitals
carry a gun when I
because
go
it's
outside.
possible
I don't want to get shot by
for a
somebody else,
virus
but
to be
it's
built
first.
in a laboratory that could wipe out humanity, right? Like when we talk about the dangers of AI, the most important thing that we need to discuss are the incentives that we place into these systems, and then we need to discuss what are the most
Well,
likely.
there's a difference
places,
between being
right?
prepared
Like you don't need
and getting just getting like and
Admiral,
just
Admiral,
panicking.
Oh, yeah, let's
Admiral.
go.
You don't need to worry about like the fantasy movie dangers. We're already in a problem where natural language processing models and slave based AIs where you chain together multiple NLPs is at a point where it's as powerful, if not more powerful, than what we imagined artificial general intelligence to be anyways. Like we already know that AI can be extremely powerful just based off of probability systems without actually having to have a consciousness or any of those things. And so like what we need to do then is we need to look at what are the incentive structures that we use. And that's why I have a problem with state involvement. And that's why I have a problem with large corporations having like that are able to afford all of the government regulations that will come, because these large corporations have already shown themselves to be evil, backstabbing, lobbying firm, terrible incentive structures. Like, and that's why we need a freer market so that we can have better defenses.
So I wanted to, because the thing that I had thought was interesting about Gibbs's opening statement was the market manipulation.
Right,
part.
there's a lot of ways.
I
to do
thought that was really interesting because it's like this definitely is just another variety of fake news, but it could be an especially pernicious one. So we can see that there are like market movers that exist, right? That their utterances.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you. So their utterances cause other people to act within the market. You can see like an immediate shift. Who's one of those people? Elon Musk is one of those people, right? When he talked about,
Catherine Woods is who you're really talking about, not Elon Musk.
No, GameStop.
Catherine Woods would be the CEO of ARK Investments, right? Like those are the two that are buddy buddy. When Tesla does shit and she shadows him, that's when like big plays happen.
Well, no. So what I mean is like when like Dogecoin was the thing, yeah, right.
GameStop.
You mean
another
like
one.
stated things, right? Well, that's the yeah.
Yeah.
GameStop wasn't powered by AI at all. GameStop was
Right, he's talking about market movers. He's talking about market movers.
Okay.
So let me just get it out, and then you guys can respond. His utterances cause people to go and buy up Dogecoin, right? Like that was the thing, and this is true for not to the same level, but for other CEOs, right? Like when they make statements about their company,
or like Paul Pelosi, yeah.
Then there is there's a reaction within the market about that. Like, oh, okay, like you're putting out a new product. Oh, let me buy this. This looks like it's going to be a success, right? The danger here. Let me just finish. I'm almost done. The danger here is that like you could, especially with the power of social media, the power to bypass gatekeepers, is you could put out a piece of content where Elon Musk says invest in a thing. Right, and people immediately start moving, and actually, it could get picked up by traditional gatekeepers because they don't at that moment have the ability to figure out what is true or not true. As far as they know, this looks completely real. Elon Musk said a thing. We write an article about it. It gets pushed out, or at the very least, the reaction to it gets pushed out, and we have before Elon can correct it, saying that I didn't say any of that. We have a reaction within the market, and then you've already made your money. Right? Like it doesn't have to last long. It doesn't have to be a thing that people even believe for a full day. But it can have significant reaction. So that's just one example. So yeah, I'd love to hear what you all have to say.
But I would say we've lived in that market for 100 years. Like we've already lived in that market where individuals make a ton of money by lying to the media and the American people and the press intentionally, dropping stories. Like you saw this with many of the large investors, or hedge fund managers, et cetera, they'll go out, they'll tell CNN some story about how like, oh, the market in this area is strong. And it's the exact opposite of what they're actually doing so that they can cause market manipulation. I mentioned
it's
Catherine
weak
Woods.
and they
She
all
did the
have
same thing when
shorted it.
Facebook had a dip. When Facebook had a dip, she bought a bunch of Facebook. And then people were like, oh shit, Catherine Woods is she invested like another 10% into Facebook. We should all buy Facebook. Artificially inflated the price of Facebook, and then she sold all of her Facebook. Like she tricked everybody into
Rug
buying
pull.
Facebook.
Yeah.
And then pulled the rug and like she didn't lose nowhere near as much money on the Facebook because she was able to push the market into such a degree. I mean, like there's even like you can look it up right now. It's called SJIM. This is the inverse Kramer tracker ETF, which is do whatever the opposite of Kramer tells you to do, and you will almost certainly make money, right? Like so, we live in a market where the media has been manipulating stocks. They did this with the housing market crash, right? They intentionally lied to the American public, but they had plausible deniability of, oh, this is just what I thought, right? So the idea that this might happen on Twitter, or that this might happen through AI systems, or that this might happen more often,
There's no
with
might.
multiple
It
players,
is
is
happening.
actually a stabilizing force, not a destabilizing force. Because if you have more of those, then people are less likely to believe them. People are more likely to invest in things that they think are sound, as opposed to like the rumor mill that they're hearing. Yes, will there be a transition, like iCal Rich said, when we first saw people like impersonating parody accounts? Yes, but over time, what you're going to find is that the more people that try this, the more you balance out the destabilized kind of means of the market. What you have right now is large corporations, large hedge funds, and the media and the cathedral are the ones that push these narratives that force people that make people invest improperly and lie and bullshit about bad investments, as opposed to all of us having that freedom. And like, yeah, it's going to be the Wild West for a little while until companies figure out how to deal with bad AI. But it's going
I
to
want
be
to hear
better
from
than what we currently
hear
have.
from Lauren. And you can go Gibbs from there, and then we'll go to our.
Yeah, I'll shut the fuck up for a while. And Lactoid hasn't spoken in a while because he just wants to talk about fraud, I'm sure, and he's waiting for an opportune moment.
I was just gonna
I'm
say
waiting.
this is just another example of something that's already illegal. It's already illegal to manipulate the market like that, and it's also easily trackable. If you're the only person who maked out on something like that, it's clearly you who did that. So I don't see how, just because you're using AI as a tool to create a video which makes something more believable doesn't mean that there's not already a statute in place preventing that crime from existing. So what exactly do you want? Once I just keep falling back on the question, what legislation do you want enacted to prevent something like that that's not already in existence?
I will answer that later. I'll go to Gibbs and Lactoid. Okay.
Yeah, so I want to respond to what Fabian just said in the using the words of Luke Skywalker from the worst Star Wars movie ever made, The Last Jedi. Amazing.
Oh, okay.
Everything you just said
scared me for a second.
is
scared
wrong.
me.
Yeah, it's the worst one ever. It's anyway. Everything
Sure.
you just said is wrong. Right?
It's not.
So
but okay.
not you, Prime, but what Fabian said. I'm talking about, and I'm gonna say
You're
why.
right. I agree.
So first of
Last
all,
Jedi, terrible movie.
I want to say is think of the average person, right, and how stupid that individual is, right, and then remember, 50% of people are stupider than that, and so now you're gonna sit here
It's
and
not
tell
stupider. It's
whatever.
dumber.
Well, either way, that's my point.
I think
Doesn't
it's
matter.
leaning into the meme.
It doesn't matter. The point is though,
Sure.
so all these people, fucking idiots, right? And you're gonna sit here and try to tell me that more of this is good because it's gonna offset somehow, and people are gonna believe this, or people are gonna believe that, or they're not gonna believe. They're gonna get better at recognizing it. Bro, I go to the store. I have people sitting here trying to read labels. They can't tell you the difference between organic and non-GMO or like Dick Wheat McGee. Nobody knows what any of these words mean. I mean, and some of these are spelled out what that means on the label.
Your people
So,
are
like,
stupid. What's your argument?
that's a big one. So the idea that
But that's not an argument. That's just a claim.
Well, I'm about to
Premise.
finish.
Your
I'm about to
conclusion.
tell you.
This is
the
Scott
argument.
being quiet. Go ahead. Keep going. Dan.
Yeah, I know. I'm not worried about it. So the point is I'm making here is so all these things you're saying more of this is better. It's going to offset the thing. Now I get that you think that AI, everything government is bad. You want our evil AI overlords to take over because that's better than the government being in charge.
No,
But
so
that's
Sean, man,
ludicrous.
just make the conclusion.
That's ludicrous, right? And I'm going to tell you why it's bad. If I ever get to do that without being interrupted. The thing is, though, so we're sitting here saying all this is going to be better, all this is more. I think you really kind of glossed over what Prime Keynes was saying earlier with these movers and shakers, right? And the market movers. If you can have these successfully impersonate these people, or you could do the spam method where you make thousands of accounts and they spam it. I have people, they have girls on OnlyFans now that are totally AI. Some of them are top earners on Instagram, on OnlyFans. Now, that's a whole different topic. We don't really go in that. But if those can make realistic enough impersonations of people that people believe that these are people and give them money, and then guess what? People are stupid enough to believe in that. They're definitely stupid enough to believe in these fake market pushers, or they've enough to see, 1 million people have voted for this or like this idea. Then that's definitely something you should be concerned about, moving these things. And there's something we need to take action on. Because I actually believe in a free market economy. And remember, we sit here and see AI taking advantage of the free market and pushing out fair business. That's something you should be concerned about, and that should be regulated on.
So hold on,
So to
Scott.
put- so to-
I just
to
want to get
formalize
to
your argument. Premise one, people are stupid.
Scott.
Premise two,
Can we-
stupid
Scott,
people
can
may
we
believe these
please-
videos. It's false.
Let's go to Lactoid, and then you can respond to both of them.
Basic
right?
logic just destroys it. But it's okay.
All right, I got a couple.
Write it down.
I got a couple points. I'm going to jump on Gibbs' side a little bit for this one. So I think there's a stability aspect that we can't ignore, right? If somebody is building a virus that could wipe out humanity, I would be deeply concerned with just letting them do it. Currently, there's samples of smallpox located in different labs throughout the world. If all of a sudden we don't care as to any regulations on these stores of smallpox and anybody can host a smallpox lab in their basement, this is obviously going to be a major concern. The question here is, are the negative ramifications of AI going to be significant enough that we have to pay mind to these widespread negatives that I think a couple of them have already been mentioned? And I think that there is some problems, right? I think there's a major problem when it comes to misinformation in terms of not only direct defamation, but also fraud, Scott, right? Like not only in terms of consumer fraud, but also
I'm all for fraud legislation.
Well, we're right. I'm right, but I guess I would expand the fraud I think that in an effort to combat fraud, which I think is we can go over fraud. I think it is a valid concern of the government. We have to put in regulations in place here to combat that fraud. And I would, Lauren's been asking, what specific legislation would you put forward? I would put forward statutes indicating that transparency has to be added in terms of a invisible watermark to AI generated videos. There has to be a indication that the video is AI and that it is fake. And for people who don't do that and they create these kind of AI made misinformation videos that lead to harm, I think that there should be criminal investigations. There should be criminal statutes against them specifically. And the regulation specifically to add the watermarks can be done by simply saying, if you want to create AI creation software in the United States, you have to have a component of that software add a invisible watermark. I would liken this to be very similar to foods requiring a nutrition facts in the back of them, right? You have to add something so people know what's in the product that you're selling, if what's in the product that they're selling is critically important to the well-being of the consumer, which in this case, I think it is.
Go ahead, Lauren. You can
I have a
respond.
question. How are you going to regulate videos that come from other countries?
We would either add the watermark or delete the videos. The government would do it.
So, okay. But what I'm saying, okay, so like,
so expensive.
How are you going to know a video came from another country?
So we can do this by you can do this directly through this, like the social media companies where like the responsibility can be put on them if they're going to allow a video to be hosted on their website.
They're already protected by 230.
We can add a legislation.
And the capacity to be able to, and then also if we were to add the legislation, that would encourage a lot of the social media companies to move out of states. And there's already companies out of states, including TikTok. So how would you regulate TikTok?
So
rumbles.
my understanding is that TikTok had to create a U.S. subsidiary in order to function within the United States, right? That's like becoming a new
Did that
requirement.
happen?
We already did it
No, I
with
thought there was
we already did it with TikTok. When it comes to Section 230, Section
thought there was
230
still issue.
gives social media companies immunity if they delete the offending content within a certain amount of time, right? Within a reasonable amount of time. Is that if they actually take effort to police, like you can't post like death threats or child like CP on
Yes,
Facebook
but that's
and
the
then just
only
claim
type of thing
230
that
if
they
you don't
can
do anything for it.
regulate.
And so under the
That's the
exact
only
same
thing they
concept
can
here,
regulate. They can't regulate. They don't regulate art, and AI can be considered a form of an
they regulate
expression.
they
so
regulate CP
and
even if
also,
it's art.
AI is protected by the First Amendment. CP is not protected by the First Amendment.
So AI can be protected by the First Amendment unless I believe it falls under fraud, misrepresentation, or whatever the exceptions are, defamation, et cetera, et cetera. And if it
But
falls
you're
under those
asking for
categories,
all AI. You're saying all AI needs to have this watermark.
I
And
am
it-
saying that. I'm curious. Do you think that requiring foods to add the nutrition block on the back of it violates the First Amendment?
Well, that's completely separate, and also that's not that's a completely separate matter.
No,
You're
what I'm asking, do you
talking
think it
about
does?
food, and also no,
Branding is art too, right?
commercial based content is a very separate matter when it comes to the AI. So content in which it goes out to the public for commercial purposes is a completely different category of the First Amendment. And so if you're going to be comparing that, that's not a very good comparison. In fact, that's probably one of the weakest comparisons
I
you
think
can make. You should probably you need to make a comparison that's something that's going to be strictly applied by
it is it is only the commercial. I advocated for these laws applying to social media companies and potentially like the manufacturers of AI software. We're regulating specifically, like if a social media company has to do this now, right? In the same way we require, I don't know, like Festival Foods or Kroger, like you also have there's nutrition facts have to be like FDA regulations. You have to put nutrition facts in the back of your foods.
Once again, nutrition facts are a completely separate area of the First Amendment than content that you're choosing. So I, as a consumer of an AI generating software, if I want to make content which I think is expressive, then I have a First Amendment right to make such content. And you're saying that you're going to infringe on my right to make such content. And I actually do that all the time. I do have a software, and I make AI generated content in order to include in some of my videos. And now you want me to add a watermark to these videos, and you're infringing on my First Amendment right to do so. And to say that, and to compare that, so my right to create these videos, like an artistic right, and as a First Amendment, that's something that needs to be strictly scrutinized. So when the government is making regulations on something such as content-based art, that's strict scrutiny. What you're talking about is the lowest level of scrutiny. Nutrition facts is the things that you're putting out to the consumer in order for sales. That is the lowest level of scrutiny that the government, and there's other intermediate levels of scrutiny that the government looks at. So you want me to compare the highest level with the lowest level? That is literally the worst possible legal argument you can make. Now, if you want to come up with something that's content based and make the analogy, can you think of anything that's content based? I don't know. CP, I guess you could say, is content-based art, but obviously it's so disgusting and horrible and horrific for humanity that we as a society have decided that that's not protected by the First Amendment and clearly illicit. So that's the only what else do you want to compare it to?
Sure. Well, I guess I'll respond.
AI is so disgusting and gross that it needs to be regulated in the way CP does.
So I got several things to say. First of all, the argument that, well, this is just disgusting and gross, so we've all as a society decided that we can regulate this. I could just say, well, I think non-watermarked AI is disgusting and gross, and therefore if I get enough people to agree with me, then we as a society would agree with that. That's not a particularly strong argument for me.
Children are harmed. No children were harmed in the
Hold on.
There's a lot. So, and
I've got a lot of points to go through. Okay. Nutrition facts are arguably, in fact, I think they're the same. Probably the same amount of enforced like content regulation in the sense of, food items have branding, right? They have their artwork. Supreme Court's ruled multiple times that, this kind of stuff is artwork. And despite that, the FDA requires that some of that beautiful artwork be covered up with a big nutrition facts box that explains what's in the product, because there is a interest there in making sure that the consumers of the product, of this commercial product, be allowed to know what's in the product when they're buying it, right? That's the
They're not
concern
allowed.
here.
Quick question.
Now, real quick. So, and this is like critically important. I'm not talking about regulating you specifically. I'm simply saying we would regulate the social media companies, and they are commercial entities. We could regulate what they are allowed under Section 230 to put up in the way we currently do with other things they might leave up that are in violation of all sorts of fucking
She would have to
things.
take down her videos. It would be regulated.
Or she would add the invisible watermark, right? You would add the invisible watermark, and then you could leave them up,
That's a
right?
violation.
No,
of
it wouldn't be. Hold on, but to be clear, it wouldn't be you. It wouldn't be you, Lauren, who adds it, right? It is the software makers. That's the part that.
Yeah, it's the software makers and the social media companies, and
The software
just to be clear, the tiers of scrutiny, right? When we're talking about strict, intermediate, and like reasonable government interest, not only was this system just essentially just fucking invented, right, in order to justify the regulations that came out of the Civil Rights Act. There's, the cases that talk about it don't actually go into a lot of detail as to the justification for these elements, like these levels of scrutiny. They just assert it, and we just have to roll with it now because the Supreme Court says so. But also, there's no reason why nutrition facts would be not strict, but that an invisible watermark that we enforce on corporations, why that would go under strict. How is that regulating the First Amendment right of individuals?
Because would you like me to answer?
I would.
We would love
Thank
for
you.
you to answer.
Because there are many legitimate artistic purposes to the use of AI, which are not illicit. Where are things that are considered artful that are restricted under strict scrutiny are things like CP, even though obviously artful to some people, those are gross people, disgusting people. But the fact that you're comparing AI to CP, I find quite scary. I think it's a slippery slope if we have lawmakers like you who starts comparing other artistic things to CP and just say, well, we decide that this is so disgusting and abhorrent that society shouldn't have access to it, then you are going to have a totalitarian government quite quickly. Then also the fact that you just were like, I think the Supreme Court has been wrong on its how many years of precedent on strict, intermediate, and
yeah, they were wrong on Roe v. Wade.
Like, this is well beyond that. This is well established precedent for
Roe v.
I
Wade
don't know
was well established precedent for 50 years.
Not really. 50 years is very short in the time span of like legal precedent. And furthermore,
I don't think the time difference was actually all that much between setting up the three standards of scrutiny and Roe v. Wade. I'm pretty sure it was fairly close because the three standards came sort of around the era of the Civil Rights Act.
60s and one of the 70s.
I know Roe v. Wade was in the 70s. I think 1973. I want to say.
So, to be clear, to what Electra said, and we're going to move on to FQ next because she's
okay. Either way, the fact that you're just going to dismiss the Supreme Court. Hold on, quickly, just to summarize my point. The fact that you're just going to dismiss the Supreme Court and be like, no, they're just wrong, and they just made this up so that we can have control. I mean, this is pretty established law.
They did make that.
They make up shit all the time.
Is there anything in the Constitution that outlines the three standards of scrutiny? Is there any legislation that does so? They literally just made it up.
No, it was about whether or not it was over precedent over time about how they could, when they established law in the past and they interpreted how the First Amendment was written, that they came to the conclusion that there were different levels in which the government was allowed to act. And there was a stricter level on certain types of speech that had content that was,
they take it from the 14th Amendment, don't they?
You had the strictest.
They pulled Roe from the 14th Amendment too.
I mean, I got a question.
Roe was under the penumbra of rights taken from multiple amendments, but not strictly.
Lauren, stop being so goddamn hot. Let's hear it quickly.
No. Roe v. Wade was taken under a penumbra of
bro.
rights.
I got
It's
another
like
thing.
the shadows of the rights. It was never strictly written in any amendment that anybody had a right to privacy. That wasn't written anywhere.
Neither was the three
And
standards of scrutiny. That wasn't written in the 14th Amendment.
The fact that in the First Amendment we had Amendment it was written that the government had.
I do want to move on because but like I think Lactoid's making a very simple point though, to be very clear, right? Like that Lactoid's simply saying that
and what isn't
it's not that a person is restricted. Two things. Well, it's not that a person is restricted from uploading AI generated art. If that's what you want to do, you're free to do so, right? It's simply that a watermark, an invisible one that doesn't infringe, doesn't change the art in any perceivable way to any other human, would be added. That's it, right? And then the social media companies would be the one to have a responsibility to take that down if it's a deep fake and that hasn't been watermarked, right? So that's
there's so many
one thing.
flaws.
And then in terms of the strict scrutiny, I'm not a lawyer, but like it seems like all he's saying is that it's a derived legal mechanism that isn't like actually laid out within the law, which you already agreed to.
No, it is
right?
actually laid out within precedent of the law. We have
in precedent, right? Meaning derived. It's been derived over a certain period of time. So even taking what you said, right? It's been derived over a certain period of time, but it's not within the Constitution, which is where his standard is, right? That's it.
Well, you're technically saying
or any specific legislation either.
It's not written
Lauren,
in
honey,
explicit
learn to let it go.
in black and white law.
Trust you from the ANCAP. Sometimes you just got to let it go.
You're not okay. It is not written in black and white letter in the Constitution.
That's all you were saying.
All of these strict scrutiny. However, every single law and precedent is used interpreting the Constitution, interpreting the use of the First Amendment to determine how.
I got to respond really quickly, Prime.
Yeah.
One last sentence. So
one last sentence.
Despite my skepticism of like the three standards of scrutiny here, this hasn't been decided on, right? There's no way to know whether the Supreme Court might not disagree with me and say that watermarks don't necessarily require strict scrutiny, just like nutrition facts don't, right? Perhaps the Supreme Court rules that way.
That's not true because you're not. Hold on, that's absolutely not true because you're not looking at whether or not watermarks are the violation. You're looking at whether or not the government is allowed to infringe on art. And AI is the creation of art, the creation of videos, So this is.
Okay, so we're moving on. Sorry, Lauren, sorry, you got it.
You misinterpreted the law, so it has nothing to.
Lauren, you'll get a chance. Just like Scott, you'll get a chance to respond again. So if anything else you haven't gotten to say, write it down, and then you can say it later on, please. Let's go to our friend FQ, who's been waiting patiently. Then Gibbs, right? And then I'm going to bully Aiko to say something as well. And then our friend Scott.
I guess I just wanted to respond to something that Scott said earlier. The idea that the market will settle the issue of AI. I'm really skeptical of that, especially regarding issues of freedom of speech. One reason why I'm skeptical of that is that we already see the influence of the market, like how it negatively affects speech. So an example of this was let me just pull up this specific article. Read it exactly. So Maverick faces ban in China over a Taiwanese flag, which was removed in a trailer but restored in the movie, right? Mm-hmm. So if, for instance, you are somebody and you want to make a movie that's profitable, like in certain countries, you have to bow to what those countries are willing to allow within their nation, right? So if you want to make money on your Maverick movie in China, right, you're under an extreme amount of pressure to remove the Taiwanese flag from Maverick's bomber jacket. And that's just a small example, right? So I am not and the reason why, and so that's the reason why I'm pretty skeptical as to your claim that the market will settle things out. It seems like that isn't the case. It seems that the more you buy into trying to chase the almighty dollar bill, the more you wind up bowing to what other countries' rules are regarding regulations of freedom of speech. So I'm not necessarily, and I actually would say to you too, I think that there's a burden of proof with what you said earlier. I can think of so I'll give you an example. So during the Second World War, we know that we had an enormous problem with propaganda from Nazi Germany, from the Japanese. Should the United States have not responded then with propaganda of our own? How should we have allowed the free market to decide, right, who influences Hollywood and who gets to buy up the newspapers? Even if that happens to be somebody that we're currently at war with, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. It seems like there are going to be occasions, specifically in a time of war, where it is going to be important for the state to intervene. And it is going to be important to care about, like, where is this information coming from, who is buying this, and how is this being circulated. And I guess I wanted to know if you, like, I know that you say that the market will settle this out. I know that, of course, we all hope it would be ideal if it did. What I'm wondering is, do you have an example, like in history, that shows that?
An example of history that shows artificial intelligence being
No.
solved by the market? What do you mean?
No, no.
What specifically are you looking for?
Misinformation that's settled by the market. So a piece of misinformation or propaganda is released and it is profitable, right?
I think, yeah.
And the market
Yeah,
settles.
so what I would say first to go to speak to your examples that you gave as an example of why the market has an issue where companies like Disney and 21st Century Fox, right, curtail and change their movies, usually dealing in regards to the naming conventions of like the South China Sea, for example, to be able to be available in China. Now, some of that is going to be market incentive and the fact that there's a lot of buying power in China. Some of that, as you already said in your claim, was, quote, bowing to the regulations of other countries, right? So this is exactly anti-market principles that are causing the problems. So it's kind of difficult to say, well, since other countries won't allow free market solutions, we will combat by also getting rid of free market solutions. I don't think is necessarily a good argument, but I do see your point that you're saying in isolation, if the United States or if the EU and the United States engage in, let's say, free trade and other people don't engage in free trade, we don't really have free trade at that point, right? What we have is one individual. And we could look at this with, like, let's say steel in China, right? Like, I'm a libertarian, I'm all for free trade, but if we make a free trade agreement and then China just tariffs the shit out of things and then we don't respond in any capacity, right? Like, then we're kind of engaged in an anti-free trade market that we ourselves kind of set up. So the other thing you gave was I brought up Operation Mockingbird, which was, the CIA intentionally lying to the American public and journal. We don't know what effect it had. We just know that it had an effect. And you said, well, what about World War II, right? The infiltration. I do think that you can look historically at examples where absolutely individuals have attempted from foreign states have attempted to get in. I think there's far too much that is placed as a negative on the McCarthy era when actually Joseph McCarthy did nothing wrong. Now the House, Un-Americans Committee activity definitely did some things that were wrong, but McCarthy himself was a hero that didn't go far enough, certainly, to root out communists. And so the question becomes is, well, was the government justified in rooting out communist spies in Hollywood and giving them some form of legal action? I would say no. The government is not justified in doing that because that is individuals within the market. Now, when those individuals are being paid by, let's say, Moscow, such as some of the Asian magazine literature, the East Asian magazine literature, trying to drive the American public towards going to war with China, I do think that if you're going to have a nation state, I do think that the nation state has some interest in stopping state actors and agents that are attempting to defraud people, right, and lie to people for some, country's political gain. I think is very similar to a company lying and making fraudulent things in that regard. So in terms of, are there historical examples of misinformation being defeated by the market? I would say that human history is a great example of that throughout all of human history. I would say that the amount of propaganda and lies that were told by monarchies before the invention of the printing press was in many ways demolished by the people being able to freely pass things and information no longer being cloistered by the state apparatus that controlled people via their illiteracy and misinformation. And I would say that social media is another example of the printing press and the ability to counteract the lies over and over and over again that state actors have. And if we want to talk about specific examples, we can talk about sorry, I'm trying to think YouTube. I was going to use the jab, but that's probably a terrible example for YouTube, just to be nice to Primecast. But I mean, like, what's a good example? Social media. Oh God, I can't stop thinking about the coronavirus right now because it's what keeps popping up in my head. But I mean,
And
like,
what they keep
if you give
pushing
me a
out.
minute, I'm
There
sure.
you go.
I'm sure I can find plenty of things where there was, there was a kind of a push by state actors to do so. In terms of propaganda is always going to be a thing that governments are involved in, and the market will also engage in propaganda, right? Like the difference is that who do you give a monopoly on it, right? So when you talk about the market, you talk about a competitive market of propaganda. You have multiple different businesses and interest groups that all want to tell their lies to the American people, and they're competing. And then other people are competing to prove that those are lies. When you have the government being the sole arbiter or the primary arbiter in this, what you end up with is multiple people trying to tell lies and the government trying to debunk those lies, but you don't have an equal playing field because the government's lies are the ones that aren't meaningfully challenged. And the way that the government incentives and corporations purchase institutions means that it will be rules for thee and not for me. There will certainly be media companies, et cetera, that have kind of carte blanche, right? Like we could look at CNN and the fact that Jake Tapper lied to the American public. Edward Snowden proved that he lied, said that the NSA didn't unwittingly steal information and data on people. And now he's a CNN contributor that gets paid six figures, right? Like there is a certain kind of
More than six
class
figures.
issue there. Oh,
But-
go ahead, sorry.
But isn't there a way to respond to when the government to make the government account for when it lies to the people? People can sue the government, right? You can still sue the state, like when
It's so much more difficult for
It's a
people
power imbalance.
to combat the government, and also it's much more difficult to even garner that evidence and to fight. It's much more efficient
all top
to
secret,
choose equal powered companies to fight each other in the open marketplace, or people to combat companies on average, than it is to fight the government. And I don't know why you would want that to be the solution in the first place. The
I
government.
think she's just asking questions, honestly, Lauren.
Oh, okay.
I mean, at this point, I feel like Farragut's just like, well, give me the evidence.
So I want to. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Look, I'll admit earlier that
Oh.
sure, Roe v. Wade is not far from the strict intermediate and Roe government when that was established. But to just say that we're going to toss out this law, which is actually rooted in fundamental law, whereas Roe v. Wade was on the penumbra of rights, it was on shaky grounds to begin with. I haven't heard any serious law professional discuss these standards being on shaky grounds. So for that, and also because the standards make sense. When you're talking about something that is based in art, you have a strict scrutiny. When you have something that's not based in art, something like a sign or something that is saying that you can only post signs of a certain size, like you're not basing it based on the content of the art or the content, then it's an intermediate scrutiny, and then you have
this would not be based on the content.
Well, it's absolutely based
no,
on
all AI, everything generated by AI must have this watermark regardless of what it is. It's not based on the content, so it would fall under intermediate, wouldn't it? Just like a sign, just like a billboard has to have a size limitation. Wait, hold on. I know this is critically important though. Like you agree, and I know this case you're referring to. Yes, you can restrict the signs of the size of signs as long as you're not, that's intermediate. As long as you're not.
You're not saying you're not determining what the content of the sign is.
Exactly, same concept with the watermark. We're not saying what it's got to be. We're just saying if it's AI, it's got to.
I would argue though that you're saying that you are regulating the content because it's like you're regulating videos on the basis that the content is generated by AI.
So hold on, I want to jump on this.
We're doing that the same with billboards, right? Like if certain content's on a billboard, we're restricting the size.
Sure. This is for you too.
Let's say we change the rule where it's like, so you're saying a watermark would be strict, but like if we require that all AI videos must be like 16 by 16 inches, now that's okay?
Let me stop you because you keep saying I'm saying a watermark would be strict. No, I'm saying that I say that regulating all content on the basis that that content is AI would fall under strict scrutiny. And so if the government were to restrict...
Can I ask you a question? Are you saying that because the watermark
law,
changes your content to some degree? Is that what you're kind of saying,
So
partially?
it's a watermark. You can't see it.
Even then, it doesn't matter.
But you know it's there, right?
Hold on. Ignore the watermark right now because the watermark is the action that the government would take. So
Right, but I'm asking you a different question.
No. So whether or not it falls under strict or intermediate scrutiny has nothing to do with the action that the government would take. Whether or not it's content based or whether or not it's not.
That brings me to my question. Let me just jump in.
I think
here.
it's content neutral.
So here's the thing. So Fairy Queen mentioned China and Maverick earlier, all right? And I think that there's another issue that we should touch on with this, and I think I'm glad she brought this up. And it's that AI can also be used to destroy art via censorship and by nefarious actors, right? So a lot of what you're saying, and the reason I asked about why you're so upset about the watermark and the strict scrutiny is because it seems to me like you don't want your art changed by an outside power. Now, here's the reverse of that. Say I am an outside power and you made Top Gun via AI, right? You made Top Gun, you send it out, it's got Taiwan symbols on there, whatever. Now, I am Chinese and I'm like, hey, I don't like that. So I use my AI to scrub all references to Taiwan out of the film and change your art. And it comes into my country and now we've used it. Do you have a problem with that?
So once again, that's called copyright infringement.
Doesn't matter. I'm another power. What are you gonna do? Sue me in court? I'm in China.
There are international copyright laws as well.
Yeah, and nobody follows.
It's very difficult. Yeah, and that's already being done in China.
Right, but that doesn't mean we just abolish like these laws.
Right.
Like, fraud exists, and people in India often get away with it. That's why they have those headquarters in India. That doesn't mean we just abolish all fraud protections because hey, some people get around the law.
No, yeah.
Okay. We can talk about abolishing IP, but I'm talking about like fraud centers in India. The reason why they're set up in India is because they're trying to avoid enforcement. Our response to the fact that some people get around the law against fraud shouldn't be like, well, let's just get rid of all laws against fraud. It's like, no, we understand some people are going to get around it by setting up call centers in India, just like some people are going to get around the watermark by, creating AI from India, sure, whatever. But that doesn't mean we just like abolish the law.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to also add to that, and so we kind of touched on this earlier, which was about people knowing what's real, what's not real, and all, et cetera, et cetera. So my birthday was like 2 weeks ago, right? And so that's a time to talk to family. Thank you. Yeah, and so that's a time to talk to family, right? And so most of my family are medical doctors, right? So they have their doctorates. These are what I consider smart individuals. They all went to like nice, good schools, like D1 level schools, very intelligent people, right? And then, so I'm talking to these people and we're on a phone call, we're on a group call, and 4 of them had the audacity or the stupidity, I don't know which, to ask me whether or not I thought the Ukraine war was even happening and whether it was just an AI produced deep fake. And these are people with medical doctorates that have gone to school for umpteen million years and got them. These are people I think are highly educated, intelligent people. And they're sitting here thinking the government is doing this for whatever reason. It's the Biden crime family, et cetera, et cetera. And I asked where they got this information, and they proceeded to link me some articles that look like ChatGPT wrote it. So whenever we sit here and say, oh, we don't need to worry about these things, or we're just going to have, well, whatever. And these are intelligent people that did this to me recently. I think that we need to be concerned because that falls under free speech and art, which comes back to my other part with the Chinese, right? If they want to sit here and they can scrub these things, they can put out their own propaganda, as Fairy Queen put out, and we need to combat this somehow. I hate to be the guy that sits here and comes and say we need some kind of government revelation, because I just feel my testicles drying up and becoming more soy as I say it. But there do need to be some sort of regulations to combat these kind of AI threats. And then I'm going to tell you why.
Where are you deriving that from?
Where am I deriving
it's
it from?
Non sequitur. It does not follow.
It absolutely
we have a problem.
Bro, they literally had AI. We had AI issues during the election. We had AI tampering during the election. Yeah, I mean, your argument is government exists, so we should ban it all. So, I mean, I don't really see what your point is. They're both non-sequitur. I mean, give me a break here. I mean, they make it all the time. We all hear it. We hear it every day. Government bad because middle school.
No, you're distracting.
Let me tell you. No, I'm not dodging.
Coward.
I'm trying to tell you facts, but you're just over here on that shenanigans.
Answer.
I'm trying to answer, but you won't let me. I'm going to answer. I don't got to link nothing. I mean, you can see go look at the history. We already had Russia interference during the election. A lot of that was AI based. We have AI articles. We have AI deepfakes. We have AI OnlyFans girls. We have AI travel influencers. We have AI fucking working on the stock
We have
exchange.
AI
We have
Bidens. It's
You're just
we have
crazy.
dish
AI
galloping
Biden.
now.
These are all things that
Answer the
exist.
question.
Do those things exist? Yes, they exist. So for you to sit here and tell me that this is a non-secular, non-issue is the stupidest shit I've heard since someone told me the sky was purple yesterday.
You're being
I'm
retarded
just
because you don't
saying.
understand basic logic.
I
The
feel
non-sequitur
like you
is
don't
it
understand
does not
basic logic.
follow.
I mean,
Okay,
it does
you're
follow.
saying
I just listed 50
problems
things
exist.
Okay.
that
We
are
gotta do this.
problems.
Let me. I didn't.
And then you said you
let
don't
me
have
respond
any-
to both of his arguments. Right. So his first argument, they said we talked about earlier. No, you talked about it, right? And I formalized it. It's very simple. Premise one: people are stupid. Premise two: stupid people will believe these videos. And the conclusion then is therefore we need government regulation. Again, he's making the same argument: is that there are all these problems, and stupid people will be captured by these problems. Therefore, we need government regulation. All I'm saying is that's a non sequitur. To say that a problem exists, therefore we need government regulation. If that's the full logic
because
of
the
your
free
argument,
market's not handling it.
listen to me. Okay. You say a problem exists, therefore the government needs to step in. What you could then say is that for every problem that ever exists that pops up, the government should solve it. That means
that's
the
bullshit.
market shouldn't exist and we should live in a full fascistic state.
No,
Right?
that's bullshit.
Obviously,
And you
that's
know it.
not true. So obviously that's not. No, it's your fucking. I'm explaining the logic of your argument. I know
No,
that's not what you
that's
believe.
dumb
You're
logic
just
that I'm
too
not
retarded
using.
to figure out
You're
what you're saying.
you're being bad faith and putting words in my mouth. No one here is
I'm
sitting
not
here
being bad faith.
No one's sitting here saying I'm advocating
I'm saying
for
it's a non
fascist
sequitur.
dictatorship.
Link
Well,
why we
no
need the government.
one thinks that I'm saying that. No one's sitting here. That was like you want to talk about stupid
Anybody
analogies.
that is
You're
taking
literally just like, yeah, it's a
undergrad
fascist
logic
thing.
understands that that's not a fucking. You're giving a premise and a conclusion, and you're not connecting them. There's no rational
I'm establishing
between
facts
the
and the
problem
fact that the
exists.
free market hasn't done diddly about this shit, and so somebody needs to step in and do it. And the only one that can do that is the goddamn government. I don't know why that A plus B equals C is so hard for you to follow. That's elementary school logic. I'm glad that you got undergrad logic, but you failed basic math. I mean, it's just impressive. That's what I'm real impressed by here. Like these are like basic things that have already happened, right? They're already happening on a day-to-day basis. They happen worldwide. These are problems. We don't have, and then the idea that the Supreme Court
Nobody's
has
saying the
precedent
problems
and all
don't
this other
exist,
things.
dude.
No, I'm saying the idea that the Supreme Court. We're going to talk two things because we got Lauren Liberty and we got Fabian Liberty. Today. So we got the Supreme Court over here saying, "Oh, hey, there's in here. They got legal precedent. These old fuckers." The point I was making with these educated people
What the
is
fuck are you talking about?
I'm going to make. If you would let me finish once in your life, I would be able to make a point.
Stop
Dear
dish galloping
Lord.
and make a fucking argument.
I mean, maybe just be quiet. Shh, Papa. Shh. Just for 2 minutes, and I wouldn't have to make so many different bullshit
I've been
things.
quiet through your name rambling for a while. Make the fucking
Okay,
argument.
all right, Gibbs, wrap it up, please.
So my point is this, right? These people that came and hit me with the Ukraine war thing, very educated individuals. All right, it's already established. There's been studies. We can pull them up. Somebody can about how older generations have struggles differentiating between fake news, etc. Right. So then the idea that these people in the Supreme Court have any capability of regulating or sitting here or doing these things with this and their legal precedent, that's laughable. They have no idea what they're doing when it comes to AI. We need it, but which comes back to my flip side of saying we need to get the legislative branch to come in here and actually regulate this shit because people are stupid and we have nefarious actors. We don't live in this happy-go-lucky Willy Wonka world where all these other dear Lord, where all these other people want to sit here and say,
Lord,
there's nothing bad happening. There's nothing bad happening. I just listed 30 different bad things. 30 different bad things.
Yeah,
nobody said nothing bad was happening.
I can't even finish it. I'm almost done. I'm like 10 seconds. My point is this. My point is this. That I mean, I wouldn't talk so long if you wouldn't interrupt me every 2 seconds, right? So the point is that if we actually regulated this and we handled stuff with all these issues, we could maybe get out front of these issues. Instead, right now with our current state, we're legislating from behind and nothing's getting done right. And so now we're sitting here going, what are we going to do? That's the problem, and that's why we need legislating.
Okay, because respond to that,
so
Scott. Then
the argument is,
and after you respond to that, I do want to get Aiko in because he's been waiting quite patiently.
Of course. The argument is stupid people exist. Stupid people will believe fake news, and fake news is easily disseminated en masse in large en masse via artificial intelligence and bots. right? And so the conclusion is therefore we need government regulation to solve this. Well, government regulation isn't going to regulate the fact that stupid people exist, right? So that problem is not going to be solved. The presumption is that they will stop artificial intelligence from being promulgated en masse. Now, there's a few issues with this. Number one, I don't see any evidence that the government would actually be good at that, right? I think the government showed and proved with the Russian interference in our elections that took them years and years and years of being bought out by NGOs and massive expansions. Even Trump administration, created CISA, and all they could figure out was that 2,000 fucking advertisements were bought on Twitter by Russian bot accounts. Who fucking cares? The Russian interference in the election was incredibly minimal, and all of the evidence that exists for it is either bought by companies that were incentivized to lobby the state, which is the problem with the state regulating in the first place, is that political interests get involved in nonprofit or non-governmental organizations, and then you have a pseudo state corporate interest that works together to disseminate fake news. The Russian interference in the election having any significant impact on the election is itself government popularized fake news. It was a very minimal amount of interference, and anybody that says differently is full of shit. And so the other thing is that you say, well, I was able to stop this information by showing them articles because you proved that the problem wasn't that much of a problem. You proved that simply showing them counterfactual evidence was enough for these intelligent people to go, okay, well, maybe this is a little bit crazy. And all I'm saying is that, yes, the market doesn't immediately solve problems. Neither does government. Government does a giant, large, ham-fisted strike, and it almost always causes more problems than it solves. Yes, will the market take a while to adapt? Always. That always happens. And yet, the market is shown time and time and time again via the economic calculation problem or Hayek's local knowledge problem that prices in a market are superior in their efficiency, and that all the government's going to do, even if it wasn't a nefarious actor, is waste fucking money.
So I wanted to let Aiko in, so let him respond, and then yeah.
Yeah, actually, we've been talking about things that aren't working, and I kind of want to talk a little bit about maybe things that are working. But before I do, I just want to just on one aside on this invisible watermark thing, because I think it's emblematic of what we're kind of been dancing around this whole time, and that is, yes, we know that like AI is not, at least now, so perfect that it's undetectable. Like we can eventually figure out like what's real and what isn't real, but there's that gap between when the information gets out there and when people start to realize like what's true and what isn't true.
Or when it gets so good that you won't ever be able to tell.
Yeah, and that's another problem.
But AI
I'm not even addressing that yet because we're not to that point yet. Like even I can like listen to one of these like sort of like deep fakes and hear it and go, okay, yeah, that's an AI. That's not the real thing or whatever. That won't be the case in a few years. I get it. But right now, at least this year for the, 2024 election, like that's something that a lot of people can still maybe figure out. But there is this gap between when like this false information is out there and when it gets figured out. And even if you have the invisible watermark, like at this point it becomes a trust issue, right? Because if it's an invisible watermark, that means people who are seeing it in the moment don't see the watermark. And at some point in the future, they'll be told that there's a watermark, but will they even trust the person who's telling them, oh, there's a watermark on there, this is AI, right? Because people like they don't trust things that are being told to them, especially if it's by the government. And so even if the watermark's there and if it's invisible, if the person who's viewing it doesn't see it, like I'm not sure how effective it is in that gap of time between when it's released and when it no longer matters.
You could have like an extension.
Yeah, you would just have an add-on.
Yeah, like a browser extension that says
like you would choose on Twitter or X, right? Like whether or not to show the watermark, and by default it would probably be on, right? And then what you would do is if you didn't give a fuck, you would go to the app.
Right, but how long before people start accusing that tool of being rigged and saying that things are yeah, exactly.
Immediately would be done. It doesn't matter. Like people are I mean, like Admiral Gibbs pointed out, right? Like he has doctor family members that are like the Ukraine war is not real. Like people immediately question any system,
Mhm.
right? It just comes down to an efficiency.
So the one
if
thing
you're
I look
consequentialist
at,
like Black
when I look at all this misinformation stuff, and I've heard a couple times people say, "Hey, what are the consequences for lying or misrepresenting things?" And the examples that I see keep coming around, not necessarily regulations and not criminal law, but civil law, right? So I'm thinking the Dominion versus Fox case, or Smartmatic, or Alex Jones, and like the big payout that these are all people who had they all seem to be centered around any kind of case, where somebody like feels like their reputation is harmed or whatever, and they want to push back. And this is in a country where famously we have the strongest like free speech laws like in the world. Like in other countries, the solutions are even more apparent. Like Donald Trump like famously complained that he couldn't sue people for defamation in this country because it's just too hard. There's too many, like First Amendment's just too strong. But even then, even in this country with those kinds of protections, there do seem to be consequences for people who or corporations or entities who can be proven to have lied.
All depends
So
on the jury.
that might be the case for it. I don't know, Fabian, I don't know if you object to civil law in the same way that you do criminal law. I suspect you don't, or you consider
I object to libel and defamation, right? Like
okay.
I'm all
right.
for. I'm okay with fraud, right?
Uh-huh.
And I would expand. I think there are times where libel and defamation are used in lieu of fraud, right? Where like there's an element of fraud to the case,
Right.
but like it's easier to bring a libel or defamation suit because like they're competitors, but there isn't like an exact proof that they're like financially gaining from it, and like the damages for fraud would be like difficult to prove because like right, so that just becomes a libel case, right? So like, but as far as I'm concerned, like you should be able to lie about people that you don't like as much as you fucking want and print all the fucking lies that you want. And there should never be a case about that. I don't think that that's a violation of anybody's right.
But you shouldn't.
I think it's an
but you
asshole thing
shouldn't.
to do.
You should be able to, like,
Obviously.
from a criminal standpoint, but also should you be free from all consequences of it? Because if
Well,
not,
not
then you're
free from all
you're fine with
consequences. I just don't
defamation.
think you owe somebody restitution, right? I think people can defend themselves, and I think people can prove that you're a liar, and you can lose friends, and you can lose business, and if you're out here telling lies all the time, you're going to lose trust, etc. But I don't think. See, like the problem is like reputation is what we're talking about, right? You damage reputation. And the problem
Right.
is that reputation is not property. Reputation is held in the mind of an individual, right? An individual has a reputation within their mind, and another person within their own mind has reputation. It's not a tangible thing that you can actually violate, and therefore private property rights and rights violations can't be attributed to those things other than a standard that we use in liberal democracies.
But
which
it is an
might makes
asset,
right?
Like
Which is
Dominion and Dominion
yeah, no, I
Smartmatic
think
both argue
communities coming
that
up with them.
they lost a
Yeah, I
material
think
asset.
communities. Yeah,
They can no longer
I
make
think
voting machines
communities,
and write
rights
voting
enforcement
software.
agencies- I
And-
think communities and legal, rights enforcement, insurances, et cetera, may adopt a system of common law where they all voluntarily choose to do that because it's more efficient and better. But I don't think that it is a rights violation in and of itself.
So
I don't think there's an
Dominion
argument that you can say.
Dominion didn't have a right to continue as a company, to continue to exist as a company and continue to operate as a business, because they couldn't operate as a business once that reputational damage was done. And Smartmatic, which didn't even operate in the 2020 election, except for
but
one
it doesn't
city
matter.
in California.
It doesn't matter. Like if someone lies about you,
Right.
They own the lie in their body, in their mind, right? Like the abstract concept of the lie. And once it leaves, right, the lie it's up to another individual that hears the lie to believe or disbelieve the lie. Now, if you're in competition with them, right, then I would say that constitutes fraud, right? If you're in the same business as another person and you're lying about them so that you can gain some material business with reputational damage, that's one thing. But if I'm New York Times and I just say, I don't know, Donald Trump is a rapist, I don't like it. I think it's an asshole thing. I think you should, lose business and lose credibility. But I don't think that that's actually a rights violation of Donald Trump to have the New York Times lie about him.
Wait, well, hold on. Why are they going to be in the same industry? That's my question. Like, if you have somebody in another industry where they've lost everything, let's say, because you have a more powerful person lying about somebody else, right?
Well, I do think it is. I do think reputation damage in the same industry does become a gray area, right? And I don't want to get into the nitty gritty because we start getting super deep in the ANCAP philosophy. And we have to talk about like Kinsella and shit.
Becomes
But like
anti-competitive.
I would say, but because they're competitive, right? I am materially gain. I think it meets the 9 principal elements of fraud, right? If you talk about from like a common law
material gain is not one of the 9 elements.
Well,
it's just damages.
Yeah,
the 9th one is 9. No.
I
can post them right here.
Can you 9
SQ, did you have a quick comment? Because you sent like your hand raised like to Scott.
Yeah, I was going to ask Fabian if he thought that it could be a rights violations, not against like Donald Trump, but against like the people who wanted to vote for him. Like, do you think like there's any like basis to sue based on not just like the individual is being misrepresented, but on the fact that because you lied about
in our current legal system, I just don't believe that now.
So you don't believe that now? I'm a little confused. What you mean?
No, I don't think it violates anybody's rights to be lied to and then believe the lie. I don't think that constitutes fraud, right? Where is it?
I think it does constitute. So I think it does.
Suffered consequent proximate injury. Right.
I posted
to
the 9
representation
in the StreamYards chat.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you could. I think you can draw a line. I think that you could. I think there's a strong argument that it is fraud, because when you lie about something when you lie about somebody about something that's like particularly critical to their reputation, I think what you're essentially doing is defrauding future transactions that could have been, right? Like if, we all agree that, if I was to lie about the quality of like a car and then you buy the car, this would be fraud. But if I malign like the reputation of the car dealership, that can also have equal effects on like the trade of cars in the future. It doesn't necessarily require the fact that you're getting a direct gain. It just requires damage.
So I was a little bit confused on materiality, right? So materiality representation, you're correct. I don't need to gain from it, right? But there's an attempt to stop that other person from engaging in some form
of damages,
conduct.
Some kind of damages.
Right. So like if I can prove that I'm trying to keep other people's business, damage other people's business in some capacity by doing it, then sure. I don't know. I'd have to go back to the drawing board and think about that a little bit more in terms of natural law philosophy. I do agree though that libel defamation would almost certainly make it in most common law, rights enforcement agencies, insurance companies, covenant communities, because of the buildup of how we feel about it, and because of the functionality of a high trust society, right? Like any element of fraud, libel, defamation lowers trust, and lowered trust lowers economic interaction in society. So it would be profitable and behoove most people's economic interests to get rid of libel and defamation, and to keep a high trust society. Anyways, so like it's kind of a moot point, but it's like, is it technically a rights violation? I'm in a gray area on that.
I wanted to respond to something Lauren asked me like a very long time ago, asking like, what do I want done, right? So I would repeat what my friend Lactoid said as to like the laws that should be added, but like I wanted to, I guess, like expound on why those laws should be added. But I'm not a lawyer, so I was hoping my friend Lactoid can help smooth out what I'm about to say. When we are talking about like crimes, right, and how we prosecute those crimes, we don't simply have like a law against a very broad category of a crime. So when we're talking about like murder, we don't have just a law that says thou shalt not kill, right? And then just work off of that. We have all kinds of
thou shalt not murder. To be fair,
murder. Excuse me. Yeah, murder. Yeah. We have like the sub crimes, right? Like how what is used in the commission of the crime, who was involved with the crime, all these things that are attached.
You mean like we have first degree murder, we have second degree.
Lauren, you unmuted yourself on StreamYard.
I got it. Go on. I already muted you. Keep going, Lauren.
All right, sorry. So we have first degree murder, we have second degree murder, we have all of that. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, but also like on the terms of the weapon used, right? Like, it was armed robbery rather than like robbery, right? We have
Well, no, that doesn't matter for murder.
I
Like,
know,
for
I know,
instance,
but
you don't
I
get an
just I
added
moved over
charge
to
for a gun versus a knife versus strangulation. Like murder, first degree murder is first degree murder, second degree murder, second degree murder.
but yeah, sorry, I might have moved over to robbery there accidentally, but fair enough, right? Like,
There's vehicular homicide, right?
yeah, vehicular homicide, yeah, like, but so the point is that like there's a constellation of like laws that are prohibited that helps like with prosecution, right? That gives prosecutors a tool to actually go after someone who has done something that society says is wrong. And so that's relating it back to what we're talking about. So we could say, well, we already have libel law, right? It's libelous to do this thing, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have additional tools to specifically target this like this crime or this thing that society deems is harmful. I think there's other examples, like even
RICO charges are going to be the best thing you can point to on this.
So, like,
yeah,
like what additional tools do you want it to be? Like a heightened crime if you use AI in the enactment of any of these already illicit crimes?
Well, if it's I don't know if it's necessarily heightened, but like I can see a situation where there's like, and again, Lactate, if you could assist me in like expressing this because I might be doing this wrong, like a malicious negligence in which like, hey, I'm not going to specifically put out this information or put out this content that that might lead people to a wrong conclusion, right? Lead them to act in a way off false information. But I'm using AI, and I like leave this out there in the world in a way that like a reasonable person would have seen coming, right? Like they would have seen that this might be a problem. That like I put this content out there, and again, the goal isn't necessarily to cause mass chaos, but that I use this tool still in a way
Okay,
that
you would still you would just apply the elements of fraud and determine whether or not they meant the correct mens rea to be. So you're talking about intent, whether or not he meant to do it for the crime in that state, and the crime already exists to defraud somebody. So I don't. Do you want to make it a heightened crime for the use of AI in the enactment of these crimes? I don't know what additional governmental regulation you want imposed.
Well, I told you in terms of like it would have to be at the very least watermarked, right? That these tools are watermarked, and it gives
The
us
best argument I've heard so far, sorry not to interrupt you, but when it comes back to the watermark, the best argument I've heard so far is that this isn't content based, that this is actually content neutral.
Yeah.
Because I still see an argument for how that this is content based, because it's the definition of content based is expression with regard to substance. So most of the time that's like a viewpoint. Like for instance, like banning Republican people from speaking or Democrat people from speaking or banning church members from speaking. But I would also say that substance expression with regard to substance, I think that could be like AI. But then I could also see the argument.
So
I
this
mean,
is this here.
What's the argument for why it would be substance?
Because it's anything created by like, so for instance, if you're saying like any content created by like a religious affiliation or that has like religious, that would be content based. And so I feel like saying like a specific type of art, like the content of the art is being judged.
It's
The
not
con-
the content.
Well,
But,
using
like,
the definition that you
it's
just gave, it's not based on the viewpoint of anybody. It's based just strictly on the tool being used, right?
Based on the tool
Yeah.
Like
It's
like
not
like a
always-
billboard, right?
process.
There's
Yeah.
two separate things. There's viewpoint, and then there's also there's viewpoint, and there's another one. So it's content based and viewpoint based. Those are distinct. So I would say that this would not fall under viewpoint based, obviously, because AI could generate a wide variety of viewpoints. But I would say that it would be content based because you're judging any content that is created by a certain tool. How isn't that absolutely judging the substance of the content itself?
No, so okay. I don't think that I don't think
that'd be like
I don't like the split here. I don't think there's I don't think there is a split between viewpoint and content here, right? Like we're talking about content, right? And the question is like, is it substantive content? Like, is it based on the viewpoint of the speaker in terms of is that changing how we're regulating it? And we all know, like when it comes to the billboards, right? It's been ruled, right? Like you can regulate the placement of billboards and the size of billboards as long as you're not saying this church gets to post it and no one else gets to post it, right? Same concept when it comes to like schools or courts, right? Like if you are going to allow this thing, okay, you can allow it, but then you got to allow everybody to post their thing. Like I think that's what we're doing here with AI. Like you can make whatever AI you want. You just like the tool itself requires the watermark. That's it.
I have a question.
No,
that I think
okay,
is
we
a bit of
have
an
to
internal-
get
still
off
gonna harp
thinking
on
about
this
the
stupid
water.
fucking thing.
It's so retarded. Like you guys keep doing it though. You guys keep harping
you're-
on
you're
like
going
this
into-
watermark.
you're going
We
into-
first
you're
need
going
to
into a
determine what
really
category it
esoteric
goes
legal
in.
age.
It's not esoteric. It's the first thing that you would discuss in a court of law. It is a very
Lord, what
fucking
category would you
first
pick?
thing.
What category do you want to pick?
No,
Honest-
Lauren, go ahead. You can go. Please go ahead.
Originally, I would say content, but like after actually really thinking about it, probably content neutral. I'd probably say at first I'd say it's strict, but I could see how it would be intermediate. But I could see an argument for strict still.
Okay.
Because I do think that usually you're using content based in the terms of like people's ideas or opinion. You're not doing it based
so
on like.
we'll go to Scott, and it's amazing. Scott is complaining about someone bringing up something that's esoteric.
Well, I can answer this. Like, I can
No, it's
settle
just like
this
it was just
right
we've
now.
harped the fuck out of
Well,
this.
I know.
No,
So
we
here's
we
the
haven't
specific.
even chosen a fucking
haven't.
category.
Okay, here's the specific quotes, right? So
Yes.
this is the standard that's been pulled out of Reed versus Town of Gilbert and Ashcroft. To guard against such abuses of power, the Supreme Court typically has subjected laws that, quote, target speech based on its communicative content to strict judicial scrutiny. Commutative content, right? The watermark is not changing what that content is trying to communicate.
So
Right.
now that we've
Oh,
settled,
we gotta
settled that, it's intermediate.
Yeah.
Okay. The issue that I take with your like we've gone through, sure, it could be worked because in that degree. The issue that I take is that Lactoid, you're a consequentialist, right? Right, like to you, we're looking. So, what is the problem you're trying to solve with the watermark? Like very quickly, like what's the problem you're trying to solve?
Fraud.
And probably a larger domain, misinformation.
Fraud. The big thing is fraud. The other thing, honestly, is I think that there is a problem with the Chinese government through TikTok and other kind of tendrils is poisoning stupid people that you call. But the problem is most stupid people in this country are also children who can't help but being stupid because they just are biologically stupid. They're children.
No, for sure. So
and making them communists, right? That's the problem.
Okay.
Asters.
We get misinformation, fraud. Okay, so you're trying to solve misinformation and fraud, and the solution that you presented, right? Communism is a form of misinformation. Relax.
Fair.
So misinformation and fraud. So you're trying to solve this, and the solution that you've presented, that you said is one that you believe will work, is that you will create an invisible watermark, right? And now the invisible watermark is intended to be placed on social, and the responsibility for the enforcement of the invisible watermark that you've mentioned earlier is that social media companies that host videos on their platform, right, will be protected by Section 230 so long as, and you didn't really give an answer, you just kind of like gave a comparable example with child porn, right? Which is so long as they take it down within a certain amount
Or
of time.
add the watermark.
Now,
Yeah.
here's my problem. Here's my problem with this is that on its face, that sounds fairly reasonable and comparable to what we currently have. But what it actually is it's an additional impediment on social media companies, right? Which requires additional staff and additional labor and additional monies in order to be a viable social media company, which means in order to compete with large social media companies that the government uses to push its own propaganda, which we know, right? I mean, Twitter files obviously show that they push propaganda and that they manipulate algorithms, or like, Google doing the same. Like Google's ability to swing elections is far more powerful than artificial intelligence by manipulating search results, et cetera, right? So we have these kind of like these large capitalist, right? These companies that have this incestuous relationship with government regulators. What we're going to do is we're going to deepen that by making it even more expensive and having even more responsibilities placed on these companies that make competition for other social media companies even harder, which I believe will entrench that problem. And the question is, well, what if it's cheap? What if it eventually gets to the point where AI systems, defensive systems, are actually able to detect fake AI videos and things like that very quickly? Well, then if that becomes true, then the government regulation was never necessary in the first place. And so what occurs then is either option A is we have a worsening relationship between social media companies and the government that prices out competition and makes free speech even harder because you have to be this billionaire in order to actually compete with Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Or option B, it was never necessary to begin with, and it's just unnecessary government involvement because the marketplace would easily have been able to institute these solutions anyways without much cost. Those are the only two options.
So I don't think so, because having adding this to section...
Was it a false dichotomy?
Right. Well, right, because adding this to section 230, I mean, you're just, I guess, describing the problem generally with section 230, right? Or I guess the quote-unquote problem. But what this does, though, is
I disagree. I think section 230 needs to be properly
adjudicated. I think it adds...
As according to Clarence Thomas.
I think it adds the bite necessary to compel people to do this. Like, it creates the incentive to regulate this. So, for example, you could say everything you just said, but for CP. Mm-hmm. You could say it adds additional resources, it adds additional requirements. Companies that now have to hire people to maintain searching the web and all this stuff. You're right. It does all it does all do this, right? And you're going to get to the point where they get so good at it, right? Because now they have to comply with section 230. So now they're investing resources into the AI or into the tools that they use to detect these pictures, right? Hold on real quick. Hold on. And to detect these pictures and then remove them. That doesn't mean that the government regulation, well, that was never necessary in the first place. No, it was literally the thing that compelled them to invest in the technology to remove this content, because they didn't remove the content. There was a direct financial disincentive. They get fined.
So there's a couple of issues here, right? Number one, child pornography is illegal because actual humans are harmed. Right. So whether or not we utilize the state apparatus to go after child pornography, even though, yes, you could say it's like a second order consequence.
Call it CP.
CP is the only thing, by the way, that we apply the standard to, right? You can watch people having videos of people dying is not illegal, despite the fact that people were clearly hurt in that video.
Well, I mean, you can't
legality in many states for gore. Isn't gore isn't there issues with gore or something?
No, if I have gore on my computer, I'm not going to get arrested if they find out you got a video.
There are regulations for video games. Hold on,
there's regulations through the FCC and et cetera that say you can't put this kind of content exposed to minors.
Hold on, before y'all go too far, I want to just say one thing.
Let me actually continue the internal critique.
All right.
No, let me actually continue the internal critique. Right. So from a consequentialist perspective, what you're saying is, well, we already do this with CP, and that's how Section 230 is. And you're saying
and the death threats and terrorist groups.
And you're saying the incentive to create the technology to remove CP was created by
and actively do it. And actively do it.
Two things. Right. So two things. Number one, I think that there's a false premise baked in, which is that the majority of the of the incentive is government illegality of CP. I think that's BS because I don't think any major social media platform is able to make any amount of ad revenue whatsoever if their website was found to be an easy facilitator of CP, regardless of the illegality of it, right? So, like, if Twitter all of a sudden just like allowed CP everywhere, every single advertiser that they make money from, that they get all of their revenue, would almost immediately bow out. It would crush the business model. So I think it's a false premise to say that the state is the major incentive structure here. What I would say is that the major incentive structure is that people don't like CP, and so companies need or want to get rid of it. Yes, there is an additional incentive structure there that they face legal challenges, et cetera. But I mean, the primary thing is to make money, and you can't make money if your site is found regularly hosting and facilitating
But people like
CP.
misinformation.
So let me-
Yeah, that's the problem. So I don't disagree that, like, I never said it was the majority reason. I think
See,
it's
people like misinformation, but they also like proving
Okay.
it wrong.
Scott, I think it's a major
It's a
reason.
balance.
I think like avoiding avoiding penalties under
Companies
Section
don't.
230 is a major reason which compels social media companies to act on things. I don't think it's I don't know if it's the majority reason. I don't disagree that the advertisers are also a major reason. But we also know that, advertisers are, for the big social media companies, I don't disagree, right? But advertisers are also sort of curated to whatever content is going to be like most prominent on that particular site, right? Twitch has the advertising it does because it's Twitch, right? So I could see
you're gonna get like My Patriot Supply on Gab, yeah.
Exactly, right? You're gonna, and when if you watch fucking Alex Jones, you're gonna get just nothing but bombarding ads for his fucking testosterone pills. And if you watch Ben Shapiro, you're going to be talked about like VPN sites galore, ExpressVPN up the ass. Like, you're going to be hearing about it nonstop.
The argument,
but
is
you could have a
without
social media
regulation,
site.
there
Yes,
will be,
there could. Are you telling me that there couldn't be like a social media site catering to that basically allows this shit?
Is,
and there's certain
what I'm saying
advertisers
is-
that don't really give a fuck, and then they like are allowed.
what
to
I'm
exist
saying
on
is,
the site.
no.
Dark web
What I'm
exists
saying
already,
is that
and
you
it
are
makes money.
correct. You are
does,
correct
yeah.
that there will be social media platforms that exist that peddle misinformation or target to a specific crowd that maintain and increase echo chambers. What I'm saying is that by imposing government regulation, sure, you will price some of those people out of the market, right?
Right.
Assuming that the market can't easily do this, and there was
It
never a
hasn't.
need for the government to be involved anyways. If that isn't the case, then yes, you will price some people out of the market, but you will also equally price people out of the market that are, let's say, I don't know, more free speech apps that are trying to combat the censorship that heavily government and corporate invested social media websites are invested into. Places like Rumble, places like like other competitive things. You can't have your
comply with
cake and eat it
230.
too, and say it'll get rid of Daily Stormer, but it won't price out the other things.
No,
right? I'm saying is that
they comply. They
you're
comply.
creating an incentive.
No, they comply with 230. And as we just went over like 4 times, this is not like I am opposed to any regulation that would be content based, right? Because I think the First Amendment is about people being able to express their viewpoint, and that's what I'm looking to protect. I would not be in favor of Section 230 having any kind of requirement that's specific, like political content viewpoints be removed.
That's not the argument. The argument is that is that as we're able to create 10,000 bots that are able to spread and instantaneously create 10,000 videos, that there's only 2 options. Either it becomes very expensive to combat this, or AI is able to meaningfully combat this. If AI is able to cheaply and meaningfully combat this, we didn't need the government regulation to begin with. And if AI isn't able to cheaply and meaningfully combat this, what you're going to do is you're going to isolate the power of social media even further into the hands of a few corporations that have already been shown they can't be trusted with that monopolistic power in social media. Facebook has already proven that for 10 years they've been causing girls to commit suicide, and they don't give a fuck.
Okay, so
if Section 230 required they give a fuck, they would.
So Lactoid, you can respond very quickly, but then we got to move on. We're already way past time, and we got to move on to the Texas.
Yeah, well, I just want, like, if Section 230 mandated they give a fuck, then they would give a fuck, right? I don't disagree with you that, like, yes.
Yeah, if we just create more laws.
I understand, and ultimately, I'm absolutely
Mr. Libertarian.
I'm absolutely sensitive to the idea of, like, I would want to do this in a way that protects rights the most. And could there be like some effect on this, on like I guess, smaller content, like smaller like social media sites or whatever. I guess depending on how you wrote this in, maybe you could account for that. Maybe like companies under a certain size would have more time to
Oh,
find
don't
the shit.
pretend to be
to-
gracious
to-
with so many
to-
fucking modifiers,
No,
right?
no,
Like it's one or two of the options
no, we
exist.
can absolutely add modifiers. Currently, we have modifiers.
No,
in all
you're like,
sorts of
well,
laws.
could it be maybe a small company somewhere that might be affected?
I
You haven't broken down the dichotomy.
said, could it be small companies that are like disproportionately affected? If I'd be willing to like negotiate reduced restrictions for those companies, we could figure out some ways of making this work. But generally speaking, your criticism is just a criticism of
Apply the
section
law
of
unequally
section.
so that
Of
social media
your
caps
your
can be-
criticism
Okay,
of this
sorry.
is
Sorry,
a
Scott.
criticism of Section 230. Generally, every argument you made could also be made against removing CP from the required thing that social media companies are required to remove.
No, I already differentiated that.
You did not differentiate them. All you said was that, well, the advertisers are going to care more when it comes to CP. That doesn't mean that even if the advertisers will care more, I'm still not in favor of removing it from something that companies have to remove it. Otherwise, they get hit with a fine
not the
because
only
Section
argument I made.
230.
Okay, so I'll actually give the last
didn't
word to
deal with that
Aiko
argument.
because Aiko didn't give a chance.
Yeah, this won't take
So-
long anyway. Like this idea about like advertisers responding in that way. Yeah, advertisers do respond in that way, right? But they only do so because you have an overarching platform that's large like Twitter, right? Where you can look at something that's happening and you can associate it with the next bit of economic activity that's like right next to it or whatever. But platforms can segment themselves in such a way that that kind of transparency doesn't exist. In the dark web, if you're making one transaction, you may not know how it's related to some other transaction. And so that reputational damage that sort of enforces that behavior like doesn't exist. And maybe, just maybe, that kind of
it's
enforced
good.
transparency requires some level of government involvement because you have to be able
Or
to
we could just
say
just
that
have
you must
Monero
be
so we can
transparent
fight
in
the
that
government.
way.
Okay, so we're gonna move on.
Right.
We're gonna move on. Thank you. Everyone, that was a lot of fun. We're gonna go on to our next topic that we have here. But thanks to anyone who has been here and might have maybe contributed in the past, right? So consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel. Gifting subs. It does a lot. Helps a lot. Allows me to do all these things. If you're on YouTube, which I haven't. Oh my god, I need to check YouTube. Fuck, I didn't check YouTube. But consider hype chats or super chats. Sorry if let's check if the YouTube community actually did that, and I might have missed it because I was. I'm sorry. But anyway, yeah, consider supporting the channel in any way that you can, so that I can keep on bringing these people here. They can we can yell at each other, and it's a whole lot of fun for all families involved. 1 second, guys. I'm just like stalling for time because I didn't actually check YouTube. Oh my god, what a lame streamer thing for me to do. Oh my god, I didn't check YouTube, and now okay. PDX Pleb, thank you for.
Who's the boomer now?
I know, it's my fault. Oh my god,
Aiko gets the last laugh.
He laughs.
Subprime, shout out to Fairy Queen. Best of luck. All right, do you know who PDX Pleb is? FQ.
I believe he is Void on Discord, but I am not
Okay.
sure.
If he is, could you send him like a thank you, please?
Hello to the Void. Thank you.
No, I mean like, do you have a DM or something? Because I'm not sure if he's.
Oh yeah, no, I had a DM from him earlier this evening. Where he said, where did he say? And he said, "I wish you best of luck in the YouTube chat on Prime Kai's panel. Not sure if he saw / mentioned it."
Oh my god! Yeah, please say that. I do apologize. I literally forgot to open up
I
my.
would never listen to any of his panels again.
Unacceptable.
Please tell him I'm so sorry. I missed it. I wasn't. But yeah, relay that for me, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on, and I do apologize. But you can super chat and hype chat, and I won't read it out theoretically. Okay.
Somebody
Let's
can
move
clip
on.
that apology and send it to him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, FQ. All right, so we'll move on to our second topic. While I stew on this L. Topic 2.
Gather your
Texas.
dignity.
Texas has had a history of rebelling against governments. its latest act involves erecting dangerous barriers that maim and kill undocumented immigrants trying to cross the border. In response, the state has been taken to court and defeated. But rather than complying with an order to dismantle the barrier, it has created new barriers to keep federal troops out. An article in The Nation magazine argues that the U.S. federal government should take a tougher stance. Among other things, it says the U.S. should arrest state troopers and reassert federal dominance. Are you in favor of such actions? Beyond just the subject of immigration, how much autonomy should states have to oppose the feds? Does your answer stay the same when the political party you oppose has power? So yeah, this is a big fight that's happening, an ongoing fight. In fact, I think it was today. Like a bunch of other states, like the governors, like showed up in Texas, like to offer like moral support or some shit like that. For
And
what
National
they're
Guard.
yeah, yeah. And so this is a bit of a constitutional crisis, right? Like the federal government says, "Hey, knock this shit off," and the state is saying no. And in fact, if you send federal troops here, we will use force to keep them from interfering with what we want to do. So that's what I really want to examine is federalism. Hear that, Scott? And who is in charge, and I also want to examine the idea of like different scenarios in which maybe you want the states to have a bit more autonomy, especially in the face of a president that you highly disagree with. So we'll start with our friend Lacto and work our way around.
All right. So I almost never do this, but the only reason I'm doing it is because it's actually critical to the question. The prompt is a little bit wrong. It states here that in response, the state has been taken to court and been defeated, but rather than complying with an order to dismantle the barrier, it's created new barriers to keep federal troops out. So there actually has not been any order to order the state of Texas to remove the wire, right? That's critical, okay? All the Supreme Court did was that the Fifth Circuit put forward an injunction saying that feds can't remove the wire, and then the Supreme Court threw that out through an order. So what that means is that the feds can remove the wire, but there's nothing stopping the state of Texas from just putting down more wire, at least until they actually hear the case. So my position on this is that as long as you have this kind of stupid Tom and Jerry scenario where like the feds come in, remove the wire, the state comes in and puts it back, and then back and forth and back and forth, back and forth, that's okay for the time being, right? There's not any major issue occurring. If, on the other hand, the state of Texas arrests federal agents or otherwise stops them from going to cut down the wire, then we have a major constitutional crisis, I think. At that point, you have the state of Texas directly disobeying the Supreme Court, who, through order, got rid of the injunction. In that case, this actually has happened once before. It happened after Brown versus Board of Education. The governor of Arkansas refused to allow black people into the schools. And the Fed's response was, no, this is a Supreme Court decision. You don't get to say no. But Arkansas said no anyway. And so the president at the time, I think it was Eisenhower, I believe, federalized the State National Guard and sent federal troops and took control of the entire state, essentially, until they decided to get with the program. I don't think that should happen to Texas unless they put their hands on a federal agent. That's a big no-no. That can't happen. You cannot have states disobeying direct orders from the Supreme Court. You can't have states disobeying decisions from the Supreme Court. It can't happen. If that happens, there goes the Constitution. There, at that point, I think that all the fucking what's the best word? Just the lunacy from the left here about how the right wing just fucking hates the country and they want a civil war. I think that actually might just start to materialize if they do that. But so far, I haven't seen them do it, and I haven't seen any videos or any actual accusations of them doing it. So until then, there is no crisis. But if that happens, then there is a crisis.
Well, thank you so much for that clarification. It's actually very much appreciated. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah. I'm in a weird position here, right? Because the nation state of Texas doesn't have a right to exist. The United States of America doesn't have a right to exist as far as the federal government exists, right? Like the justification for the government is illogical and puts you in a performative contradiction to even say that it has a right to exist. It is immoral. And so the question then becomes dealing with, as an anarchist, dealing with multiple immoral systems, where do you side? And more often than not, you have to choose a moral framework by which to navigate this problem. I tend to be, virtue ethicists or objectivists in the way that I view these things. So how effective is it? Is it helping, etc. And so in this situation, I don't know, right? There's a lot of variables at play, and I'd be interested to hear, actually, for once, kind of like hear other people's opinion on this. Obviously, there was an assumption that states had a right to secede up until the Civil War, and then that assumption was blown out of the water when the North invaded the Confederacy. And so, obviously, there's multiple kind of like tussles before that, even before Fort Sumter. And so, but then again, they thought that they had a right to tax the South after they seceded. So it's it's a complicated issue there. So going through that again, yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good so long as it doesn't spark open conflict. Right? That tends to be my opinion right now. I think it is a positive thing because the federal government has been intentionally derelict in their duty as far as the southern border is concerned. They have been using federal agents to protect illegal immigrants as they fly into the country. They are doing everything they can to push the needle in the Overton window towards legalization of illegal immigrants. And it's all, and we know why. It's the same reason why Republicans gerrymander. It's because they want to swing elections by bringing in socialists, and they don't actually care. And they don't actually care about that. And I think the open border policies of the left are destructive towards the nation and an affront towards the citizenry. And so I think it's good that they fight back, but I do think you have to be very, very careful that you don't try and start a war over this. And lastly, for the last question, do I care if like a lefty state does the same thing? I've said multiple times, and I mean it when I say it, that like if you still live in California, like this is kind of on you, right? Like if California does some crazy lefty shit that they want to fight the federal government on, like you're the retard that still lives in California despite like not being a communist. Like the writing has been on the wall for like 40 years. Why have you not moved? Like you're an idiot if you still live there and you're not a hardcore leftist. So like, yeah, if California does some shit, it's unfortunate for people there that have had difficulty moving, but also like get the fuck out of California, you idiot.
Thanks so much. Roth Barty previously had said petition to replace lactoid spot with Lauren, base Lauren, lactoid fake libertarian. So getting that out there.
He's my friend too. That motherfucker.
Hey, Roth Barty. Pause. There's no such thing as a libertarian friend.
Oh, here we go.
Moment. Okay. We will flame you, bitch.
We're happy that people are gaining fan bases. Lauren is making an impression, certainly. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, so before I really dive into this, I want to talk about this article. This article is a disgusting piece of liberal, anti-Texas, and anti-Hispanic propaganda. This is why I have brought some key pieces of Texas history with me. First, we have the come and take it flag from the Battle of Gonzales. Secondly, I hear a lot of people try to say Texas was racist when they escaped Mexico the first time. This is the Zavala flag right here. This is the first national flag of Texas. I don't know if you can tell me what last name Zavala is, but it ain't white, so therefore not racist. All right, moving on. Here in my possession, like I said, but anyway, Hispanics have been a key part of Texas history since day one. From Vicente.
Wait, it's not Spanish?
Either way. We're going to get to that.
About as white as it gets.
Shh. Listen, it may or may not be true. That's neither here nor there. All right, so from Vicente Zapata, one of the only soldiers to survive the entire Battle of the Alamo, are Juan Seguin and his volunteers who fought all over Texas and many landmarks, buildings,
When they're
and other
defending
things.
slavery. Please continue, Gibbs.
No,
Go
they were
ahead.
named after. They were fighting for their freedom and gun rights. Anyway, none of these people fall into the white power narrative this article portrays, and the fact that anyone would attempt to whitewash history in this way proves that it is the left who are the true racists who actually hate Hispanics and only want the Hispanics here to use them for their own benefit and not for the Hispanics' benefit. Now, as for what is occurring currently, someone has to stand up for the border states since the Biden administration clearly doesn't give a flying fuck about us. There's a reason why 25 other states, literally half the United States, have had made overtures in support of Texas since this began. Texas is standing up for its rights and it's standing up for Americans' rights. All it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. That is what is happening now. God bless Texas for standing up. Now, as for the Fed being an all-powerful, looking like none of these things are disobeyed by the Fed, let's look at things like marijuana. States legalized marijuana despite the Fed having it scheduled as a Schedule 1 drug, and they legalized it and allowed it to continue since then. How about immigration laws? Sanctuary cities told the government to go fuck themselves. They weren't going to enforce the immigration laws when they had the Republicans in power. That was the thing. So there's just two examples right there of when we flip the script, suddenly, wow, it's a lot of pot calling the kettle black. Sometimes the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of patriots. So let me quote another famous Texan at the Battle of the Alamo. Give me victory or give me death. We are sick of the government not doing its job down here, which is to protect the border. We like a small government. And one of the things a small government should be doing, or any government should be doing, is protecting its border, protecting its citizens. And we have an invasion occurring down here, and nobody cares. And nobody cares. So the fact that we're trying to protect our border should be lauded. Instead, we're being vilified and told we're evil because we want what's best for America.
Care, Admiral Gibbs. I care.
I have to follow that.
Yeah, I know, right?
I was ready.
The
Gibbs,
manifesto for Texas. Okay.
I should put a blast specifically for that. We'll go to Laura next, but I designed this question specifically with Gibbs and Aiko in mind, both patriotic Texans, who will set us straight, liberal fools like myself. All right, let's go to Lauren, please.
I do think it's a very interesting legal conundrum in which we have found ourselves, in which we have the federal government that is in total ability and the only really power allowed to protect the nation, completely abjecting to do their job. And it appears as though there's some unused case law which allows the states to protect themselves in the case of an invasion. But then again, you get into legal trickery as to the technical definition of an invasion. And so I find the whole legal situation very interesting. That being said, as somebody who just wants to see the best for my country, I do believe that the open borders is completely crippling our country and seems to be done purposefully so by the federal government. And I am curious to watch how the cases are resolved, but I believe that Texas is acting within its legal rights. But if they're not, then they are committing crimes. Then yeah, so it's a tricky one.
Thanks so much. And we're definitely going to have fun with those statements later on. That's going to be fun. But thank you so much. And Roth Barty says, love you, Prime. Love you too. Thank you for supporting the channel. Much appreciated. Fairy Queen.
Hi, everything I'm about to say, I'm going to echo what Lax White said earlier. So if Texas arrests any of federal agents, the state of Texas is disobeying the Supreme Court, and therefore I think then it is fully within it. The federal government is fully within its rights to arrest states' troops and to reassert federal dominance. And I am in favor of those actions, in part because, again, the United States is a nation, right? I hate to reference the lovely speech that Admiral Gibbs gave earlier, but you mentioned, for instance, the history of racism. I mean, I think just as a key point, so there's a book that's about nationalism, about the invention of the nation state, which is called Imagine Communities. It's by Benedict Anderson. And one of the things that like Benedict Anderson talks about, like within his book, is he discusses like the existence of racism, like the reason for why it exists. And it often exists because people attach themselves to their identity of their hometown, where they come from. I am from Texas. I am from South Carolina. I am from this city, this town, in this particular municipality, as opposed to being a part of a broader nation, right? Which is only possible through the transmission of something that he referred to as print capitalism, which, but all of this to say, of course, I am absolutely in support of the United States arresting state troops and reasserting federal dominance. An example of this like would be just to reduce the political nature of this. I mean, remember, for instance, like when Donald Trump tried to enact ban travelers from China, or when he banned travelers from Europe, when he tried to institute policies to try to prevent people from coming in and out of the country, right? Imagine if California or if in New York it had just said, up yours, I'm still going to allow people to travel, right? Well, that would have been a state decision, but it would have been a state decision that would have resulted in the nation being infected with more cases of COVID-19. It's extremely important that when the federal government comes out with an edict, if it is constitutional and if the Supreme Court doesn't knock it down, the states have to follow what the federal government states. Unless, of course, and if they don't agree with it, they can appeal this to the Supreme Court, they can file a lawsuit, and they can get it removed. But otherwise, it's extremely important. As I gave the example, for instance, of COVID-19, that's an example. The case of immigration is another example. That is, as you mentioned earlier, Gibbs, that's not just a problem for Texas. That's a problem for everyone. That's a problem for every single American citizen in the United States, the border crisis. And that means that as a federal citizen of the United States, I have a vested interest in what happens in the border, which means that my voice and my thoughts matter as to what happens, which means that we invest those opinions in the federal government to make those decisions. Finally, let's see here, a couple of other questions. How much autonomy should the states have to oppose the feds? The answer is as much autonomy as the Supreme Court's allowed them. Does your answer stay the same when the political party you oppose has power? Obviously, yes. I just gave the example of Trump instituting COVID bans, so yes.
Thank you so much. And finally, right, a real Texan, a real patriot, Aiko.
Listen, as a Texan, I think there's an opportunity here, right? But as an American first, there's a big opportunity here, right? So what the Supreme Court has decided, at least for the time being, is that the federal government could take the razor wire down, right? But and I've seen this, like it's large amounts. They're coiled very tightly together. We're talking about a lot of steel here. They can take it away, and then Texas can then put more up, right? This is a great revenue opportunity for the federal government. Just keep going back to those same places and harvest more steel that they can, I don't know, send to Ukraine to put in no man's land, like to help in the war effort or something like that. Can save us a ton of money. Put it on the same boats that are already going on there with like some of our used tanks or whatever it is. Basically, this can like replace a lot of like mining for the materials that are needed for like steel production. I think it's just a great opportunity for federal government. But also, I'd like to point out one thing that Gibbs said earlier, which was that that nobody cares. I'm not sure that nobody cares. The House seems to care, right? Because the House wants to do everything it can to make sure an invasion happens. It's right now saying that the bill to stop this is dead on arrival. That the last thing they want, and the last thing an entire political party right now wants, is for any of this to stop, because they want to have something to run on in the 2024 elections. So the House cares, at least. They just care in the opposite way that you might expect. Really, though, like this is all theater. Federalism matters, but this isn't one of those instances, in my opinion, where federalism makes a big difference either way. But the reason why I want to give some latitude to Texas to behave in these sorts of ways is because I want to protect the value of federalism going into the future in instances where it really does matter. Like for the 4 years when Trump was president, when he was undoing like all those regulations on auto emissions and stuff like that, California came out and did their own equivalent of CAFE standards. And because auto companies in America don't want to sell a car that won't sell in California, everyone had to like raise their auto emission standards to meet that higher threshold of California's. That's an example of federalism, and I think those are the kinds of things that might get threatened if you tried to eliminate states' rights, like in other areas. So I do have a strong interest in that. But also, let's not forget, it's not just states and the federal government that are battling over rights here. There's private landowners who don't want a wall or fencing or anything like that to come across their private property that Texas is going to try to force them to. And when states try to do eminent domain, like it's a little bit more iffy than when the federal government does it. There's also straight up federal land. 33% of borderland is either federal or tribal land. So it's hard to see how like states can come in there and do anything. And then, of course, there's county land, municipal land. There's a lot of land that doesn't actually belong to states. So I think that, yeah, you can put it up in a few spots that'll like grab the attention of news cameras and stuff like that. But how you can actually implement this in a consistent way that's going to have the effect that you want in terms of stopping people from crossing, I think it's very difficult if you don't have the support of the federal government.
Okay, open to the panel.
So I want to start. I'm going to go ahead and start on this. I got a lot of issues, and now y'all going to hear about them. All right, first, let's just look at this bill that we just talked about. All right, this bill, it's a foreign aid and immigration bill. The reason it's dead on arrival is because it's a limp dick proposal. That's what it is. We're going to offer $20 billion to protect our border, and we're going to give $60 billion to Ukraine. Fuck Ukraine. Let's spend all this money on our border. Maybe that's what we should be doing. Worry about what's going on here, and not worry about what's going on. I mean, I don't give a shit about Ukraine at this point. We're sitting here dying out here, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, but we got to sit here. We got to stop this problem now. Secondly, the government does have a inherent reason, like a job, right? Their job is to stop the infiltration of the border. The Biden administration has gone down there. They've cut open fencing. They've done this multiple places. They clearly don't care about the immigration, whatever. So yeah, when I say nobody gives a fuck, I feel like the proof is in the pudding. The federal government has sit here and came down and made it easier for people to come and infiltrate us, and just a wholesale aspect. And then whenever we do things like ship people to other states, oh poo-poo, look at the villainous Texans. Oh poo-poo, look at the border state. No. You know what? Maybe we're sick and tired. And so, if anything, people should be lauding us for doing the government's job for them. You know what? You're right. We are saving them some money. We're actually doing their job, and we're doing it better than the corrupt Biden crime family is doing right here by sitting here and going, hey, let's let everybody in wholesale. Nobody cares. We're relation of laws. And so then we come back to that concept. We're relation of laws. We shouldn't, go against the federal government. Well, nobody had a problem when sanctuary cities did this and didn't enforce it. Nobody had a problem when all these states started legalizing marijuana. It's only a problem whenever it goes against something that the left doesn't like. That's the only problem. It's a lot of the pot calling the kettle black, and it's really sad. It's really sad, and I just don't really know what to think.
It's not a totally fair comparison, Gibbs.
Yeah,
it's absolutely 100%.
I'll explain why it's not. The reason why it's not is the Supreme Court. I agree with you. The Supreme Court did not mandate that Texas take down the wire. If it did, we would have a different issue, right? It said the feds are allowed to take down the wire. Just in the same way, the DEA can go to any of these states where weed is legalized and arrest people for committing the federal crime.
This brings me to my next point, which is the government can get these hands. We're sitting here, we've done the come and take it. We've already done it to Mexico once. So if they want to take down our legally border
war. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, nobody wants it, but it's better to be prepared and not have it than sit here and go, no, whatever. I mean, the government needs a healthy fear of its citizenry. That's what they need, is the government's not afraid of their citizens, so they can pass these terrible laws and act whatever tyrannical and allow this invasion to occur. And it is an invasion.
Gibbs, I don't disagree with you that it's obvious that the Biden administration is acting in bad faith when they're pushing through this bill at the same time removing Texas's wiring. I don't disagree. But the Supreme Court Supreme Court gave a order, right? And if the Supreme Court
what?
gives an order, you follow it.
I mean,
that's the Constitution speaking.
So we've already established with the Nuremberg trials that following an evil order is bad, and this is a Nuremberg trial, that kind of thing, right?
I'm not sure to compare this to the Holocaust.
I am comparing. This is a modern day
It has to happen eventually.
problem. Yeah, it's a modern day problem that's equivalent. We're being invaded. We're having problems of a wholesale, and nobody cares. And people just sit here and go, "Oh, the Supreme Court said." Well, good. The Supreme Court can get these hands too. I'm just saying this is our job that we've set here. We've
Fucking
taken
Andrew
from the
Jackson
government
over
because they're not doing their job, and people are going, "Oh, wow." And there's a reason.
More like
Literally
Jefferson Davis.
Literally half the states in the United States have sided with Texas. And there's a reason for that. It's because we are morally justified and we are willing to actually stand up to the evil government.
So
I actually don't disagree with anything Admiral Gibbs
Oh,
said.
God.
I might not be as passionate as a non-Texan, but I do want to add a couple of things that I think are important historical context. Fairy Queen, you had mentioned a kind of like maybe you can extrapolate upon it after I make this statement, right? But like kind of a half-hearted kind of defense of the leftist rhetoric utilized in the article about the instantiation of nationalism as a system of white supremacy, and the understandings of like racism being inherently tied to national origin, ethnicity, etc. I think that's a really just to be honest, I think that's a really vile, inhumane, and genocidal ideology that you're attempting to pass off as something positive. That the oppressed-oppressor dynamics and the instantiation of the idea of a motherland and a homeland, and even Bakunin agreed that there was a substantial difference between the love of the fatherland and the love of the nation state. And to couple those two things together with racism is evil. And I would also say that it's also important to note when we're talking about Texas and we're talking about federalism, right? Before the Civil War, talking about the historical context of how the nation was founded, we did not used to use the article "is" for the United States of America. We used to say the United States of America are a good place to live. The United States of America are a great place, and the reason was because before the Civil War,
are
when
great
we believed,
places.
right, the reason would be everyone was a Virginian first, an American citizen second. They were a Texan first. If you ask somebody, where are you from, they wouldn't say the United States, even if they were in France or Paris to do some signing. They would say, I'm a Virginian. I'm from Virginia. And so I think that's important to estimate that is the kind of the psychology that
We're
went
still that
into
way
the
in Texas.
creation of the system of federalism. You're kind of like that in Texas, but even you, iCal Rich, said, and I quote, "I am an American
Yeah,
first,
I am,
Texan
but
second."
I didn't say that.
Wait,
But
Scott,
that doesn't
this
mean I think they're the same thing.
This was solved by the Civil War, right? Like, and the
I
14th
don't think it
Amendment,
was.
right? It
I
was.
think it's also important.
1869. I'm pretty sure it's
Solved
Texas.
is one word.
There was Supreme Court opinion, right? Specifically said this is a nation united and indivisible. I think I forget the word it used, but it basically used the word like invincible to describe the United States. And Texas does not have a right to leave. Just flat out, right? There is a Supreme Court decision saying you can't leave.
They don't have a legal right
Hold
to
on.
leave. You
That
always have the right.
just comes down to Mike makes right.
They don't.
So I just wanted to add-
you think. Hold on. You think Texas? Look, I give you guys a lot of credit. You guys are cool. Okay. You think Texas can beat like the U.S. melted con?
No.
I mean, if
No,
you
it
think
can't.
that, hold on. Let's just examine that. I want to examine that for a second.
I do want to give.
I just wanted to finish last. I want to give Fairy Queen has to respond. Just last little bit of information. It's also important just to note, to conceptualize the problem that is occurring, that Texas has 29 of the 48 ports of entry on the southern border in the United States. That's a little bit over 60% of all legal immigration goes through the state of Texas. And we're talking about, it's very difficult to calculate, but even the most conservative estimates is talking about in the last few years over 5 million people. Okay, so we're talking about percentile increases to the entire United States population, and a majority of that is moving into Texas. It's not like a few thousand people in a caravan, right? We're talking about millions of people that Texas is being forced to financially support. And when they send 37,000 to New York loses their shit and sues bus companies because that's an unimaginable amount, despite the fact that New York City has a population that's roughly a quarter of that of Texas. It's insane what Texans are having to deal with.
Okay, so I want to give Fairy Queen the response, but Fairy Queen, I want you to also
course.
just take a moment, and enjoy this, because what's happened is that Scott, for the first time, has called you a genocide supporter. Right now, this is a rite of passage for anyone on the left here on the panel. Right, eventually it's going to happen.
Not even on the left.
Oh, not even on the left. Fair enough. Yeah. You managed to do
All
it
statists
in
are
just your
socialists,
first
and
appearance.
they're
with
rape
Scott.
apologists and genocidal maniacs. Yes.
Rape apologist and genocidal maniac, right? So you've got the genocidal supporter, right? Hopefully the rape apology will be coming soon, right? You can complete the set. Yeah, thank you. So go ahead, Fairy Queen. Enjoy your moment.
Okay, well, thank you. It's not every day that I am told that I'm a genocide denier, so I do appreciate that. So
Supporter,
what
not
I
denier.
will
Supporter, actively supporting genocidal ideology is very different than
for sure.
denying the existence of it.
For sure. Okay, well, all I will tell you is this, okay?
Yeah.
So one of the things that like Anderson talks about in the book is the concept of the untombed soldier, right? So the untombed soldier refers to all of the thousands of people who were willing to give their lives in World War II, in the war in Vietnam, in the Korean War, et cetera, but they're buried without a name, like within like national military cemeteries. And
Arlington.
the reason like why that's considered to be an honor is because they chose to die on the behalf of the nation, right? It's the reason like why there is this idea of the untombed soldier. It's because you didn't just die for yourself. It wasn't just for your community. It wasn't just for your family. You died in the name of something greater, in the name of the nation state, right? And as much as you would like to ad hom, I mean, the fact of the matter is like, it is simply true that people, like when they strongly identify, when they say, I am a Virginian first, they care about Virginian politics, for the Virginian economy, and what affects the people of Virginia way more than the actual like foundational principles like in the Constitution of the United States. They don't think of themselves as a part of the broader nation, which means that they don't care about, which means that when you try to engage with someone like that on these arguments about the First Amendment, what is the Constitution, what are the principles, what does it mean to be an American, your person who says I am Virginian first doesn't give a shit about that, right? We're literally seeing this type of argument happening out in real time. The only way that a country can cohesively work together is one that is bound together by its guiding principles, aka the Constitution, which means that while you need to emphasize the importance of a small government and people being able to appeal and to sue the government when it transgresses, you still need to have that arm of the federal government at the end of the day to make sure that if you're not in the state of Texas, if you come from a different state, you still have a say in the millions of people flooding the border each year.
Yeah, so just real quick, first off, point of clarification. I'm just being nitpicky, but just so we get it right. The tomb of the unknown soldier, right? So the concept of the unknown soldier, the tomb of the unknown soldier is the kind of the little song and dance that a few people in the U.S. in the Army do that at. And then second, like while I obviously disagree with you because I'm an anarchist, that isn't necessarily an answer towards the justification for a meta-narrative that the concept of nationalism or the concept of being tied to a land is deeply rooted and entrenched in racism, which was the soft kind of support that you were giving for the leftist narratives in the article. I'm saying that ideology of the oppressed oppressor critical theory dynamic that utilizes Marxian analysis to tell the story of history is wrong.
Actually, that I'm pretty sure that.
What's that? I'm sorry, what?
I'm not sure that Timothy Snyder, somebody who cited this book as one of his like guiding principles against like the Ukrainian war, in support of Ukraine during the war. I don't think that he really qualifies as a Marxist. He seems pretty anti-totalitarian in nature and anti-fascist in nature. But I'm looking here.
I'm talking specifically about the instantiation of nationalism and the pride in the land, right? Mm-hmm. Like the individual need not be an explicit Marxist to be peddling a Marxist meta-narrative, right? Critical theory is a Marxian meta-narrative, and utilizing that is what I said is disgusting.
This is not critical theory. This is, okay, so I'm just here. So like
The
the
article, you utilize that as a defense of the article, right? If you want to say that this book tells it a little bit better, but that the means of saying white supremacy is a foundational part of American history, right?
No, I'm saying I'm explaining
I'm-
the reason
see
like
what I'm saying?
why this is, okay? And the reason for why this is that part of the reason like why dying for America has a greater grandeur to it as opposed to dying for the Marxist Party or dying for the labor union, because all of these other different groups I could mention are identities that you choose to be a Marxist, you choose to be a part of the labor union, you choose to be all of these other things, right? But to be an American means even though it's not something that's intrinsic to you, it feels like it is because you're born and you are born as an American citizen. And therefore, appealing to that and appealing to your identity as an American is one that is, I think, in many cases, explicitly anti-racist. And it's explicitly anti-racist because I am appealing to a disinterested identity of yours that has nothing to do with who your family is. It has nothing to do with like your bloodline. It has nothing to do with what plot of soil exactly per se. It's not about you being a Virginian. It's about
No, I agree with all
being
that.
the United States, right?
That's a refutation of your original argument.
No, it's an
Your
explanation
original
of my
argument was a
argument. That's what I
defense
meant.
of the concept of white supremacy
No,
and
I'm not
nationalism
defending the
being
concept.
rooted in racism.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I said very specifically at the
I know that's not
beginning.
what you're saying now. I agree with what you're saying now.
No, okay. Well, I've apologized if I wasn't clear earlier. What I was saying is that nationalism is often in that of itself an argument against racism, and specifically because like aspects and like histories of people who are racist, it's typically bound up in the local, right? It's I am a Virginian, I am a Texan, I am this. As
I
opposed
disagree
to
with that. I disagree with that whole concept vehemently. This is why I call this whitewashing. This was what that article did. It disregarded every Latino accomplishment that Texas has put forth, every single one, and it sat here and said, and I quote the article. Let's see. It said white power running where the Texans only want to have white men in charge doing what's best for white men, and that is a disgusting misrepresentation of Texas, which we have a proud Latino culture here, and it's disgusting. So I reject that premise wholesale. That sit here and go nationalism and statism is racist. In fact, by you saying that, I would argue that you're being racist towards Hispanics. Because that's what the article was being, and that's really the facts. And as for this other argument earlier,
Please stop being racist.
I'm saying, I'm sorry, F2, but I mean, I know you're a lovely woman. I know she's a lovely woman, but I think that standpoint that when they say those things, it is racist. It's racist against Hispanics, and especially this article is racist against Hispanics. Now, as for my other previous comment, first of all, when we sit here and go, hey, the government shouldn't be worried about any of its states or any of its citizens, that's a problem. What? That's a problem. The government should be afraid of its citizenry. That's a good thing. For the government's fear their citizenry, people, they make laws that are enacted for the betterment of their citizenry. 2, Texas already whooped Mexico's ass with a way smaller force against a way larger force proportionally than what the U.S. government can bring to bear on Texas. 3, Texas makes up 9 to 10% of the U.S. military, and if you don't think that we're going to sit here and we're going to get almost all those people back, because once again, Texas first, Texas forever, we're going to get most of those people back, and they're going to bring weaponry and experience and training with them. And 4, if they can't win in Afghanistan and hold that country, what makes you think they're going to be able to sit here and hold Texas?
Texans?
Where's the best part of that? Where Texas, the average Texan owns at least 3 guns. So here's the thing with that. I mean, I may look like I should be on MEAL Team 6 instead of SEAL Team 6, but I got enough guns to be a problem. And I know that there's about 10 more of me that there are going to be other federal agents coming in here. I'm going to be like, take my shit, Fed boy. Let's go. You want to take down my little fence that I put up on the border? Let's see if you can do it. I mean, I'm just saying, it's a good thing when the governments are afraid of their citizens. So, like, that, I don't understand why y'all are so far against that. And I can't believe that
it's literally treason.
Well, it's ironic you say that because we mentioned the Supreme Court earlier. How many times has the Supreme Court put down a precedent for something evil? Like, I don't know, they upheld slavery. That was a pretty evil thing. And, they upheld that for many, many years. And then there was a war fall about it. So, for y'all to sit here and go, oh, the federal government can never do no wrong. And I deserve my opinion sitting up there in I don't know, Maine about the southern border. And my vote should have the same vote as I don't even know where Fairy Queen's from. I mean, if she's from Maine, that was a good guess.
Probably Maine.
But yeah, if she's from Maine.
I'm not from frickin' Maine. Okay?
I don't know where you're from. I just think Maine. because it's the furthest state I can think of outside Alaska, and Alaska's got Texas back. So Maine over here going, do you think the person over there in Maine going, hey, we should have the same say as the people on the border who are struggling with this issue is ludicrous. Fuck that guy's opinion. Maybe he should come down here and live a little bit in our shoes and see what we're dealing with before he sits here. Oh, wait, we did that. We sent it to New York and Chicago, and they wanted to build a wall around Texas. Lo and behold.
Can I just respond to that really quick? Because it's
Please.
interesting that you mentioned
So much
slavery.
part.
Because one of the main issue that we're talking about right now is the federal powers versus the state powers, and when they conflict. And slavery was one of the major issues in the United States, where you had the federal government trying to abolish all slavery. I'm breaking shit. You had the federal government trying to abolish all slavery, and then you had several states saying that they were, going to secede from the nation if this happened. And then we should be glad as a nation. We should be glad as a nation that the federal government. Right, but we should be glad as a nation that as a nation, we as a federal one unit have decided to abolish slavery and make it gone with, and we have to as states abide by certain principles. Look, I want the border secure. I don't agree with Fairy Queen on a lot of what she's saying, but I am going to give her some credence to the points that she's making in the fact that we can't just say we as states find what the federal government's doing unconstitutional. So F what the Supreme Court says about the constitutionality and F every other opinion on the constitutionality. We're just going to do what we want. That being said, it's also kind of crazy that the federal government is completely objecting its responsibilities and not doing its job, somewhat forcing the hands of the state, which makes this a very interesting legal conundrum. So
where is everybody's limiting principle? I'm just curious, right? Like where in the open to anybody, right? Like, obviously, I would assume that there must be some infraction of the federal government on the issues of a state, right? Where you would feel that it would be justified for the state to take up arms against the federal government in defense of its citizenry. Assuming that line exists ever, I would assume, like, let's say, like, it just went full blown Stalin-esque, right? Like, like, obviously there has to be a point where you would go no. So like where is that limiting principle for people?
If they try to take away my guns,
it's not fucking immigration. I'll tell you that. I don't know where it is, but it's not immigration.
The guns for sure, bro.
Definitely.
Okay, but
cry out my code.
Well, why not? Like, how many immigrants before? Is there no amount of immigrants? What if
not with the immigration experience we have? No, not with Mexican immigrants specifically, or like South American immigrants. I don't think that they have been a problem in the same way immigration can be a problem in like Europe, for example. It just hasn't been a problem. I have yet to see. I know that
it hasn't been a problem.
Not in the same way. Not nearly enough to justify treason. Because that's really the question. If the Supreme Court gives you an order and you don't follow it, you are committing treason against the Constitution of the United States. So the question is, at what degree, how bad do things have to get before you're going to commit treason against the Constitution of the United States? For me, that bar is extraordinarily high. Now, I did swear an oath or whatever the fuck, whatever that means. But like, my bar is pretty fucking high to where I got to be convinced that, like, oh shit, we got to stop this. Like, wow, they're rounding up the Jews. We got to start. We got to fucking put a brakes to this.
At what point would it be treasonous for the Biden administration, for the DOJ, for the federal agencies involved? Like, we're at
that point.
If the Supreme Court orders if the Supreme Court orders the feds to not take down the barriers and they do it anyway, the Biden administration, that's treason against the Constitution.
I mean, hold on. What the Biden administration is doing already is treason.
Saying to do a thing. Right, because that's my question. Is like, what you currently have, right, is you have the federal agencies involved, and it's a fuck ton of federal agencies, right? But you know what I mean? Like, so we can get nitpicky if we want, but I think it'll get maybe a little bit too boring and maybe a little bit not helpful, right? But they're like, I'm doing this in a bit of a thought experiment, right? Like, where we're currently at is we recognize that the nation state has a duty, at least in some capacity, to maintain the security of the borders, right? One could argue that that's like the primary duty of any nation state. Right, like at that point, like an open border, like open borders in reality, like pretty much only exists in failed states, right? Where there is absolutely no government issued IDs and there's no like a true open border can really only exist in a failed state or a state that like exists as far as the UN is concerned, but it doesn't exist. So what we know,
Wait,
the
the
Biden
EU is open
administration
border,
is-
right? Like within the EU, countries are open border.
No, so there's multiple different. So like colloquially, we say open border and closed border, right? But there's actually multiple different delineations, right? So the EU, I forget the exact name of this type of border, but like the EU uses a passport system, right? So there's documentation of every
Not
person
between
that's going
countries.
from.
You-
No, they
you
do.
can get on a
They
URL. I
utilize-
don't get stopped from country to country to country. I get off at any country that I want to. Now, if
Right, but
I'm
if you're
exiting the
discovered-
EU,
Right, but if you're
Then-
but they still limit immigration. There's still a limit to legal immigration. There's still a limit of how many people can work in an area for an extended
yeah,
period of
that's
time.
true.
There's a limit to citizen, right? Like, so this isn't a truly like pure open border. A pure open border would be
Also,
like,
those borders only have open borders amongst certain countries. So if you're on like a certain tram, it's because you already got allowed into one country, so you're allowed access
Yeah,
to the other countries. It's not like it
and you're
has open
documented, et
borders.
cetera. So the current situation, though, right? The current situation is not just a dereliction of duty by the federal government, right? It's not just that they're not enforcing the border. It's that the Department of Justice is funding with NGOs that take on cases of illegal immigrants. It's that they're utilizing federal aid, and they've been doing that for decades, right? It's that they're like your tax funding towards the federal nation is giving resources, legal aid, and other financial means, as well as currently we now know they're shuffling illegal immigrants into the country via airplanes, right? So they're not just it's not just a dereliction of duty. They're intentionally doing the opposite to try and bring in people illegally against their
Giving
own
aid
law.
and comfort to the
So
enemy.
so is
Exactly,
is that treason as far as the Biden
Yes.
administration is concerned?
Absolutely.
I
And
haven't
it's
seen
treason
it.
by the Supreme
If
Court
not,
to
what would
rule the way they
constitute
did.
treason?
I
It should go straight
haven't.
all up.
So okay, I'm gonna.
So
I'm
what-
gonna,
so-
I
So
wanna-
this is going to be a weird answer, but honestly, like treason is just if you disobey what the Supreme Court says, right? If the Supreme Court says this is the law
right.
and you just don't do it, now you're committing treason. In this case,
Well, what happens
they
when the
gave an
Supreme Court
order.
commits treason? What happens when the Supreme Court commits treason?
This is part of the reason why getting originalists in the court is so important. I don't think the Supreme Court like
Mhm.
legally can commit treason because they are the
Well,
ones that interpret the Constitution.
well-
They could interpret the 14th Amendment tomorrow to require that we all wear red on Sundays, right?
Let
It'd
me
be
ask you
weird,
a question,
but
Lightweight.
technically now that's what the Constitution says.
So let me ask you a question. I get the whole legal precedent, legal argument behind the Supreme Court not being able to commit treason. But let me ask you this, right? Why is that? Is it because they are invested with all the power that the supreme power in the judiciary? Is that
It's
correct?
because they interpret the law. Yeah.
Right. And the reason for that is because their power, their
They don't-
might,
they don't do-
per se, right?
don't do
Their
action,
so
right?
they're the most mighty person in this organization, and right, they're the highest power, they're the level. So all their power derives from their strength, right? And they're all oppressed and all these things. So my point is, as a member
Well,
of
that's their legitimate.
the government, the power should not be derived from the Supreme Court and all their constitutional powers. Their powers should be derived from the citizenry. And
Yeah,
whenever the Supreme Court handles something like this, they can make they can do.
This is one of the
treasonous
best Supreme
things.
Court cases we've ever. This is one of the best Supreme Courts we've ever had. This
I mean,
this court right
used
here.
to think so, but
You used to think so until they ruled against you. I get it.
All
Okay.
right,
But what I'm saying is that this
Uh-huh.
Supreme Court is not just like some fucking far left biased, destroy America fucking court.
It's also
This
not
is-
super right wing either.
It's not. This is one of the best courts. Now, is it perfect? Do they ever make cases that I disagree with? Obviously, like I disagree with them. But like this is the fact that this court is the one that issued this order should be telling, right? The law is probably this way. It probably is the fact that the federal government gets to regulate immigration, which is kind of how it's always been.
but
And
they're
it's
not doing their job. Is the problem, right? So they're
the
basically
Supreme Court certainly thinks they are, and that's the only body that matters
that's
here.
A problem. That's a problem, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so all right. So I want to jump in here, because
Hold on, quick. I have a quick question. Did the court actually rule that they were doing their job, or did they just rule that they weren't allowed to determine whether or not, like, that it was the sole purpose that the job was only in the powers of the federal government.
Right. So right now, as far as I'm aware, there is not a dereliction of duty charge currently being levied against the federal government that's the Supreme Court's looking at. I know the Supreme Court is looking at a question as to whether or not the feds are allowed to take down the wire. Texas asked for an injunction stopping them, and they got one from the Fifth Circuit. And then the Supreme Court said, no, that one's out. The feds get to go and remove the wire. That's from the Supreme Court. You can't stop them. That's it. It's an...
Okay.
Well,
Then that
puts it back so we
in-
can get some more.
That moves into my
That's
my
okay.
first question. So I have a quick question, which I think you just answered. Then I have a much longer rant. But Lactoid, in your opening statement, you talked about how your line is if Texas state troopers start arresting federal agents, right?
Yeah.
But isn't obstructing them like the line? Like so, like the order is, the ruling
No.
is stating that the federal government has the ability to remove the wire,
Right.
and the Texas troops are obstructing the government. They've like put up barriers, right? They have armed soldiers saying that no federal troops, you can't go and patrol those areas. You
That's
can't.
not what's happening.
Well, no, like you can't.
It's like there's a couple of ports that have been barricaded, right? That in order for federal troops to get to, they would either have to come through the water or come through the outside and remove that wire. They're not like standing there saying you shall not pass like fucking Gandalf, right? Like,
there's a question.
They kind of are, but it's not arresting them. It's just
I didn't
slowing
say
their
it was
ability to get to
arresting.
the
So this is the critical element. So after the order came down, there was a live feed on YouTube of like the gate to Eagle Pass or whatever. I believe it was Eagle Pass, and there was state officials standing right there, like letting people in or out. And there was a question: are the feds going to show up? And they didn't show up. Okay. There is a genuine question as to if the feds had shown up and actually challenged it and actually said, we're coming in here. If the state troopers like blocked their way and said, no, if you try to come in here, we're going to arrest you.
My understanding that incident did happen. I'm not sure about Eagle Pass. I don't know about that part, but that there was an incident where the federal troops did show up and then Texas blocked them.
As far as I'm aware, to this day, as far as I'm aware, unless there's evidence showing otherwise, there has not been a direct confrontation in which the state has actively stopped federal agents from taking down the wire. If that happens,
I'm mixing up two things. Actually, I am mixing up two things. Sorry, excuse me. They did do this, but not for the wire. This was for when there was a woman. There was like a woman, I think, and her kids who were like trapped on the wire. And they got hurt, and the federal troops were trying to or the border patrol was trying to go to that area and rescue them or something. And the state trooper said, "No, we'll take care of it." Right? They stood there, they wouldn't let them go, and then that those people died. I
haven't seen that. I would have to know. I have to see it, and then I'd also have to know if it's before or after the order. Because before the order, there was a proper Fifth Circuit injunction in place.
But no. To be clear, what I'm saying is that I mixed something up. So it wasn't directly with the barrier, taking down the barrier. It was the federal troops Border Patrol trying to do their job, right? And go rescue these individuals.
They did this happen several times. It's happened on the 13th of January, the 15th of January. They're and the 17th of January. They've sat there. They've stopped the Border Patrol from entering certain areas several times. And so I don't know when the ruling came down off the top of my head. I guess 3 or 4 days ago, or was it last week? So yeah, I think it was before the ruling is when it's happening.
Yeah. So my point is I guess what I just want to originally ask you is that you would feel that if there was a point of obstruction, right? Let's just say that it happened. Let's say it was related to taking down the bear. If there was a point of obstruction, do you think that should be enough to trigger a more forceful government response, right? Like you're in the way, you're blocking federal troops from completing their job, you're arrested.
It depends. So it depends on the level of obstruction we're talking about, and I think ultimately the level of obstruction that I would need to see is some kind of active blocking. Like if the feds are we're coming in here and they start walking forward, and if they're grabbed or if they're touched, if they're arrested, I mean, this is the only way that they're really effectively going to stop them. Otherwise, what are they going to do? Just form like a shoulder to shoulder line of all.
I mean, like,
Texas. It's not
or
gonna happen.
just like a erect razor wire and like have a checkpoint.
The
to
feds
say
can
that
take
you
it
can't-
down. The feds can take it down.
Yeah,
The feds can
Okay,
take down the
hold on.
wire
And
that the state's using
okay,
to
I
block
see what you're
the other
saying.
wire. Yeah.
okay, so I see what you're saying. You're being
More
very
material
specific
for
with, like,
Ukraine.
the level of actions here. Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll work with you here. So they come to a checkpoint erected by the state troopers,
Yes.
right?
Which is fine.
And they're
yeah.
going and they're trying to go through that checkpoint. They're saying, "Hey guys, we got to go do our job," right? And then an armed guard says no. Is that obstruction at that point?
If they just say no, if they're
Well, no
armed, if they're an
backup,
armed
back-
guard
they're
and they have like
holding
a
a gun.
gun, or if they're holding a
Yeah.
gun and they're saying do not cross this line. Oh God, yeah, that's not good. That's really not good.
Okay.
That would be very bad. That'd be very
Does it matter
bad.
who fires the first shot?
No, it doesn't.
As long as it's not Han.
yeah.
But let's. Okay, so then the next thing that I wanted to. I don't want to do this because I'm basically going to do what I asked Scott not to do. But I'm going to do it anyway. Is the nation actually under threat? From like that's just like a thing that we've just stated here. The nation is under threat. It's not under threat. Is there an invasion happening? Well, that's the rhetoric that the Republicans want to use, and the Democrats haven't pushed back on at all because that's a dereliction of their duty, I would say. But yeah, this idea of an invasion of these beleaguered immigrants coming into our country, complete fucking nonsense. An invasion in which the parties approach our officers and say, "Please take us into custody." Amazing. What an invasion, right? And we have these MAGA tourists, like literally MAGA tourists, like a convoy that came down to Texas to like watch the invasion and to defend the nation. Because when you use this like dumbass rhetoric, people actually believe it. They think there isn't a real invasion of our nation and no one's doing a thing about it. So a convoy of individuals from around the country came to Texas. They set up camp, right? So to defend the country, and then just saw like a few families like wandering in, right? And then presenting themselves to federal troops.
Yeah, I mean,
amazing.
So I mean,
What
like,
an invasion! And that's like,
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
no, fair enough. Is this an infiltration? Once again, an infiltration where they're like, "Hey, I'm here. Please take me into custody. I'm seeking asylum." Like, or most of them, or many of them, do that. Not all of them. Well, I guess, and Scott actually already addressed this last point about open borders. Using that in terms of the federal, what's the situation of the U.S. border? One of the most.
It's not a. It's in between.
Like our border, one of the most militarized borders outside of a wartime, right? Like within a peacetime border, like one of the most militarized borders in the world, where we spend billions of dollars enforcing immigration law, and to ever call that open borders, complete total nonsense. So there you go. Now I'm done.
So what I would say is yes, we have a form of a closed border and open border. Kind of like when people use terms like capitalism, people use terms like socialism, right? Like like people are like, "Oh, America has a capitalist economy." Like, no, it doesn't. Obviously, it's a mixed market economy with elements of socialism and elements of capitalism. It's borders are kind of the same way, right? In the sense that there's a lottery system. That's a type of border as far as like the UN is concerned, right? Where you use like luck-based immigration policies. So like we have an element of that. We have an element of an open border for our own citizenry, in the sense that there are citizens of Mexico and citizens of America that go to like Walmarts and like farmers markets across the border, like in Texas, like all the time, because they're just going over the border to like shop or to like
Scott,
do a job.
Very quickly, you would agree that like using the term open border. I know you have a very nuanced view of this, and I appreciate that. But like when we use the term open borders, right, colloquially in people's minds, it puts a certain idea in their head that is incorrect.
I think the colloquial expression
when we're
is
saying the
correct.
Word invasion, but go ahead, please.
I think the colloquial expression of open borders is correct, right? Because the colloquial concept of an open border, right, is one that is not being properly enforced in terms of strictly adhering to a legal process. I think that's what most people consider when they hear the term open border, which is exactly what we have, right? Like there absolutely is, massive amounts of immigrations, in the millions coming in. Now, is that an invasion? Admiral Gibbs is probably going to jump on me for this. I would say no, it's not an invasion. What it is, technically speaking, is forced integration. That's what it actually is. What it is what you have to understand is that there's a difference between goods and people and the free movement of people and goods. And the difference is that goods cannot cross borders unless they're invited, right? I want to purchase bananas, so I hire, I buy bananas from, one of the many, American corporations that control all of the farming in South America, right? and I get bananas shipped, right? I get those bananas shipped. Human beings, however, can walk across a border without being invited. Okay. Now, when you talk about private property and private borders, that's one thing. But when you have a nation state, the problem is that you have a system where citizenship is granted to children. Well, welfare systems are given to parents of children based upon children's citizenship. And then you have tons and tons of public services, public schools, public roads, public libraries, public parks, public water fountains, it's, policing, et cetera, that is paid into by the individuals living there. And so what you have is you have financially incentivized people to move from other countries to come to America for the American dream, either legally or illegally. And when you do not have a proper enforcement, when you have people sitting in court dockets for 10 years without going to court, when you have NGOs that are being paid by by the DOJ grants from US tax dollars so that both sides of the immigration fight are being funded by the US taxpayer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What you have is you have the government paying for and using the finances of the American taxpayer to bring in people that are not necessarily wanted. And worse, and last, my last point, is that because of the Civil Rights Act, it is illegal to discriminate people based off of immigration status, which means that if people come into my neighborhood and I want to say no Irish need apply, or I don't want to rent an apartment to these people because I don't want them there, or I don't want them if they get a work visa legally, even though they came over as an asylum seeker, right? Whatever that means in this day and age, it becomes a very, very loose term. I'm not legally allowed to say you don't get to work here. You don't get to. I can find loopholes, right? I can, but it's impossible for communities to actually be able to self-segregate themselves because this is quote unquote racism, and it's not. What it is the Civil Rights Act is one of the worst violations of human rights as far as the American legal system is concerned, because it absolutely destroys the right to discriminate, which is the basis for all human decision.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah,
Violates
so
the Constitution.
I'm not going to even try to touch on that. I am going to touch the invasion comment. So the two of the definitions outside the armed force one are an incursion is an incursion by a large number of people or things into a place or sphere of activity, or B, an unwelcome intrusion into another's domain. We're going to just ignore the armed forces invasion thing.
Yeah.
Now, next I want to bring up the Port of Corpus Christi. I brought this up before on here.
Mm-hmm.
And so Corpus Christi is now, since they got their little thing built up there, they're now the largest port in the United States in total revenue tonnage, third largest in total waterway tonnage, and largest crude oil export gateway in the nation, right? Big city, about 400,000 people. Just in the peak immigration this month, illegal immigration, not this month, which was, October, November, there was over 438,000 people that came across the border illegally. All right, that's more than now we have just established as the largest port by all these countries, a major port. So it's more people than that, and so we have the infrastructure. That's the whole cities where the infrastructure needed to house all these people, right? So this is by definition every definition but the armed forces one, an invasion. It's an invasion. We don't have the infrastructure set up for this. We don't have the government enforcing the border. There's sex trafficking. There's all sorts of other things going on down here. And all we're sitting here saying, oh, it's not an invasion. These people just want to come work. Whenever we were having loads of instances under both administrations, of which, by the way, I'm not blaming just Biden for this. We've had a failed immigration policy for decades, since at least Obama,
Since
probably
Clinton.
further back,
Yeah,
probably
since
Clinton.
Clinton.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
I'll go.
regular.
It's been for
That's what I
decades.
believe in. Yeah.
It's been problems, right? And I've already stated many times we need immigration reform, but we also need some kind of secure border. Well, guess what? The government's not securing the border, and that's the bottom line. They're committing treason. They're derelicting their duties of like being a government. The whole point of a government, one of them, is to enforce your national border. And we're literally being invaded, and these people,
We do
the
enforce the
government,
national border.
are helping
Sorry,
these
I'll
people
let
come
FQ
through
go
willingly.
first.
They're
FQ,
literally
please.
willingly helping these people come through easier against their own policies and against their own border
FQ, and then I
policies.
go.
Have a question, and this is mainly directed at Scott and Gibbs. So
Mhm.
I know that you're not saying this, Scott. You're saying it's forced integration, but Gibbs specifically, would you be in favor of Texas using its troops to shoot people who are trying to cross the river, or no?
Absolutely.
He has said
100%.
a lot worse than that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm saying we need to put
yeah.
minefields, drone strikes, whatever it takes. We got to stop this.
Yeah.
Scott, do you feel
Like,
the same?
Drone strikes.
So I mean,
Mhm.
so it's tricky. I would not support that. The reason I wouldn't support killing people as they attempt to cross the border, not without multiple warnings to that are in a language
That are in Spanish, yeah.
right?
Yeah, put it in Spanish.
Right,
Let's
right.
put
And
yell at
what I mean by that is, like, I think you have a right to draw down on someone.
Sirens.
right.
This
Hasta la
border is
vista,
closed,
missile. as it's
right? And then
called.
as they
I don't know.
continue to run like if they run towards the border, say, under a mega system, like under a big, say, like, if you continue forward, you will be shot, right? And if they continue to run and keep moving forward, yeah, I think you should just mow them down. But I don't really see how that's any crazy for any form of property.
Yeah, FQ. They're
Right,
horrible people, so like it's not going to be a problem.
No,
for them
it's
to-
Right,
not.
and again, I
I
wouldn't say it's
oppose the drone
invasion.
strikes.
And the
just to be
reason I
clear.
wouldn't say it's invasion is there is an issue here, and the bigger issue here is that the messaging of our current administration is really, really bad, and it makes it almost impossible once you look at the fantasy that is America to many people, right? That they understand that they're not wanted, right? To the Texan, the Texan doesn't want them, right? Because the Texan is living under the yoke of the oppressive welfare state system, as these people are coming in so much that they can't afford them. But to the El Salvadorian, right? There is this dream that is America. There's this concept through media and social media and everything that, like, if you just get to America, this American dream is there for you. And there's not a strong messaging
Shining city on a hill.
across. Right. There's not this strong messaging that says, hey, we have too many people. You better go through a lottery system if you want to be here. Instead, like, there's this like tacit kind of like, oh, we don't wanna, and then there's all this mixed messaging. So like I deeply feel for the people in, like, say, an example, El Salvador, where we're deporting thousands of MS-13 gangs that we created there and then drop in their country to destabilize as American corporations destroy them with monoculture farming, and then they're left in a nation state that is damn near a failed state halfway because of our fucking policies and a complete inability to understand that. So like, I don't want to shoot these people down, but like, yeah, if you
But you
fucking
definitely-
keep running and keep
Wait,
running,
can I ask a question?
eventually, yeah, you need to be shot.
Wait,
Well, no,
wait,
Scott's right. The government definitely can be trusted with the awesome power of firing indiscriminately at everyone. around.
100%. FQ.
I mean, like a horde of people running at you. Yeah.
A horde. Yeah, a horde. That's a good way to describe it.
I mean, this
They're
is
like
more than a
orcs.
horde.
It's a horde.
I love how I do love how you're scoffing off the fact that this is a horde when it's very literally much larger than a horde of people. You're like, aha, a horde.
No,
I'm
no,
not-
no,
I'm not-
no,
I'm a horde of people.
In 2 months.
Right.
To be fair, this is in the context of drone strikes. Let's just keep that in mind for a second.
Yeah, the drone
Right,
strikes
not
aren't going to
that-
Honestly, if the Rio Grande wasn't so important environmentally, we should send in the B-52s to make a real kill zone. But that's
Okay.
it's gonna stop the animals.
Well, hang
I
on.
think people need multiple warnings.
FQ,
You're right.
FQ. We don't have a little time.
The voice
Okay,
of
well-
reason, Scott, over here. You
Okay.
kill him. Just a couple warnings first.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to like hone in on that
I
because
think it'd be
you said-
better to just let
you
private
said, because you said something interesting, Scott, which is that you think that like the United States is at least partially responsible for, at least in the case of El Salvador, of millions of people like trying to cross the border from El Salvador. We like bear some level of responsibility for the state of their country. Do we not also
Who's
therefore then we, the people of the United
Because
States?
I don't. Yeah, no, I don't bear any responsibility for that. I didn't do any of that shit. The evil politicians and corporate overlords that have a tyrannical state known as the United States of America, yeah, they do evil shit, but that doesn't make me fucking responsible for it
Doesn't
or any other American
you
citizen.
voted, well, but hang on, that's not entirely true. I mean, if you voted for those politicians or you failed to vote, and thus as a consequence of you voting, like that politician comes into power, you do bear a certain amount of responsibility, right? You don't think that that's
No.
true?
No, first of all, voting in and of itself is a rights violation because it's a means by which you can violate other people's rights. The only way that you can utilize voting, so I have a gun against my head by the nation state, and when I vote, I only vote to the best of my ability to reduce the size and scope of the state. And yeah, if I get it incorrect, and it turns out a politician doesn't reduce the size and scope of the state, it's not my fault that a lying sack of shit politician lied to me as a means of coming to power to then violate other people's rights. I don't bear responsibility on that by trying to use this power vested in me defensively to try and bring down the nation state. The only justifiable thing is for every single politician to give up and lay down and give the power back to the people, as well as all property back to the people, and dissolve the United States of America.
Quickly before you
That is
respond,
the moral thing. The only moral thing you can.
Yeah,
I got to
Okay,
reject
we'll
you.
go straight
I want
to you. I
to
just need
ask
to say
as
one
well.
thing before we go straight to you. Hey, it's 11:30. We're now in bonus time. If you need to leave, that's fine. Just head out. If you can't stay, but we'll continue on with the conversation. But if anyone needs to step out, I understand. Lauren,
Or
if
give
you
Lauren
need to, you can give an outro. Yeah, you can
building
give an outro if
stairpiece,
you need to
yeah.
leave.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. My name is Lauren. You could find me on YouTube. You can find me on Twitch. You can find me on Kick. Even though I'm working on Kick, I don't know why it's not working right now. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on X or Twitter. And thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you.
Thank you for coming on and
Hi.
sharing your opinions. I do appreciate. Lauren, I want you to know that we always
Welcome
appreciate
back.
people who have different opinions here. So I appreciate you coming on and forcefully, making your points. So yeah, thanks.
I didn't call her a
Thank
slattern
you.
or a harlot or a bitch the entire time.
It was good.
What,
argument.
Jezebel?
Even though you were thinking it.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Okay, FQ, please continue your point.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, if you think that the you don't
I'm an
think that the
anarchist.
United States owes like people from El Salvador a spot in the United States because of our
Who is the
because of
United
our-
States?
we are the
Right,
United
like,
States.
so this is the problem. People own property, right?
Private
You cannot
people of the
collectively
people.
own property. So when you say the United States, there's no person named the United States, right? The United States is an abstract concept that is materialized, right, by a large state apparatus that is made up of some people. But I don't owe the people of El Salvador a goddamn thing because other people harmed them, right? Like that doesn't make any sense.
FQ, remember you're talking to an anarcho capitalist, right? So just like you have to filter everything he says through that, and of course he's not going to validate.
I'm the
like,
most
nation
logically
state
fucking
as
consistent
you.
person. I'll go all the way back.
I'm not.
Exists.
I wanna
I'm not
ask
saying-
about
I'm not-
that.
I'm not saying you're not logical. I'm just explaining that you're an ANCAP, right? And that in dealing with you, she should filter her responses, her understanding of your words through that lens. Simple.
Can I
right?
can I respond to what
Wait.
Fair Queen just said?
Can I ask
Anthony,
a
go ahead.
question and then you guys can talk? It's a question for both of you. So,
Sure.
okay, if you guys are okay with using lethal force on the border, like the hordes of people that are running in, if we find out there's illegal immigrants in the country and we send them warnings and they don't leave, does the United States also get to drone bomb them, assuming there's not like collateral damage into U.S. citizens' homes?
Mm.
Assuming that you have like a
They're in
basic
an empty
0% chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like you could snipe them or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the problem, I would say no, and the reason I would say no is because I don't know. It depends. No, the reason is
No,
like,
I got it.
in the context of a rush on the border. In the context of a rush on the border, right? That is a violent action. So this is self-defense. If you have 10,000 people or 1,000 people, right, that are all rushing the border to try and force themselves in, right? That is in the interest of self-defense by those border patrol agents, etc. If they tell people they're not allowed to come and then they make a rush on the border, that is the only instance that I would allow you to shoot them. I wouldn't allow you to shoot them just because they're like at the border, right? Like, or they're near the border. I'm saying like it has to be like a horde of people rushing the border, and then in that instance, yeah, I think you're allowed to
does that
stop them from doing so.
What,
Whereas
what
someone
if they're
that is
not a
an
threat to the
illegal
border
immigrant-
patrol? What if they're not like
What if
they're
it's
like
just like
there's like a section
well,
where
the people running at them is a threat.
No.
right?
There's a section. Okay, there's a section of like the wall, the area that's like there's no border
Mhm.
patrol like right there. Okay, and they're all wearing like
sneak in.
they're all wearing shirts that say, "If you're border patrol, we won't touch you. We're unarmed." And then like that's the only thing they're wearing. They're otherwise completely butt naked, so you know they don't have any weapons. And they're all
Okay,
charging
in the thought
directly.
experiment, hold on, pause. In the thought experiment, you bake
this shit
in
is
the premise
organized.
that
This
the
is
border
organized.
patrol
I think
are
Gibbs. No. I think Gibbs is
There's no
okay with blowing
harm
them
them.
up anyway. You might be like, "Oh, the border
I would
patrol is
be, yeah,
a
I would
threat."
blow them up
Yes,
anyway,
he Gibbs is okay with blowing them up anyway. So Gibbs, let me ask you that:
But
if you're okay with blowing them up anyway, even if border patrol's
not
not
if you're inviting them, right?
okay,
Like,
no,
But here's
the
the
border
thing,
patrol is not in risk, but
it's
you want to
just
blow them up.
murder.
So let's say the illegal immigrants are in America, right? They're
Yeah,
not they're
let's
not
say
threat
no,
to
and
border patrol. Same concept. Why can't you stop them?
I have two reasons. One of them's a meme answer.
Not
I mean, this is a
self-defense,
meme
though.
question. One is who's going to work for me. I need these people. Capitalism. I mean, once they're here, they're tangible economic assets.
successful
Once
Yeah.
they're here, they're tangible.
Economic assets.
As in,
Two,
when they're outside,
two,
they're not tangible. They're ethereal. You can just like your hand goes right through them.
they're
Kind of thing.
not economic
Pause,
assets.
pause.
then.
He's
Secondly,
just imagining. He's imagining it's no longer SEAL Team 6, it's SEAL Team Sticks, and that's just because the people that survived the swim through the Rio Grande
Yeah, I
are
mean-
now automatically Navy SEAls.
but so yeah, that's another one. Anyway, I didn't even talk about genetic advantage we get from the breeding programs. I don't know. Listen, so here's number two is,
Breeding
that's a joke. Here you go. So just in case Twitch is watching. So the other one is, if we're starting the precedent of like dropping drone strikes on the United States territory, that's a whole different legal precedent that I don't know that we want to set,
Okay.
even if it is.
What about
Take it out,
sniping them? What
illegal.
about sniping them?
Well.
Well, what?
I mean, it depends on how economically viable they are, I guess, in my opinion. But
if they're those
I'm
stalling
only-
traffic
I'm only-
dogs,
And you
not
think this
like-
is
I
different
wanna be
from
very
slavery, okay?
It is-
I want to be
it
This
very
is
is
an
clear.
absolutely
issue.
I am
different.
only
It's
in favor
absolutely-
of killing people
That's
in the
also
sense that there
If
are
they have calves the
warning
size
and
of
attacking.
cantaloupes and
I
they
mean-
made it past the border,
yeah,
then
we got-
This is not serious. Come on, we can't blow these people up. Let's.
I mean, yeah, I already said I'm not against the no on here. Hold on, I got one question here for what was.
No. Before you do the question, no, Aiko,
Okay.
because it's gonna do a whole thing.
Yeah, well, that's okay because this will what I have to say will take it back to Gibbs anyway because I'm just curious. So I've looked at the Langford bill, like we have new details like right now because it's being passed through the Senate right now. Here are the details, okay? It means that if the Langford bill passes, the feds would now process asylum applications at ports of entry instead of like letting them in and having them wait 10 years before they get a hearing and all of that kind of stuff. It happens at the port of entry, like before they can even get in. It raises the legal standard of proof to pass so that it's harder now to qualify past that first hurdle. It makes it so that instead of if you do get a hearing, instead of it being like 10 years from now, it has to be 6 months. It makes it so that even those final adjudications can happen without immigration judges, which means you no longer have that bandwidth problem, which was what forces the numbers to go up and up and up and up. It also narrows the use of parole, so it's harder to give people parole at the border for stuff like that. And it gives the federal government the ability to shut down the border like immediately whenever there's a rush. Now, I'm not saying I get that you don't think it goes far enough or whatever.
You're leaving out a few really important things that mitigate what you're saying. Massive.
Okay. Let's go into those in a second. But I'm just saying, are those things worse than the status quo. Like I get that they don't go too far. I get that you don't want like Ukraine to get money or whatever, but do you think things are better now or with those things passed? I get
No,
it. There might be other things that may,
Put 'em in a
So,
separate bill.
so
yeah.
yeah, so here's my issue with that, right? Is a lot of times when these band-aid proposals are proposed and they're passed, then that's all you get, right? And like they never come back to it. So I get this argument, hey,
So you're an accelerationist. You're saying
Yes.
we need more invasion so that we can have less later.
no, what I'm saying is that
Okay.
this bill is not going to go is not going
Things aren't
strong
bad
enough.
enough at the border yet.
No, hold on. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is this bill's not strong enough, and so we pass some half-ass legislation that's not going to get anything done, and then they can point and say, "Oh, look, we did something." That doesn't really help us. We need them to stand up and say, "This is not strong enough. We need to make a stronger bill that come in here and stop what's going on." Otherwise, we might as well just, it's like sticking the finger in the dike, right? You're stopping a little water when the whole thing is cracking, right? That's not stopping nothing.
So
And that's-
doesn't that always have the way it works? Like the Freedom Caucus does this all the time, right?
Well-
but then that stronger bill never comes, and then you have a missed opportunity for the bill that came before.
Well, the Democrats aren't willing to push a stronger bill. This bipartisan bill is just weak. It's just weak. It's all weak all around, and it's not strong enough. And I'm glad the House is standing up. And
But
saying
if that stronger bill does come around, and the Democrats go, that's not strong enough either, so we're just not going to pass it.
well, then we're just
So
gonna keep
this
making
is-
it worse for them.
Nothing is ever strong
Hold
enough.
on.
Yeah.
Let me
This is
know.
really
There's definitely strong.
dishonest.
Hold on. It's not dishonest. Here's one other thing.
No,
and I
not
want
you, Admiral.
I know,
No,
but
me,
I
I'm
want before we move on, I got to get this
It
out
might be
because I've been
an
meaning to say it. So Fairy Queen mentioned this earlier to Scott, and when she asked about the United States having some responsibility to these El Salvadorians, and the answer is we absolutely do not have to answer to anybody. That's the benefit of being the superpower. We should be using our resources to be benefiting ourselves at the expense of everybody else, because America first, and then Texas even on top of that. So that's what we should be doing. Is we don't owe these people a goddamn red cent. In fact, we should say, "Poo-poo, get your shit together," so that you don't have to come up here. Maybe if y'all were stronger, we wouldn't have been able to come over there
and
and
then get
and
your
ru-
shit together. Right?
yeah,
Grab
get it
that
together.
shit.
You know what I'm saying?
hold on.
If you
We
if
should
you
sink
just,
the boat that those
You're
other
being
people are on
ridiculous.
that we don't like. Because
I'm being 100% serious. If
Unless
they
they
were
can work
stronger,
hard,
then we could go
then-
in there and do that to them. Tough
Okay,
tits,
well,
not our
you know
problem.
what? Your argument is might makes right, and
That's
the problem
absolutely
with
what my argument is.
The argument.
I'm glad
the
you
problem
figured that out.
with the argument Well, you shut the fuck up. The problem with the argument of might makes right is that it can very easily be turned on you when you no longer have the power.
Oh,
Right?
absolutely. That's
So
why you
now
want to get that up.
So now it's Texas. You can just say Texas, poo, get your shit together.
Oh,
Too
except
bad
that's
you're on
not
the
what's
southern
happening.
border,
It's-
bitch.
it's- except
Like,
that's what we're
Biden
doing. We're standing up to
administration
the
is gonna
government,
use
and we're
its
saying,
power.
"Do something, bitch." That's what Texas is doing. We're saying, "Come get these hands." We're stopping you. We're
It's
sitting here
fucking
putting up this stuff. Going, I mean, it's called it's working. The people are talking about it. Maybe we get some
Is it
border
now?
stuff done.
It
It is.
sure worked in
it's
the
not
Civil
working
War.
because-
Yeah.
So the legislation.
Are we talking about the border now, or are we not?
Talking about it is fucking. There's a tension
First
on it.
step
It's
is
a fucking
talking.
crisis.
Yeah, about time.
The
This has been a
pro-
crisis for
Oh my
years.
fucking god! You were
Let
just
Scott go,
stop.
please.
So the problem that you have with the bill
Don't
is
stop. Keep
that
going.
I'm not.
the shush. The problem that you have the bill is that many of these things in isolation, and this is often how policy works, would be a net boon, right? Well, presumably, like obviously you can't centrally plan immigration and it ever be as good as private borders, but regardless, it would presumably be a net boon as far as we can know. But there's a lot of other things that you're not talking about that changes this. So according to Senator Chris Murphy, it says one of the things that would require a requirement of the president. So you said they'd have to go through ports of authority if it's more than 5,000 people a day. So if it's not more than 5,000 people a day, which would be a couple million, right? Like if it's more than a couple million in immigration throughout a year, right? Then then we'll make sure they go through the ports of which is like kind of meaningless. But it says you can't reduce arrivals at the border without allowing for more legal immigration. So more visas, yay, this is a direct quote. 50,000 extra employment and family unification visas each year for the next 5 years. So they're pairing this with a massive increase to legal immigration and saying that if you reduce immigration, illegal immigration, asylum seekers at all, right, that's not allowed, and that you have to bring in all of these asylum seekers, and you have to bring in more legal immigrants because you're bringing in asylum seekers. So this is more forced integration by the state. And then it also gives, and this is super important, right? It gives, quote, a brand new right to legal representation for all immigrants. Remember when Trump denied lawyers to victims of the Muslim ban? Never again, never again. And the first ever government paid for lawyers for young unaccompanied minors, a long-standing injustice righted. So the amount of money that this is going to cost is nowhere near enough that is asked for in the bill. And by creating rights that all immigrants have, and by making it illegal to restrict immigration and bringing in more legal immigration, it's going to require massive increases in funding, but it's not going to be massive increases in funding for border security or border protection. It's going to be massive increases in funding to give legal pathways to citizenship for socialists that the Biden administration want to bring in.
Scott, I just want to ask you this. Let's say you wake up in 2 weeks from now, and the House has passed. They've passed the bill, but there's been modifications because that was the only way it was going to pass with this House, right? What modifications would you expect last minute would have persuaded the GOP House?
I try not to guess what the GOP House is going to do because it's half of them are owned and the other half are rhinos, right? So like, I mean, I don't have any faith in like, there's like 2 or 3 Republicans that are basically libertarians and the rest of them are just they're just progressives going the speed limit. So like, what would convince them? Probably 1 or 2 of the most egregious things, and then they'll still put a bill through that will make the problem worse because that's what Republicans do, right? They bitch and bitch and bitch, and then they get power, and then they spend money like all of a sudden they don't have to have financial or fiscal responsibility, and they're not going to get anything done. Like having faith in DC Republican politicians was like,
well, I agree with you on that part. Yeah.
Why even try? Why even think about it?
I suspect Johnson has a laundry list, and I think like there's some kabuki theater going on, and he expects to be given something last minute that will justify like scheduling the vote and then just dealing with it afterwards.
I want to.
I mean, if it gets bad enough, the Republicans would probably just create a counterpart.
To jump in, but quickly to Admiral Gibbs, I'm glad that he's on my side. I'm glad that he's the type of
drone striking children in the Rio Grande. Got it.
Clearly, that's what I meant.
It's not a cost-saving mechanism, by the way. Those are not cheap.
Like I've gotten criticism for this before as well, specifically from Ico, right? Don't listen to this guy, right? Like I've talked about like bills to rein in the power of the police and say that this is weak sauce, and then Ico's like, oh well, you should be fine with just this much, right? But I said, hey, like if we get this bill, then the Democrats will point to us and say like, oh, we already did it, so I don't know, right? Just like with Obamacare, when people demanded...
You can both be accelerationists, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's absolutely correct.
Medicare for all. Instead, we got Obamacare, and right now, Biden's pointing to it. It's like, oh, we're just going to strengthen this or whatever, right? And that doesn't even happen.
Come on, man.
American Rescue Plan. Yeah.
Like, it's not happening fast enough. But like, for your belief, right? But literally... Other than Roe v. Wade, can you think of a major conservative victory in the last 100 years in U.S. federal politics that hasn't eventually moved the country and legislation to the left?
You mean like the Patriot
Citizens United?
Sure. Is that a win for the right?
It's a win. It was a win
for big corporations.
It was a win for who the Republicans represented at that time.
The Patriot Act.
Yeah, that's the one that comes by the Patriot Act.
That's a
Patriot Act that was like 70% of Democrats voted for. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
all of them did.
What do you think I think Democrats are? What do you know the answer, right?
Right.
What do I
okay,
think
so you'd be including the neoliberals with the right. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. So then if you equate the neoliberals with the right, that's fine, right? Like reaffirming that. The thing that I'm saying is, yes, there have been increases to state power and to corporate power over time. But in terms of like social issues and in terms of healthcare, in terms of the growth of socialism in the market, that has constantly grown every fucking year since 1913, the Federal Reserve. You got Social Security, you got Medicare, you got Medicaid, you got workers' rights, you got consumer rights, you got increases to the FDA. Like every step of the way, it has been victories for the left. Like,
Welfare reform.
if you look over a 5-year period, yeah, the left never gets what they want. But if you just zoom out 100 years, it has been nothing but
Yeah, but that's
the
every
progressives
government.
I
Ever.
want to engage with you on this
Winning.
because I think this is an interesting topic. But FQ, I think you wanted to say something previously.
No, I didn't have anything to say.
Okay, never
I'll
mind.
hop in.
So
Back to
pro-
my
I want-
talking.
so
I, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say Prime is absolutely correct on this in some regard. Like, I mean, I think we disagree on which policies we need that are be stronger, right? But like, to some extent, I think he's absolutely correct. One thing, like about the U.S. government, the way I understood it function is it functions like importantly to be like. Hold on, let me put this in words. It functions slowly on purpose, right? It's purposely designed to like put forth laws, and you're going to slowly have slow incremental changes, right? And so whenever we say things like, "Oh, we're going to take 100-year look out," I would point to most governments throughout history have over time become more liberal as they've existed, right? Maybe not all of them. There's exceptions, but generally, the longer the government goes, they become more
Western
liberal.
liberal democracies.
Right. Yeah. So like that's kind of the thing, right? So when I look at the and that's good and that's great, and it's good that we're
Terrible.
slow and purposely slow, right? It's depending on what your outlook is. But there are occasions where it would be better if we just wholesale tried something, or like one way or the other, right? And then we can say, okay, this didn't work. Let's scrap that and let's do something else. Or this did work. We was right, or oh, we was wrong, right? But instead we get these incremental changes, and then people will point and say, oh, it didn't work at all. It made things worse, and then we never get the change we need. Or we'll do it something. And so I just like, so to some extent, I think we do need more like a stronger bills overall on either side, instead of these like little piecemeal compromises that we get through.
Right.
And that's why it's always shocking to me whenever a party controls both the House and the Senate and the presidency, and they don't get shit done. It's such a tragedy for that party, because that's the time they can push shit through it without a compromise, right? And that's when they can really show our policies are working, whether
People all go to
Republican
dinner together.
or Democrat. Yeah, but they don't
We're all
do
the
that
same
a lot of
thing.
times. And I mean, I feel like the best legislation that has occurred has usually been in whatever presidency's first 100 days of office, when they controlled both, right? And that's usually either most effective, or maybe not necessarily the most effective, but it's usually the most like impactful, right? One way or the other, we can see. And so when we don't have that,
wartime president.
or wartime president, yeah, that's another one.
First 100 days
They're
of
all
major
wartime
wars,
presidents.
presidents.
Yeah, so either way, the point is we
yeah,
don't
but
have these
you know what I
drastic
mean.
changes,
Like-
and we need one right fucking now on the border. And as for the other
So-
thing,
so-
for the legal immigration,
yeah.
I also think we should increase legal immigration. I've said we definitely need reform on that as well. So you know what? This is one of those rare cases where I say, sure, let's get some government funding for that. But we also need equally to secure our fucking borders. We need like larger immigration and secure borders. And I don't know why that's controversial.
So the thing, I don't. You like threw me through a loop through the idea that we need more and more legal immigration.
I mean,
The problem
I'm not saying
is
we
like,
need it, but we should make it
I don't
easier.
know. Right. It's just like I don't know because you don't have the right to discriminate, so you can't actually tell what the market needs in that regard. You kind of
Well, the people are here; they'll be spending money. Then then they're the market.
Right, but it's a centrally planning immigration is like with a welfare system is almost doomed to failure. But I mean, you could perceivably guess close. Yeah, I don't that fucked me up. But what I was saying is in terms of like you were saying like, oh well, maybe we should try this and see what doesn't work and what does work. That is the saddest part of the failure of a federal system in America. Is like that was the intention, at least in terms of was a limited government, incredibly limited, and one of the giant limitations of the government was that the states were supposed to have senators that were never elected by the people, but were instead elected by the states, so that the states had an entire branch of government that they controlled to restrict the powers of the federal government, as well as having multiple states that could try out different legislation and different things. And what has occurred is obviously with, the good government and, I can't remember was it 19th Amendment? I can't remember. Somewhere in there. The election of senators, which is stupid, right? Like we should never elect senators. And by doing that, we have created basically just a federal government where like local trash collection and property taxes, et cetera, are controlled by states. Like we used to have a system like that under federalism where you could try something in Florida and see if it worked. And if it worked, other states would adopt said system, or they might, they could look at the failures of said system. But now, because so much of the power is centralized at the federal government, there's not a massive, meaningful difference in state-based policy because you're all kind of living under an oppressive 50% of wealth stolen by the federal government.
Like we can see California like oftentimes leads the way in legislation, right? Like in terms of environmental legislation, California will do it first. They'll impose some standard, and then others will follow it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the federalism doesn't exist. What I'm saying is that it's greatly diminished from the desires of the founding fathers, especially once you consider that the Senate is elected as opposed to appointed, like it's supposed to.
This is somewhat of a good thing, though, right? Because like the founding fathers also didn't really envision the First Amendment applying to the states necessarily.
Right. I mean, they didn't envision incorporation doctrine.
They didn't envision black people being free.
That was after. I mean,
no, they
incorporation.
They obviously envisioned black people being free. That's silly.
Well, they actually did. They did.
I mean, it's the banning of the transatlantic slave trade.
There was a portion of them.
In. Okay, well now it's a portion of them, but the other portion didn't. No, they voted for the banning of the transatlantic slave trade to be a part of the Constitution itself, so that ratification of the Constitution would ban the transatlantic slave trade. What they didn't foresee was the invention of the cotton gin and a booming industry of regrowing the slave trade in the South as like cash crops and like aristocracy and a more feudal system maintained in the South without industrialization that the North went through. That's what they didn't foresee. They foresaw slavery ending naturally on its own, and they put in legislation to kind of like help it along so that like the slave trade would eventually go away.
Well, okay. So I'm not going to draw into this conversation. I have a lot to say on but
I'm not saying they're good guys, all of them. I'm just saying they didn't see it.
I think this was completely not the cotton gin, but I think the resistance was completely foreseeable. And because they had a monitoring system beforehand, but okay, whatever. And I think some of them did see it, but sorry, we'll talk about that later. FQ, I was going to ask you,
Okay.
do you so this topic, not on immigration, but I guess we're outside of it now. Just curious, like, what's your ideas for immigration for border control? Like, do you look at the status quo and you think this is okay, or more or less, with a few tweaks, or would you want something radically different? I just want more idea of where you stand.
The blunt truth of it is, like, I'm probably one of the worst people to ask about immigration policy because I don't know. Like, that's maybe not the sexiest answer to give, but I'm not entirely sure what the right answer should be. I have mixed feelings. So my mixed feelings are on a couple of grounds. First of all, I think that we do have the right to protect our border. I think that if somebody is trying to maybe not invade, but they're transgressing upon our nation, I think that we do have the right to deport them. And I do think that we have the right even to use like force, even lethal force to keep them off. But where I have a problem with is precisely with what Scott mentioned earlier, which is that do we have a responsibility to people who come from countries that we were involved with economically unseating at some point? And I think that we are, and that I have a different answer than Scott, and I have a different answer than Gibbs. I think that if you believe that you are responsible, and if you believe the United States is responsible for demolishing the economy or demolishing the political stability of some of these other countries, I think that means that we do have a responsibility to accept refugees and to accept immigrants who come and demand shelter, like at our border. I also will find you just on a purely emotional level. Nobody discussed this during the conversation about protecting the border, but I think it matters, and that's what started this off was a mother with her children who drowned in the river, right? That is the reason, like, why the Biden administration came forward, right? I realize when we're talking about hordes of people, like championing across the Rio Grande, right? Like some scene out of a zombie apocalypse movie, right? That it sounds great, right? To just take your AK and to just gun them down, to protect the wall. I understand that, right? But I will just tell you, like, on a purely emotional level, like when I hear like mothers with their children, with their babies strapped to their backsides, trying to wade through the river at 2:00 in the morning to try to find a better life for themselves and for their children, and to know on top of that that we might even be responsible like for them being in that position in the first place, I find it very hard not to be sympathetic, and I find it very hard to believe that the justifiable answer is simply to boot them out. So I'm sorry if that's
I think
not
this is a
consistent or
No,
anything.
no.
Good
I
answer.
think this is a
Thank you.
perfect. I think this is a perfect answer as to why we should never have given women the right to vote.
Oh,
Because
God.
I think it perfectly
Okay.
illustrates the
thank you.
consequential analysis of
Uh-huh.
why that moved us towards
Mhm.
such leftist positions. Is
Uh-huh.
that
You know,
the
Scott, are
policy
really
decision?
demonstrating to me the reason why we should vote more women into office. Did you know that they tend to vote more on behalf of policies that help women and children?
That's what he hates.
I know.
No,
I know he
would
hates
say
that, but
yeah,
I
that
don't
that's
hate
not
that.
true.
Yeah.
Welfare is the single most destructive thing that you can do to a community.
And
So
he also
I would
believes
say it's
that
the
part.
exact opposite. Women vote to destroy women and children's lives, and disincentivize happily family structures, etc.
Mhm.
But I think it's pertinent because the argument as to why, from a consequential standpoint, no one should have the right to vote, right? But the expansion of the right to vote obviously created a change in the way that governance and politicians attempted to gain favor. And what you do see is collectivism, you do see maternal instincts and empathy as a major portion of how the nation state then acts towards. I think it's perfect. I think like it should never be violent policy, right? Because all policy where the nation state steals money from people in order to enforce laws is violence, right? You should never base your justification for using violence on millions of Americans based off of an emotive response that isn't tied to data, isn't tied towards rights
I'm
violations.
sorry.
Instead, it's tied to the
but
concept of a narrative, like a Hollywood film of a
I am
mother struggling to die, right?
only on board with you when it comes to discussing people who really do have agency and who are abusing the system. But if you're going to talk to me, like say this stuff to me about children or people who really do not have agency and who didn't decide to be here, I don't know what.
So how did they decide to get on the
What do you mean-
caravan?
what do you mean
Wait, let me
don't have
hold on.
agency?
Oh yeah,
What do
what do
you
you mean? Like, so how did this child decide to get on this caravan to come if like their parents didn't come or like whatever? How they come? Because a lot of these people, these kids, don't have their parents. They're just with random strangers. This happens all the time. So this person doesn't have agency. So how did they decide to come? They're
I really
8-year-old
do
United
wanna
child.
States
steal
now
your
deserves a
position.
drone
Make
strike.
this a lot simpler for you. Let me make this a lot simpler for you, okay? So imagine let's get rid of the conversation about federalism, the border, okay? It's your property, it's your house, okay?
Bang bang.
And you're sitting in your house, okay? And let's say a teenager like comes onto your proproperty, okay? And
Rough.
teenager, 15 years old, okay? And the teenager refuses to leave, okay? Do you
Nuts.
think you have the
Don't
right
do
to take out
that.
your shot- Do you think you have the right to take out your shotgun and shoot him?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What if they're
Absolutely, yeah.
okay, what if they're 10? Do you still have the right to do that?
Tough
They won't
tits.
leave.
So you have to use so
What if they're
the
5?
answer to this is
What if they're a 5-year-old kid on the front road and
There are-
the
hey,
will not
there are
leave?
it
infants-
changes. It
F you.
changes. No, it
There are
actually
infant that they crawled onto the property,
No,
right?
no,
And
no.
then he's
Stop
giving them
memeing. Stop
commands,
memeing, I'll
and they
answer.
won't leave.
Stop memeing, I'll
And now
answer.
he's got a shotgun.
No. You're trying.
I'm
You're
not saying
trying.
we're gonna
You're
kill
trying
the
to
five.
meme. No, you're trying to meme. Like the answer, right? The answer is when you have a 15, 16-year-old, right? You have someone with enough mental capacity that is capable of making the rational decision to leave your property, right? And so if they refuse to leave your property upon orders, and you can tell that they're acknowledging you, and you said they refuse, which is to say they actively refuse, right? Like you have to follow the gentleness principle, which is to say you need to use the lowest amount of force that is necessary to remove said person from your property that a rational person would determine given the available evidence. And so when you talk about a 10-year-old or a 5-year-old, you're in a position where it's not rational to assume that child can understand the concept of being on your property, understand the concept that you might shoot or kill them because they're 5 years old. They might be scared or whatever. They don't lack the capacity to be able to make those distinctions. But we're talking about someone that has essentially enough of an adult brain to understand the threat of violence and the fact that they're on someone else's property. Should you shoot said person? That's a moral decision. It's very different from an ethical situation. I would say it would be immoral to do so under most unless they're threatening violence against you or something, they have a gun, etc. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the ethics involved here means that you don't have the right to shoot said person. You absolutely have the right to forcibly remove someone from your property that is an adult or close enough to an adult that they recognize that they're on your property, they refuse to leave your property, etc. But I would say morally, when it's you as an individual, I think you should try and help them move. You shouldn't immediately go to that violent action if you can. Try and figure out what's going on. But you're under no legal or ethical obligation to give up your private property towards leeches and parasites.
FQ, you can respond if you want. I want to go to Aiko as well. Gibbs, you already had your turn yelling at this.
Let Aiko.
Oh, well, no, I didn't even get to say what I was going to say.
Okay. All right. Well, then Aiko and then Gibbs, and I'm sure Lacto has something.
I wanted to say, so this last bit of the conversation, some of this isn't even theoretical. Like, we have kids that were, during the family separation policy, ended up becoming isolated from their family. And some of those were too young to, even be able to speak, say what their names were, anything else like that. And later on, because the records were destroyed, mysteriously, we weren't able to place them back with their families in large numbers. I don't know. I think a lot of them were adopted out. I think we don't even know what became of
a lot of them. Are pretend. Yeah, they're not actually the children of those parents.
Certainly it's easy to pretend when you destroy the records. Yeah, I agree. But also, all of these conversations that are happening in the realm of morality bring into the fact that it's very difficult sometimes to square public policy with what we think is a moral obligation, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of that's why, for instance, I don't tithe. Everyone knows I'm Catholic. I don't tithe to the church. I tithe to Catholic organizations that are at the border that provide legal services to people at the border. So that's how I tithe, because I just don't feel comfortable tithing to my local church or whatever. And the Catholic position on this is balanced. The first principle is that people have a right to movement, a right of movement in order to sustain their own lives and the lives of their families. But the second principle is that a country has a right to regulate its borders and to control immigration, which at first blush sounds like it's in contradiction to the first principle, but it's really not. But it's really just, it means that there's tension between those principles, right? And it's regulated by the third principle, because of the third principle, because that country also has an obligation to regulate its borders with justice and mercy. And that justice and mercy means to acknowledge the right of people to migrate to sustain their lives and the lives of their family. In other words, there are people who are migrating for reasons other than sustaining their own lives and the lives of their family. That's what those hearings are all about. That's what the treaty obligations are under the post-Holocaust treaties that the UN Convention on the Rights and Status of Refugees was all about. It was about determining who gets to claim that right and who doesn't. And if you can't claim that right, then we have to regulate our borders to control immigration. That's when it has to happen. And so it's that third principle of regulating with justice and mercy that is very difficult. For the same reason that in the 1930s and 40s. In the 1930s and 40s, when Jews were arriving on our shores and we turned those boats around and told them to go back the fuck to Germany, it was very difficult for us to counterbalance what we were feeling as a people for whatever reason. At that time, there was an organization called America First that didn't want to accept the Jews as they were coming on the boats or whatever. And so for us to be feeling that way and then also dispense justice and mercy, not an easy thing to do.
Well, countries don't have rights. That's the problem. Is that the second premise is a false premise.
It wasn't countries that were on the boats. It was Jews.
So
no, the premise one is that people have a right to movement, freedom of movement.
Mm-hmm. Right?
It doesn't seem to be regulated by private property rights, which I'm not sure, but it may or may not mean that the Catholic Church's first premise here is that they have a right to violate other people's rights. And then let me ask you this then.
If you own private land on the border, and
Mhm.
you personally want people to come onto your land, like you're for it, right? And the federal government or the state of Texas or whoever is trying to force you to use, or is trying to use your private land to like keep
Mhm.
people out. Don't you, as a private landowner, like is it your preferences more important than what the government's preferences are in that
Yes,
regard?
yes. So this is the flip side of the coin of forced integration, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that there are people that want people in their neighborhood, that want employers, that want things, and they're
Mhm.
incapable of bringing them about because the federal government has control over the border and says that they
They're
can't.
using eminent
Right?
domain
That's
to
why I
put a
take a
wall over their farmland and stuff like that. Yeah.
right. So it's like if I want people to come and pick strawberries, or hell, maybe I just love a certain group of people or a certain culture. It doesn't fucking matter what my preferences are. If I want to invite people onto my
They're
private
activist
property,
groups that
the
are buying up
existence
that kind of land. It's for that
right is the
purpose.
existence of the nation state enforcing a border by such a means is an infringement upon that right. It's the problem is the existence of the nation state itself must have a border, and that border enforcement, no matter how it's done, is always a violation of someone's rights. It's
So
either
do
a
you think
violation of the
it's
people that don't want them, or a violation of the people that do want them.
do
It
you think
can't
it's
not be.
legitimate for private organizations to buy up land at the border in either direction, like for the purpose of keeping people out or for the purpose of helping people get in? Like, is that
Not to
legitimate?
get into the country, right? Like they're facilitating forced
Hmm.
integration, right? If they're trying to use them to get them into the country and then put them onto other people that don't want them, right? Like and utilize tax-paying dollars once they get into the system, that's not legitimate, right? The legitimate response, it's actually if you want a solution that is as close to not violating rights as possible, then what you would do is you would scrap the entire lottery system. You would scrap asylum, you'd scrap all of these systems, and all you would do is just have an invitee system, which is to say any person can bring any immigrant they want into this country so long as they co-sign that they will be financially responsible for that person. This can be an employer, this can be a family member, this can be a human rights
Like an H-1B
organization,
visa or
etc.
something?
Yeah, like H-1B1 visa if you're an employer, right? Like
Hmm.
you take the H-1B1 visa and you extend it to non-governmental organizations, charity organizations, and family members. And then you simply say, look, if you come to this country and you don't pay your bills, whoever invited you to this country is going to pay your bills and is going to pay for your deportation. And if you do pay your bills and you do everything fine, you get a job, there's no reason you shouldn't be here because you were invited here and you paid your way. The American taxpayer isn't put out in any way, shape, or form because either them or their cosigner is paying their bills, paying their taxes, paying their way through things. What you can't have is you can't have asylum seekers that really aren't asylum seekers, that are just economic migrants, that get forcibly brought in here in massive waves and then get paid for by tax-paying dollars and welfare systems the moment they have a child or the moment they are able to get all of these things, and they're forced into communities where people aren't allowed to discriminate against them.
Okay, so
They have to constantly run from
let's extend
the
extend
forced
this
movement
out.
of people.
You own some border. You own some land at the border, and according to
Mhm.
you, it'd be okay to let them onto your land, but you wouldn't want them to then exit like further north onto land that you don't own, right? So what if you just
Not unless
what
they
if
were
these
not unless you were agreed to co-sign for all of the public
right,
services that
right,
they
right,
would
right.
use.
So let's say that those organizations like keep expanding the territory. Like I've been members of
I
boards
mean,
that
that'd be
do
dope.
something
Yeah,
like
like just nationalize fucking all of Texas slowly with private
well,
property.
yeah. I mean, we do this. We do this for environmental reasons. Like there. I've been on boards where private organizations will buy up land in order for it not
Mhm.
to be developed, and then just sit on that
Yeah,
land in order for it to be.
conservation. Yeah.
Yeah. So what if you did something like that, right? But for the purposes of bringing in migrants or whatever, and so that
Well,
patch
the
of
problem
land
is the
just
moment you
keeps getting
funnel
bigger
them,
and bigger.
right?
Uh,
Problem is the moment you funnel 'em. I mean, I'm an anarchist
yeah.
that believes in private property rights. Like, if you want to
Uh,
build, if you want to buy like 100 square miles on the border of Texas, I think you ought to be able to have your fucking communist commune there of
mm,
citizens and non-citizens, and the federal government shouldn't have any fucking right to tell you what you can and can't do there. But the moment you move into the off of that private property, you start
right.
utilizing public services, that's when you get into the domain of stolen property that the nation state has, that it needs to give
Okay.
back to the people, and you need to utilize that in some way
L-
based
Uh,
off of
uh,
the rights of the people you've
Lactoid,
stolen from, so
do
you
you
can
have anything
return
you
it.
want to add?
A lot's been said. I like the idea of requiring the visa system where people have to co-sign. The only issue with it though is I think it's the only reason I'm sort of like it is because the ideal system would be open borders with no welfare state. That would be the ideal system. But you'd
have to get rid of all public things too.
Sure.
Which would basically mean the dissolution of the state.
You would get rid of a lot.
You'd have to dissolve the state. Because you couldn't have public schools, you couldn't have public libraries, you couldn't have public roads. You'd have to privatize all property. Public property couldn't exist anymore. And by doing that, you would just get rid of the nation state. Because the immigrants would be using public property. Right?
I understand. I understand, right. And so I don't necessarily
without a vote.
I don't necessarily think that you would have to, especially open borders, in the sense of, perhaps we could roll it back if something crazy happened. I don't know if you'd have to remove all public property in order to have it, but you could definitely get away with essentially with the current rate. You could remove like restrictions.
I'm with you.
As long as you got rid of the welfare
state. Rid of the welfare state. What I'm saying is public property is welfare. So it is an incentivization of people to come and utilize services for free that they didn't pay for.
That's fair. That's fair. And I suppose you would have to develop some kind of system to protect against that.
But you have limited welfare. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Sure. When I'm referring to welfare here, I'm referring to like traditionally the redistribution programs that we identify as welfare: Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, et cetera, et cetera.
Social Security,
and so,
et cetera.
Yeah.
60% of the federal budget.
Well, I think about 60. It's closer to 66 now, but roughly, yeah. But I think that just pragmatically speaking, I think that as soon as people started dying in the street, you'd have like people get angry and try to vote welfare in to try to stop that from happening. And I think, Scott, that from a consequentialist lens, your proposal might be the best protection from that because it at least gives us someone to blame, right? Oh, they're dying in the street. Well, who signed off on their visa?
Why did Red Cross is supposed to pay for this?
Right, and then we can blame them instead of people blaming the government.
Someone died.
Yeah. Right. So that might be the best way. That might be the best way to handle it.
System.
But on a fundamental level, I disagree with Hoppe that this is a system that actually is like principally correct. Like I can agree with it on a consequentialist element, but I think there's like a problem with the principle of we have this public entity that's preventing people from walking onto public land. Why? Because they happen to be on that side of the invisible border instead of this side of the invisible border. This shit's all made up anyway, okay? We just fucking made it up, and now we got guns to protect the idea.
Yeah, but the position is both are rights violations. So this is a policy to limit rights violations the best we can.
Right, which is consequentialism here, right? We're saying, okay, we're going to be violating some rights here by gunning down people who are potentially going to be running across the border. But the idea is we want to prevent like further rights violations down the line by having to raise taxes to pay for them, et cetera.
No, it's not consequentialism. Consequentialism, first of all, it could be considered consequentialism, right? I understand that. There's nothing wrong with consequentialism so long as it doesn't supersede the non-aggression principle. And the thing here is that in a choice between open borders and closed borders, both of these are violations of the non-aggression principle. So what you do is then you attempt to make the best decision you can to bring about the dissolution of the state or to bring about reduction in rights violations. And that is that system.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to do any more ANCAP stuff. I'm Gibbs.
I'm just doing the immigration system. That
I know.
Yeah, let me get some excitement back in here. So as for what Fairy Queen asked earlier with her scenario, and then the whole comment about women not being able to vote or shouldn't be allowed to vote, I actually think it's good that some people are empathetic. It's real good. Some people think I'm not empathetic because I'm sitting here saying bomb these people as they cross the border. But you know what? It's because I'm empathetic to the people that are having to deal with this here, right? People are always real empathetic when we have this bleeding heart image of, Mother Guadalupe and her child coming across the border, right? Like that's a problem. That's a problem. I get it. That happens. I'm not saying it doesn't. But you know who else is suffering? The American taxpayer. The Americans that are living here. We are suffering because we are literally being invaded. And so the idea that
wait, that grandma, when you said fuck that grandma, remember? She was an American taxpayer too.
Well,
So you're fucking the American taxpayer as
hold
well.
up. That was a whole different subject, and that was a welfare subject. And in that case, I don't want my tax dollars going to that either. But so I'm being consistent. So here's my point, though: is these we have a duty as America to sit here and defend our national borders, right? That is important. So whenever we sit here ask these scenarios like, "Oh, would you shoot the 10-year-old? Would you shoot the 5-year-old?" No, I mean, I hopefully, even if I'm old and decrepit, can throw a 10-year-old or a 5-year-old off my property. Now, if they came back with an AK-47 and they were a trained child soldier from the Lord's Army in Africa, then I mean, sometimes you got to give them. Maybe they're a little shit. 5-year-olds
That's
are a little
Gibbs
shit.
moderating, okay?
I'm just saying. Sometimes
At least he's not shooting him.
Sometimes they got to get a whooping. All right, the mom and daddy didn't teach them right. Maybe someone got to wring their neck. All right, send them back across the property. But my point is, you know what? And that is empathy. We're teaching them a valuable lesson. Don't go on other people's property without permission. You're welcome. In fact, if we had more of that, we'd have less of this bullshit that's happening at the border. But you know what?
But then they grow up and become a supervillain in 15 years and get revenge. That's the problem with leaving them alive, okay?
That's the problem.
Listen, they're not going to turn into Dr. Doom.
Like, it's not empathy.
You are a.
You
It's not
guys-
empathy. Just
Listen, spare the rod, spoil the child. We've clearly seen how this has worked out. We have a nation of little shits right now. We can all agree. That people are problem. And when I say little shits, I mean people our age, your age. People just don't know what being told no does anymore. You told somebody they can't have their own way, they start crying. So you know what? It all comes back to sparing the rod. We maybe need to go back and give these little 10-year-olds coming on our properties a whooping sooner, and they wouldn't be acting up like later. You're welcome. So I'm glad we can get that off the ANCAP.
And
guys.
you bombing them is an example of you not sparing the rod.
It's a hell of a
right?
whooping.
Utilizing
Yeah.
the rod.
It
It's
solves
the
the problem.
whooping. It's the mother of all
They're not gonna-
whoopings.
They're not going to turn into a little shit later if they cease to exist. I'm just
No,
saying.
they certainly won't.
Wow.
I mean, I understand. Like, is there an actual argument that you want to make there, or are you just fucking around?
Don't shoot 5-year-olds that go into your property. You can kick them off.
No,
Really?
you just physically throw them off. I mean, yeah, there's
You can physically throw them off. Yeah, that's the gentleman's
if they
principle.
keep-
You grab
if
them
they
and
keep
you
coming
displace
back,
them.
You don't have.
I mean, what's
you
the
don't have,
limiting
like,
principle?
serious-
Maybe give them a
What's
spanking,
the age
like,
at which
sit
you
in
get
the front,
shot
coming back.
and
and
below
you
what you done?
utilize the
When you
catapult,
pose a reasonable
when
threat.
you're moving.
Yeah, when you pose. Yeah, I mean, it could be 10. It could be 10 if they're walking across your property with an AK, saying they're going to shoot you. Like, I mean, that's a reasonable threat. Hey, Baba,
Yeah.
time to die. I'm sorry. Like, it's not going to be me. Like, it sucks.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's
yes,
a reasonable
they're pointing
point.
an AK. Yeah,
Gibbs
that's
should
different.
make
What is the
That's
argument?
a reasonable point. See, there's some.
It could
Yeah.
be a
we get
child
one.
soldier.
What is the
Part of
what
the
is the
invasion.
argument here?
Part of the
If I'm
invasion,
trying to
right?
understand-
Exactly.
If I'm trying to understand the
They all have
argument,
AKs up, don't they?
like beyond the meme, right? Like, is the argument essentially what I said earlier? Is that, like, you can't call something empathy when you're being empathetic with other people's money, right? Like, I think there's this wonderful article by Jack Donovan, crazy white supremacist gay guy who's like a gay journalist, and now he goes out in the woods with like a bunch of like neo-Viking dudes.
Could be
and is, like,
considered
gay sex and talks
consequentialism,
about
right?
superiority.
I understand that.
Maybe.
There's nothing wrong with
Regardless,
consequentialism so long
Fucking
Flip that.
it doesn't
great
could be
article by Jack Donovan. Violence is golden, right? And and he has a ton of really good lines in it. But one of the lines that I really like is when he talks about the mother, the soccer mom that is saying, I want a law to save the whales. And the thing is that, like, if you don't actually enforce saving the whales, then that law is meaningless, right? It has to be backed up by violence. And so when you say, I want a law to save the whales, what you're really saying is I want the Leviathan to use its power to save the Leviathans, right? Every law that exists is backed up by violence. Every single fine that exists, every tax that exists requires that if someone says, I'm not going to pay that money, armed men willing to commit violence will either forcibly throw that person in a cage or will point their guns at them and forcibly seize their property. And so when people say, well, I'm being empathetic, or or we should do this because it's the right thing, or I feel like it's the right thing to correct this wrong, it's important to understand that the state apparatus that supports that is one that uses violence and theft from Americans constantly in order to support that system. And so if your justification is that this needs to be done, you can't say I'm doing it out of empathy, because you
I'm being
can't be
empathetic with other
empathetic with other people's money.
But I'm
But
not
this
just
is
being
also-
but I'm not being empathetic with other people's money. I'm being empathetic with my money. I hate to disillusion your image of me, but I do in fact work and I do in fact pay taxes. And so that means that I am buying into the system that is going to implement these policies that you don't like. And as
Well,
I live in the
that's not
neighborhood,
true.
I live in the
a
community in which they that they impact. Absolutely is true. It absolutely
You're
is
saying
true.
you're saying you're only being empathetic with your money, right? Like if you were only being empathetic with your money, then you wouldn't be voting for things that are funded by the state.
No,
that
what
uses
I'm
other
saying is
people's
that
money.
I'm being
You would
empathetic with
just donate
our
to charity
money,
organizations.
right? By the virtue of the fact that I am paying taxes, I am buying in to what the state is implementing, and on what
Right, you're saying our money, right? Right.
yes,
You're
because
saying
it's
you have a
my money
collective
too, because
right to
I
property.
also pay taxes. That's
But you don't have a collective right to property.
Oh,
You can't.
Okay, but hold on, Scott. I do have a question.
Not
So,
possible.
like, after World War II, like, actually considerably
Mhm.
after World War II, because it was a while before this kind of restitution started happening. But like all of that stolen Nazi gold and art and stuff like that, we started. So that was all done by violence, like through the state, right? But then the restitution came from governments using violence by the state in order to steal that from wherever it ended up. And often it ended up in private hands, right? Private German hands.
Mhm.
And then we stole it back through use of violence and then gave
Can't
it
steal
back
something
to.
back.
Right. So that's my question. Were they just legitimately getting it back using the force of government? Or was it.
What I would say is very simple.
You should use a private investigatory
Any police,
force
any
to do
police or
that.
military organization by the state, what they have stolen is the monopoly and the usage, the justification of the usage for force and violence, right? So the police, the military, etc. The state has stolen the right for us to police ourselves, for us to defend ourselves with military action, etc. That being said, whilst that is stolen, right, it would be an additional rights violation to demand, for example, it would be a rights violation for me to say police should maintain that only they have a right to capture and imprison murderers, and also all of the prisons should let out all the murderers.
Okay,
Because
forget
if
the
that were to
only
occur-
part. But forget the only part. Let's say the French government
Right.
discovers that there's invaluable art like in some private person's like house or whatever. The French
no, I
government
was
goes
kidding.
in. Okay.
Right. So what I'm saying is it's unjustified for police to exist, and yet it is an additional wrong to demand that the police not enforce the policing activities that adhere to natural law, whilst also maintaining an enforcement of their monopoly. Right. So it's bad for police to exist. It's worse for police to exist and then not do their job while keeping other people from doing that. So what I was saying is the state ought return and grab stolen property insofar that it exists. But the ultimate thing the state should do is to stop enforcing their monopoly and to give that right back to the people.
Like I said, he wants a private investigatory power to be able to. You can hire them, and they can do this.
Maybe that's how you get your reparations, right? Is you just black people individually just steal back their wealth from like
no,
No,
Stolen-
he can hire.
no,
He can hire an agency.
or
no,
whatever.
like-
Not steal, like righteously reclaim the wealth
reparations
that they earned.
reparations are absolutely justified.
Mhm.
The problem is that
Right.
you can't use reparations as a collective right. You can't say black people deserve reparations. What you can say though is my great-great-grandfather passed on this piece of paper that is a deed to this property in northern Georgia before we walked the Trail of Tears. That property is my fucking property. And then they should be able to go to the government, and I don't care who lives there now. It doesn't matter. That's stolen land that you have a specific deed for that becomes your property. And then the state or some other entity
The right of return.
like might pay the property owner to get rid of, like it would depend on the property. Like, and I think this is especially important when we look at, let's say, Israel and Palestine, right? Like, because I think there are a lot of people out there.
That's
that,
where I was going
because of
next, yeah.
The Nakba in 48, they have property deeds to property in Israel. That is their fucking property. And they can prove is their fucking property. And it is absolutely incumbent upon Israel to let those people come back and get that property back. But the same could be true, right, of Israelis that were forced out of Gaza and other areas.
Forced out of
as well.
Germany.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'll leave it there. Let's wrap up. I'm gonna wrap up the stream. We can still keep talking here if you guys want to. But thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. This was a interesting conversation as always. We have colorful personalities, and we love them all. But yeah, guys, if you enjoyed this conversation, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. I'll go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for coming through. This was exciting. And I really did appreciate your legal perspective, especially on the first topic. Couldn't have had that back and forth without you.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Great personalities, great topics as always. Thank you all for arguing with me. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Liketoy TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't actually confident in the topics for today when I came up with them, but you all once again showed that you can talk about just about anything and have it be interesting, substantive. So shout out to my participants.
Still want to do
You're the ones
federalism.
who make it happen. I would like this was supposed to be about federalism. We have to pick a pure federalism
back
topic.
multiple
I
Yeah,
argued almost
Tony-
exclusively federalism, except for the very end.
Yeah, fair enough. Scott, thank you for coming through and being a part of this. It was a lot of fun. It's not the same without you. So we're really glad you're here.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm Scott Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere. Fabian Liberty, anarcho-capitalist, debating in philosophy, and yeah, so that should be fun.
Gibbs,
And I
you
enjoyed
are-
everyone. Obligatory. Everybody's cool. I stand by my statements that it was consequentially bad for women to get the right to vote, and I also stand by my statement that Fairy Queen appears to be the only Twitch streamer I've ever seen that doesn't look stinky on camera. The rest of you, myself included, look stinky. You all look stinky, but not her. All right. There
What if
you
we
go.
based voting off of stinkiness, and then that would be interesting.
I would say it's a more objective metric than age of majority, right? Like I would say, like you probably it's better to only give voting rights to people that aren't stinky than to give voting rights to people just because they hit 18, because there's a lot of stinky retards out there.
Okay. Gibbs, thank you. You're a singular existence. No one quite like you, friend. And I love that you come on. Like I didn't get to say this in the intro, but I missed not having you around. I know you had other obligations, but I'm very, very happy that you came back, especially for this topic, because I really want to hear your opinions, and they were as batshit as I hoped. So,
I used to think no one bit more bullets than Lactoid, but Gibbs has proven me wrong.
I'm ready to buy some bullets. You gotta get that taste of lead in your mouth. No, I really miss being on here. I enjoy these quite a bit. It's really fun. I was missing my politics while I was being a degenerate. It was good times. But just in closing, I just want to say, hey, federal government, y'all can come and take it, all that good jazz. You got to get the obligatory to vote in there. But yeah, you can find me everywhere. Admiral Gibbs. It's always really fun to come and do these. I hope you keep having me back.
Thank you. Absolutely. Aiko, thank you for being an example of a sane Texan. They do exist.
Every once
being
in a while.
Representative of your people. Aiko, thanks so
We
much
have
for coming.
5 blue cities, by the way, in Texas. So just want to say.
And you still can't fucking
Yeah,
overturn
cities are
the.
blue.
Okay.
Yeah, no, still it's not enough. Yeah. But I just want to say though, I do want to say, I wish I had like the tools in here to flip over to a picture of De Zavala, because he's like the whitest guy.
Yeah, well, I
ever.
also said once again for the record, and once again is very dark. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Pick your guy better than next time. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm Hispanic too. It counts. I look like Dave Zavala.
Yeah.
And you're the only type of Hispanic that they like. But thank you.
Early
Aiko.
red-haired Hispanic, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Cortez was
he'll get into the
redhead.
circle before I will, right? He'll get into that circle before I will.
He's mixed. He's
Yeah,
mixed.
no, for sure.
Yeah, fair enough. And finally, we have our friend FQ.
It could be a pharaoh.
2 things with FQ. First, I'm really appreciative of you coming back. We didn't have FQ here last week, and it hurt because I think she would have had a lot to say in those topics, something and provide interesting things. But you were here today, and we're very grateful for you. Secondly, though, this is a shout out to our friend Admiral Gibbs, right? He saw through FQ's bullshit, right? Clearly, she's a crypto mainer, just like Lactoid's a crypto Canadian. He sees through you, right?
I
We
knew it.
all know.
The turtleneck. Why?
Everyone here knows that FQ's favorite bird is a black capped chickadee, right? The state bird of Maine. So she pretends like she's from some other state, a state that loves freedom, right? But we know, no, she's indeed from Maine with the other elites. So, but we appreciate despite your lies, FQ. You're very much appreciated, and we hope to have you back in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. It was super, super fun. My favorite bird is, in fact, a hyacinth macaw. It's not a black-capped chickadee, just for the record. But hi, everybody. Thank you so much for a fun night. Had a lot of fun. And you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage right here. You can see this below. You can find me on YouTube, and you can find me on Twitter at Fairy _Queen on Twitter. Vote blue, protect women and children based. That's my exit.
Awesome. In fact, I'll raid Mr. Fanatic. But come back in the future, everyone. We'd love to have you. We'll do more of this. Just stalling for time, as always. And off you go. Yeah, thanks all of you. This was a really, really great conversation. Like, again, much better than I thought it was. I was really unsure of this topic, but you guys, you knocked it out.
Are we offline?
I'm still streaming.
I'm offline. I don't know about anyone else. Maybe Lightweight with like 3 people.
I'm online as well.
I mean, I record everything, but I'm not like streaming anywhere.
Don't TOS us is what we're saying.
Yeah.
No,
Are you gonna say something interesting?
Scott, what the fuck? How much of this do you actually believe, and how much of this is you playing a character? Okay, you cannot seriously.
It's all real.
No.
How much of this is
there
real?
There is no character there. Yeah.
Okay?
I'm an anarcho-capitalist.
Gibbs is a different story. I think he's a lot of.
What do you?
I think Gibbs is a little bit of a character.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
What do you think I don't believe?
I guess I want you to tell me the history of what it is to be you. How did you come across some of these thoughts?
I mean, it's real simple.
He fell into the deontology pit.
I was raised by like a standard Democrat family that was super obsessed with politics. Like, I was in a baby stroller on the Clinton campaign and stuff. And then I eventually became like a socialist, like, and read a lot of Marx and read a lot of Luxembourg and just the fun, like, little stuff like that.
God, I was
and then
I was a socialist too at one point.
And then I got older. I got a little older. And I kind of went and I was homeless. I got kicked out of my house, sleeping in my car, traveled the East Coast with gypsies, their word, not mine, Armenian gypsies, doing like construction, like concrete work. Kind of like fell, I don't want to say out of politics, but like maybe more like disillusioned with everything. Joined the military as a 68 whiskey healthcare specialist combat medic. Started to become a little bit libertarian. Started to see like Gamergate and things like that, and started to see started like actually read economic theory, read political philosophy, the opposing side. Realized they were all idiots, and then I slowly became libertarian and more libertarian over time. And then eventually, I read Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory about how you can use criminal justice systems through voluntary rights enforcement agencies and courts and arbitration. And that was the final nail in the coffin that pushed me towards anarcho-capitalism, and learning more and more about the philosophy and getting deeper and deeper down that rabbit hole. There you go.
So I got a question.
It's got to be. I just very quickly. It's a failure of mine, right? Because it's got to be part of the onboarding process for new individuals. Yes, Scott's an ANCAP. Yes, he believes. Yes, really, he actually believes it. And no, you can't argue him out of it.
I would say
So
there are a
once
lot
you
of
understand
ANCAPs.
those three,
There are a
Oh.
lot of ANCAPs in politics, right? Like, like Dave Smith and Clint Russell, and there are, there are a bunch of, people that claim anarcho-capitalism. I think the major difference between me and them is that like they kind of hide it. You know what I mean? Like they really speak more about like populist right wing basic libertarian principles. But if you grill them, they're ANCAPs. I'm just not ashamed of it. Like I'll openly and fully embrace it.
he's out and
say,
proud, and
like,
we love him
well,
for it.
fuck you. I'll just tell you.
Admiral Gibbs, you want to say something?
So yeah, I gotta change the topic, and I kind of want to get Joel's opinion on.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So I don't know how up to date y'all are with all the recent controversy. I kind of just took a crash course last night through all the recent Twitch poll drama and controversy. We don't need to go into names specifics, but
Not at all.
I did find this kind of interesting, and I'm a little torn on it because one side I'm an ultra capitalist, and y'all know I love getting paid. Like I love it. There's probably nothing I like more than getting paid, right?
Oh no.
But on the flip side,
Okay.
I feel like there's an aspect to like disingenuity of things, right? So I'm kind of torn on how to feel about some stuff that's come up recently about potentially we'll go with political action committees influencing Twitch streamers one way or the other. What do y'all think about this? Well, do y'all have opinions? I'm just curious because I really don't know how to feel.
In influencing them in what way?
I mean, how political action committees influence
He's talking
people.
about PV.
Yeah.
I mean, but it wouldn't matter. But to be specific, it wouldn't matter if it was just PV. If it was, say, if I made the Gibbs Caring Foundation and I started paying y'all or anybody to like start doing stuff in general, how do y'all think about what
So
y'all feel about?
I did work for Progressive Victory.
Sure.
In fact, they just gave me a tax form. But
So you're somebody I should ask.
okay, yeah. So what do you? I don't know.
So-
what this means by influence. I mean, like,
So I guess
they have
this
goals
is
that
I guess
align
this
with my goals.
Right. So like, and I also like, so all right, let me put this a different way, right? So I feel like a lot of people on Twitch advocate like that it's not mainstream media. We're definitely like our own. You're getting our own views, right? And if you're out
I don't
personally,
get
like it's
mainstream money, that's for sure. Yeah.
right. Well, hey, right. You know what I'm saying. So it's more like independent, whatever. And so I personally don't have a problem with this concept on my head on face value, right? But I do think people should know, like maybe going in, hey, I'm going on a stream with somebody that's doing this, or vice versa, et cetera, or say, hey, I'm a Progressive Victory sponsored stream. Like tomorrow, I'm doing a stream for Big Time Games, right? I'm going to do a stream for Big Time Games. They're going to pay me, and at the top and everywhere, I'm going to put like
Yeah.
the HUD. Oh, this is the Big Time Gaming, et cetera, right?
Mhm.
And so I feel like people should know what that content is, as opposed to saying I'm whatever content, right?
If
So-
you're, yeah, you're 100%. If that's your point, then
Right,
That's
so
what
I'm
I
just-
did. When I did like a paid stream for them, I made very clear, hey, this is a patient, it's a sponsored stream. Even I'd done things with Progressive Victory before, but none of it was paid. But this one, I made it very clear, it's very paid. I wrote it in the title, and I put it in other places as well, and I stated it repeatedly for new people who came in. So yeah, that should be around. That should be like the standard. Fair enough.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was thinking. But on the flip side, my ultra capitalist side says, why the fuck should I have to do that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just curious. What do y'all think? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of torn. But, like, I think I lean more to what you said, like you did, Prime. But I kind of want to get y'all's opinions. What do y'all think about this? Or do you think
I would
it's
say
good
that this is
or bad?
this
that
is
they're
one of those
doing it? Like, in
situations-
general, these different groups. Sorry.
this is one of those situations where my ethics and my morality split deeply. Because unfortunately most people don't even know the difference. But regardless, there's nothing unethical about like there's no demand or rights violation here in like not telling anybody. Like if you don't want to tell anybody, don't tell anybody. Like, that's your prerogative. You're under no moral duty or obligation to do so. Me personally though, yeah, like I think open transparency and where you're getting funding and money from is probably the best and most honest thing. And I would say that it's kind of stupid not to disclose that, because anybody that's been streaming for a while knows that 99% of the people that are streaming, and to anybody watching currently, yes, your favorite streamer too, are grifters, liars, pieces of shit. They backstab people behind. They're saving your DMs so that they can expose you later. And eventually, if you piss off enough people, they will uncover any information about you, and they will tell the story in the most uncharitable way possible as a means of trying to destroy you or destroy your reputation, because they all see you as in competition with them at the end of the day. And also, if they can make drama out of it and they can make money and they can make clicks off of it, they'll love that too. So I would say it's a really dumb idea not to just go ahead and tell people up front anyways. It's probably not smart to do it without telling people, because eventually you'll get found out and it'll end up biting you in the ass. But also, I think for transparency's sake, you probably should. But yeah, you're under no obligation to do so if you don't want to. That's my answer.
Yeah, I didn't follow any of that drama, so like I'm just hearing about this now. But that's really.
Let me pose you a different way, because this also came up in a conversation I just had, and so they brought up that, say we all like doing panels, right? The concern, I guess, is twofold. One, you go on a panel not knowing, say hypothetically, that someone is sponsored by one of these organizations, right? Say it was, like I said, the Gibbs Caring Foundation, and y'all came on the Gibbs panel. And then I took all these subjects and was like, look, this is what the left is talking about. But I presented all the questions, right? That would, in reality, not fair. It's not a fair assessment to y'all if y'all don't know coming in that y'all could be getting hit that. And the other one I kind of thought was interesting was whenever they brought
the risk of every panel.
Sure, and that's kind of what I would argue, but I think it's worse whenever you have like an organization could use this as a feeder into like some kind of like all this other stuff, and you're not aware that there's something. Now, I guess it's a risk you take as a streamer in general. So I can be
There's also a risk that something goes viral out of context. Anyway.
Sure, right, yeah, and that one I'm a little less sold on, but the one that sold me a little bit more concerning was. Would these people structure panels a certain way to get certain content, and is that a problem? And in my head, I want to say no, because when I'm looking at it on its face, right? Like, say I had a women, all right, I'll use this one. We have had all these men's talk and women's talk panels lately. A lot of us have had, right? I mean, I hosted one a month ago, right? And I tried to have a pretty balanced one, but I could very easily have been like, no, I only want people that are going to defend one point well, and then I'm going to get people on my side I know will not defend well, so that they get dunked on, right?
Patsies.
Patsies. And I was wondering if that is something y'all think is a concern, or do you think that these packs moving in? Because I mean, if one pack's moving in, there's going to be more eventually, right? It's not like it's like the tip of the iceberg, is my opinion, right? So I kind of just kind of curious what y'all think. I hate to bring this up because
I'm still here, but I had a problem, but I'm still here.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I'm just kind of concerned because I know that it's like if one pack is doing this, it's only a matter of time before a lot of packs are doing it, right? And what are y'all's thoughts on this?
What's happening is you've seen this in TikTok as well too, right? Like the Harry or the Sisson, I can't remember those Gen Z fucking weirdo kids that are shake. I'm literally shaking in my car. Blah, blah, blah. You're seeing a lot of TikTok influencers that are being paid money through like the Biden administration, for example. The Biden administration's not denying this; they're openly proud of it, right? Like they openly say yes, we are here. We pay TikTok influencers as part of campaign to reach out to younger voters, et cetera, right? So I mean, I really just think it's the relevancy of whatever platform and the person's platform, in terms of the audience capture. You're probably gonna see more of this as boomer politicians realize that they're gonna need to have to reach out to an audience that has left television and radio. Right, like the people that are interested have moved on to social media in larger numbers. Yes, you're gonna see more of this for sure.
What about the rest of y'all? What do y'all think?
I don't. I never have any problem with people accepting money for those purposes or whatever. It's the whether or not to disclose, right? That's the big question.
I mean, it can be. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, for me, that's where the line is, and I'm pro disclosure, right? So, just like I like sunshine laws and government or whatever. I was just It's also something that we think about in the church, right? So people talk about church-state separation. That if you're in religion or if you're on the pulpit or whatever, you shouldn't have political opinions or something, or you should not, or you should hide them from your congregation or something like that. Doesn't make really like in the Catholic Church we have this concept called the church militant, which is that your political like decisions should be informed by the morality that was shaped by your religious conviction. And so it doesn't really make sense to separate religion and politics, for instance. And so like in this situation, like separating out the political views that you're advocating for on your stream from the real political advocacy that you agree with in the real world or whatever, like to make sure that those two never mix, that doesn't make sense to me either, because in both instances, like you're supposed to be a moral actor who like is enacting that morality in the both politically and in terms of like your personal relationship. Yeah, all of it. Praxis. Yes, exactly. So the idea that you can't take money from an organization that you happen to agree with or whatever, or even if you don't agree with, it doesn't really matter. But I do think that you could be crossing a line if you're if you're not transparent about it. Even really big, like sort of cynical organizations, like efforts like Cambridge Analytica, right, in 2016, which I think even if you're conservative, you might not agree with those methods, but that it would be fine if it was transparent, if it was clear where that message was coming from on the social media that you're watching. Well, then I wouldn't have a problem with it.
I think there is something that maybe we're not discussing that is like kind of understood or vibed out, but we're not really like explicitly talking about. Which is that there is an understanding that some percentage of YouTube and Twitch streamers, their numbers, their metrics, their popularity, and their clout are illegitimate. Right? Like, I think we all know that there are people we see with like 300 people watching in Twitch with a chat that's slower than the person that has 30 people watching. You know what I mean? Or you see this especially with, let's say, Kick, where the numbers are just blown out of proportion. Hilarious.
Yeah, Kick's ridiculous.
Right, but that's like everybody. Let's Kick themselves is obvious.
Yeah, I think they're definitely fighting them. But yeah.
Right, but I mean, like, but you also see this too with YouTube, right? I see this all the time with YouTube engagement and things like that. And like the thing is that is unfortunate with YouTube, is that like even if you don't buy bots, once you get over 10 or 20,000 subscribers, you have a ton of bots. And the reason you have a ton of bots is because a bunch of other people are buying bots, and they're trying to make sure that their bots don't look illegitimate. And so those bots don't just watch the people's content that buy bots. They also watch other related content and subscribe to other related channels, right? So like as you get bigger as a YouTuber, you get more and more bots. And so what this means is that like there's an imbalance where the people that have like 100, 200,000, a million followers, they're getting paid ad revenue based off of a decent portion of bots, and people at the bottom, almost all of their viewers are probably real. And so they're actually like, there's an imbalance there in terms of like how many views they're getting. So when you add another factor, which is potentially a secret ally that is funding you, a political group, I do think that there is I don't know that I'm not saying that it's a one-to-one at all, right? But I do think secret political groups that are pushing narratives that pick influencers in a space that may or may not have at least some percentage of it is fake. The popularity, the clout is fake, and they're buying bots and views as a means of then getting more clout and generating more views, etc., that are organic because of the ones that they bought. I think that there's a lot of potential for like a compounding of multiple issues that alone aren't that bad, but like combined you get into this, because like how do you get sponsored? Well, you get sponsored by giving them your metrics and saying like, look, this is what I believe, this is how many viewers I get, this is how many views I get, this is my watch duration, right? And so like that determines how much money you're going to get paid and whether or not the person really wants to use you in your campaign. So there's a certain incentive there for people that are less than savvy to purchase and pump up their numbers to then get sponsored to purchase and pump up their numbers even a little bit more so that they can get this clout and they can get this fame, and it's all artificial. And there's like a kind of a positive feedback loop of like clout and problems that is creating like fake influencers.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, you would know, Scott, that I'm an honest individual here.
Yeah, my 2K subscribers, I really botted the fuck out of that.
Yeah. All right.
Well, my demonetized videos, like I'm really botting the hard.
Yeah, you and I. Yeah, we're both quite really, at the very least, honest. But yeah. Look, Aiko, did you have anything else to say? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, that was it. I mean, my comment on the church militant was just to say that I understand, like, that there are certain times when you do want to take two different things and like keep them in separate silos for whatever reason. But I don't think this is one of those instances. In fact, I think it's utterly illogical to like separate those two worlds. But when it comes to transparency, that's a whole different matter. Like that was even the problem with money in politics and my bigger problem with Citizens United wasn't unlimited campaign donations, although like we could have that conversation, but it was really about dark money. It was about nobody knowing like where your money was coming from, where your support was coming from, which enables you to
which
like
is
basically
still
tell,
probably a majority of money.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
It is because Citizens United protects dark money specifically. Like, so if they had struck everything down but said it still has to be transparent or whatever, that would have been in my opinion, a far better decision.
Well, yeah, but there's also like gray money, right? Which is like
Right.
I openly support like, Citizens for America, or some random ass organization that's just buying ad revenue that's very clearly supporting a specific, politicians in specific, districts or whatever. Like, so for example,
Or nested shell NGOs, like where you get that org gives to another, and then and it splits them all up to different organizations too. So you can't tell where it's all going.
That happened with Michael Bloomberg in Virginia.
Before we go too far off,
He personally outspent the entire Republican Party in our 2016
and made it look like grassroots money.
But hold on.
He was like, the Democrats, they won a bunch of seats. He outspent the entire party himself. So he put over like $220 million into one election cycle in Virginia. It was like, what the fuck?
I want to know what like Lactoid and Fairy Queen think. I want to know what y'all think in relation to the.
Is Fairy Queen even here? Like, what are you doing, girl?
She might be. She might not be. But I know Lactoid's here.
Fairy Queen is here. Fairy Queen is here. Can you hear Fairy Queen?
We can hear you.
We can hear Fairy Queen.
Okay. Fairy Queen is tired for the night. Fairy Queen just wanted to listen to the conversation, so Fairy Queen, calm down.
Yeah, you're good. I'm just curious what y'all were thinking.
I think she's managing her cats. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Lactoid.
Cat, singular.
Okay. For now.
Oh God.
Nice.
Lactoid.
I don't like it. I think that like the transparency thing is a big thing, right? I think that's like I'm sort of in agreement where like technically you're not like
Feels like
I struggle with it, right? Because it's like the transparency thing. I think if you're transparent about it, like you've resolved a lot of the ethical conundrum. I think.
Yeah.
But even if you're not transparent about it, I still disfavor that, even though I'm not like going to judge you all that hard. And the reason I'm going to disfavor that is because like imagine if you found out that like I was funded by the NRA, and then wow. It's weird that my opinion on guns always happens to be this particular opinion. Let's say, once I've financially entrenched myself into an opinion, you can't change my mind. I have now insulated myself from reason because my paycheck depends on me not changing my mind. Okay? Because if I change my mind on guns, there goes my life. So even if I personally don't believe it, even if I no longer, let's say you convince me, ban all guns or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, you get captured.
I'm never going to fucking tell you that. I'm always going to, in bad faith, continue to argue in favor of guns because that's my fucking paycheck.
That's what happened with the tobacco cancer link in the 90s.
But that doesn't surprise
Mhm.
exactly, right?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I'm realistic in recognizing that people have to get fucking paid. I get that. And so as long as you're transparent about it, you solve most of the like the ethical conundrum. But I still value independent, just in the same way I would like value independent news sources more than like if I found out that like, oh, here's a news agency that's actually an arm of ExxonMobil. Like, I don't give a fuck what that news agency has to say about gas, right? It's literally like, or RT, right? Wow, I wonder what position RT is going to have on the Russian government. Huh? Wow, surprise! They're in favor. Crazy. Of course, it's going to be the case. If tomorrow they say no to Putin, they're all canned.
I would say there are layers
If they're
to it
lucky.
too, right? So like
Yeah, if
so
they're
like
lucky.
in the types of sponsorships and things that you do, right? So I would say like one of them, for example, like so like I have no problem. So like there's the whole lawsuit going on, right, with soft giving, right? I did a soft giving stream. I did two of them, which was sponsored charity drives. And like the first one was great. I loved it. And then like the second one, the charities that they let me pick, I found one that was acceptable, and the rest of them were like trash, right? And then like by the time the next one came around, I paid to get out of that contract, right? Like I paid money out of my bank account to break the contract because I didn't believe in any of the charities that existed that they gave me the second time around. Like they were leftist organizations or organizations masquerading that were like, and I wasn't going to try and like solicit donations from my community towards a charity organization that I didn't believe in. So I had to pay a couple $100 to get out of the contract, which basically like, that's about all I can say because of an NDA. So I have an NDA on some things, right? So I can't. That's about all I can say. Right.
Did you TLDR the soft giving thing? I've never heard of this. Just like a TLDR on the.
The two TLDR. Does somebody else know it? Because I've signed an NDA. Somebody else
can
give a quick
Google it.
summary on it.
Okay.
Okay, I can do it.
Yeah,
Quickly.
so I guess-
Didn't read. Too long didn't read. Soft giving did charity runs, and there's a controversy about what percentage of the money actually went to the charities.
Okay. Fair enough.
In terms of what was supposed to go to the charities in contracts. And like this was like Asmongold, OTK, a bunch of these people were utilizing them, and there's ongoing legal action, etc. And like I said, I can't really say much more than that.
This has played out a few times. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
So I guess my
I also
thing
hate
is,
NDAs.
I feel like Lactoid kind of hit the nail on the head, and it feels like even if your position's bought and you can't go back against it, I also think it's almost maybe it's specifically this space. It feels like it almost is going to like take all of your content because then if you look at even if you like disclose, it's kind of like because like now it's like I'm looking at some of these people I know now have had these and like now there's rumors about other organizations being involved with other people and I like started looking back at all their content. I'm like, well, did you actually structure this panel because you wanted to have this conversation, or did you have structure this panel so that it was like one side's going to get dunks, like as opposed to like anytime I've ever structured a panel, I tried to like match personalities with positions so that like it would be entertaining and it'd be like a good discussion. I never sat here and try like now I haven't hosted as many as some of y'all, right? But like I just feel like now looking at it, if I was bigger and I had options like some of these people, then it's like if I was getting paid, I feel like it's a real possibility. If I went full capitalist mode, I was like, well, yeah, I'm going to structure these things in a manner that's going to make them want to give me more money, even if they don't directly say that. And I don't know. I'm just, I feel like it really taints like all of the content, even
Oh, for sure.
disclosed. I don't know. Like it's kind of like a sour
It taints
taste.
your ability to trust. I think it taints your ability to trust, right? Because now there's like this additional layer of like potential issues.
Yeah.
So like it makes it more difficult to trust. What I would say to anyone trying to
Well, here
to
Queen
do
says
this-
after that.
Oh yeah,
Go
for
ahead,
sure. What I would say to anyone trying to do this is what I find what is much better, I think, is once you get a decent size and you have a decent audience and you have decent metrics, you hit 100,000 watch hours or 200,000 on YouTube, right? You get a couple thousand subscribers, you get whatever it is, whatever metric you're trying to use. What I would then do is really try to find a company that sells a product that tightly matches the type of content that you do and that you can believe in. Because I think you get rid of a lot of ethical issues there while still finding additional ways to monetize your stream by using things like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you're a cyber guy and you do computers and stuff, if you can find like, NordVPN, which is the only VPN organization that's gone to the Supreme Court, or not Supreme Court, has gone to the federal courts twice and said, "Yep, we don't have anything for you. Here's the box of our files, bitch," and showed an empty box. Like, if you believe in that company and you believe in that, you might be wrong, the product might fall apart, etc. But I think you lose almost most of your ethical issues, especially when you're in a position where you're using an affiliate link where you can usually kind of back out at a moment's notice as opposed to a hardcore contract. You can usually do affiliate links without like major contracts, without NDAs, without like a promise to do it for a certain amount of time. It's a lot safer way of doing it to monetizing your stream. But it does mean that you have to aggressively attempt to facilitate your stream into purchasing products. So you got to make sure you definitely believe in the product.
Queen, did you have something?
Yep. I'm here. So I guess there are a couple of things, Gibbs. So I do think that like it boils down to like what Lactoid was saying, like regarding transparency. But the question really will become, especially with the situation that you are pointing out, is what does it mean to be transparent? Like, what does it mean? Is it just enough for me to say just once that PV supported me? Do I have to reiterate it multiple times? Do I need to have a watermark perhaps in the lower left-hand side of the screen so that you can see, yes, this is in fact supported by PV whenever I go on, right? Like that's going to be where this, because nominally nobody disagrees with the idea of being transparent, right? Nobody's going to argue that you should be transparent. I think that even the subjects that you're alluding to, I think that even they would agree with that. The difficulty becomes in deciding what exactly does it mean to be transparent? What does it mean what is a reasonable amount of notice for me to give you, right? And what I would say too, like, while yes, it does damage your ability to trust, I'll just be honest with you. I'm a bit shocked at how shocked so many people say that they are. I mean, did people really not suspect that this type of funny business wasn't happening in the space? I did. I assumed like the second I got here, and I'll just be honest with you, like especially like larger streamers with extremely successful careers, I assumed that half of the personal petty arguments that they got into, I assumed that they sat down with a storyboard and planned it all out. And that honestly, I believe that most of the time, like when people come on to streams and when they perform, I believe that it is a performance, right? And I find it like a little, I understand why, there might be an intrinsic, I understand why people might be more bent to believe streamers and that what they say is true, et cetera, right? But for me, especially like if I see, somebody boosting a certain server, right? If I know that they're present within the space, right? For you not to have that level of cynicism, it seems naive to me. It seems naive that you wouldn't have the suspicion. Like, I mean, like,
I think that should be illegal.
I think it's easy for us to say as content creators, because there's a little bit of like, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, right? I think we get exposed to it enough, and not enough people are open and honest about it. And even if you are open and honest about it, it just ends up causing drama, which makes it seem like you did it only for the drama to begin with, anyways, right? So it's like kind of a double-edged sword where like you almost can't be.
Yeah, but like
about
there's
how dirty
also
the space is.
there's also like a flip side to that, right? And I want to say like I'll use Prime here as an example, right? Like Prime has me on. Hey, he's more than willing to put up with my bullshit and let me say my stupid shit. Guess what? I'm much
That's
more
not where I
willing.
thought you were going.
I mean, I'm much more willing to like, hey, if I'm gonna donate to XYZ streamer, I can't go in there and make it rain like some of his big guys, but I'll go in there and throw him some money when I can, right? And it's like, hey, I'm not saying that he's more willing to have me on, but I'm sure it probably doesn't hurt, right? And there's like kind of like that aspect of streaming as well that I think there's people that like in general, and I'm not saying Prime does this. Right, I'm just using this example because like I've donated there, and so I'm much more willing
to do it intentionally.
Right, and I'm much more willing to like donate to people I work with regularly, right? Like, and that's one thing I think. I think it's a lot different whenever we have these outside organizations that are political actors, and we have political agents that their job is to be a political agent coming in, and they influence and they do it under the guise of like we're one thing and we do another, and I think that's kind of what's concerning me. Now, as far as what Fairy Queen said, yeah, I 100% agree. The more I've done more of the DGen shit, the more I've seen how it's a WWE persona, like everything's faked kind of side of things, as opposed to Twitch poll, which I thought was. I guess maybe I'm naive. And I thought most people on Twitch poll were like, spouting whatever bullshit they believed in most of the time. But like now I'm coming to a realization that maybe I should have been collecting some checks from some people.
Oh, yeah,
and I've been going about this the whole wrong way. And maybe that's what I'm really meant. No, I'm just kidding. But
Here's
like,
one example
feels like
that's a big enough thing to where what you're talking about is true. I think this addresses like what Fairy Queen was talking about earlier too. But you remember the whole like the Destiny Anna drama?
Yes.
I remember while all of that thing was going on, I remember at one point like Melina coming up to him and saying, "This is one of the times when they were like interacting again." And Melina had said, you should have learned your lesson by now. Like, I told you this would happen, whatever it was that was happening. And I remember him responding to her on mic. It wasn't like a accidental hot mic moment. Like he I don't think this was the big secret. He turns to her and says, "Yeah, but did you see the numbers?"
Yeah, exactly.
So the stuff that everyone was assuming was a big pain in the butt for him turned out to be something that he was milking. And it wasn't clear to me because I didn't know Destiny lore. I still don't really know much Destiny lore at the time.
I mean, that's true. That's true all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many
but I
people
just
that live
wasn't
and
assuming
breathe
it
off of.
until he said
So,
it. Yeah.
President
Wait,
Saab
how does
is
fake
another example
drama? How does fake drama not meet all the elements of fraud? I don't know.
Right,
It was-
right? I mean, like President, like I was saying, President Sunday is another example of this, right? Like where he just tries to find.
Well, we're naming names now, I guess.
So like,
Well, but
I don't give a fuck. I mean, like when he tried.
Well,
to
like I
cancel
said,
us, I kind of don't give a fuck.
I don't think this is a secret.
no.
You know
Well,
what I mean? But it's like it's just one example. Like it's fine.
Yeah.
Like I mean, they're everywhere. Like it's like
Yeah.
I said, your favorite streamer too.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason why like I just got sick of fucking Twitch Paul.
Mhm.
And was just like, all right, like the streaming thing was just like, all right, well, I'll just do videos because these.
F
Are
you.
I mean, like to me, like I mean, this is maybe like refuting what I said a second ago. I'm actually surprised. Like when I came like into Twitch poll, I expected that like when everybody would come onto camera, that everybody would be batshit and insane and say the most wild things, right? But then the cameras would go off and you'd go behind the scene and everybody would be relatively a little less heated and relatively normal, right? And I can't tell you how surprised I've been at the number of times where that has not been true, where in fact the reverse of that has been true, where I will talk to somebody and they will seem completely
The
unhinged.
batshit is genuine.
And then I will talk to them off stage and it's even worse. But I do think that there is something. So like Lactoid mentioned that this should be fraud. I mean, is reality TV fraud? Is it fraud if I watch like the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and they show me their latest, I don't know, like
Yeah,
you think that's
battle.
fraud? You think that's that's obviously fake, right? Like it's so scripted.
Or the cameras turn off on Survivor and
there's
they
a
get a bottle of
substantive
water.
difference.
I
think
I'm
to
not.
be
I
fair-
even want that to have a disclaimer. Fuck it. And by the way, that's like the bottom of the barrel shit right there. Anyway, so like I'm gonna make some vast generalizations here. I'm gonna argue,
good.
and I'm sorry if this applies to any of you. People who watch reality TV, like you're controlling. Not everybody's like bottom of the barrel, but you're controlling for generally the lowest rung of American society. Okay.
Sometimes it's great.
I don't trust the lowest rung of American society to be able to necessarily tell what's real and what's not. We're
So you shouldn't be able to vote.
I say this-
talking about the
Dude,
bottom
how
rung.
often?
They should
How
have to
often
have
do
a
you see that
disclaimer.
on TikTok?
You don't like any
How
trash
often do you
TV
see
at
that
all?
on TikTok?
Lactoid,
How often do you see on TikTok or like,
Oh,
or
yeah.
like YouTube Shorts? How often do you see on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts some video that's so fucking obviously staged, and the comments are just full of people that are
Yeah.
outraged or like. in
Oh
love
yeah,
with it.
that's true.
They should have to have
I
a
have to remember-
watermark. This is what I'm
and
saying.
And I remember like, and I'm just like, okay, these people are fucking retarded. Like, I just have to like move on. The thing is that I would say about in terms of like fraud and stuff.
People think
is I would
wrestling
say
is
that-
real.
I would say that there's a
Wrestling's
bit of
also
a,
great.
so I would say there's a bit of a substantive difference between a streamer and a reality TV program. And while they both can be fake, the difference is that if I'm watching Real Housewives of Atlanta or whatever, right? And I'm buying into all of this bullshit, What I'm doing is I'm feeding a production studio that's putting on a show, and I'm feeding it via the money that's gained from ad revenue. But if I'm donating to a streamer's PayPal account directly, and I'm donating to their GoFundMe, and they're putting on a persona that pretends to have values and objectives that are different than what they are, I don't know, like I don't know that it's necessitates fraud. It depends, but I would say that certainly the grifting streamer is certainly closer or deeper in that gray area than, let's say, reality TV show or like a random gym influencer TikTok that like is fed off of purely ad revenue. Right? Because one is a production and the other is me personally giving money to someone because I believe in their story and I believe in their cause and I believe in their opinions, right?
Mm.
So I don't know,
I
it's
mean,
kind of weird. Like Hassan Piker is a millionaire and like it just now came out, right? That like some people probably could have figured it out ages ago anyways, right? But it was like confirmed that his dad's a billionaire, right? That his father's a billionaire on top of being connected with like, you know, Cenk Uygur and all these other people, right? Like he's a silver spoon socialist, right? He grew up with billionaire parents. You know what I mean? It's like having a story and a narrative about being like a regular guy that got famous. You know what I mean? Like, is that fraud? How many people feel defrauded
Paved it on his
by
own.
being a middle class, kind of normal commie working with the proletariat? I'm going to support someone too, and then finding out that the person that doesn't want to go full commie is actually his dad's a billionaire, and he writes, you know, Instagram posts on his other account about how
They should
wonderful
support
his dad
me.
is.
I think that's probably
Right,
material.
you know?
I think it's probably material. I do think that's somewhat fraud, just given that it's directly related to like his image and how he's making money.
Right, 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 right.
The financial guru industry is full of this shit of like people faking their shit. I mean, who is that one guy that like it turns out Dan Bilzerian, right? Didn't it turned out that like his mansion was rented.
It's all fake.
It's all like his Lambo was rented. It was all rented.
They're all fake. Yeah.
Yeah, all of them are fake.
Just like a hip-hop
and the
artist
reason they're
on
fake.
a music video.
But this is worse though, because it's incredibly predatory, right? Because not only is it fake, but they represent their wealth in order to sell courses on how to get rich. Because look how rich I am. I know the secrets of getting rich. Look at my Lambo. Here's a course for $2,000.
The secrets
right?
of getting rich is doing what I'm about to do to you right now.
Right. Or the red pill dudes
take
that
your
just
money.
hire, right? Or the red pill dudes that just hire like attractive escorts and be like, you know, I've got these women with
Yeah,
these tips.
exactly.
It's like, dude, you're clearly, I can tell you're a loser and you're weird. Like, I can tell you're not pulling these.
Yeah, and so if we
it is what it is.
if we
But
look at the
I would say
fucking
too-
elements, it seems to be fraud to me.
Right, but see the problem that I have with that is that there's like this gradient, right? Because like every single person in here has allowed themselves to make decisions, biased decisions towards the fact that they have an audience, right? Like and anyone that says that they don't is lying, right? Like when I'm on Twitter or you know X on my third or fourth account, you know, right? And I'm talking to like a more famous libertarian. If I think that my audience is like not going to care if I go in on them, right? Like I'm probably far less recalcitrant to just talk mad shit, especially if I get attention for it, because now I'm invested because my audience is going to love it and I'm going to get seen by more people. But it's like, and the same is true in the vice versa, where I might, if I really respect somebody, I might put on the kid gloves. There might be a part of me that's like, I don't want to do it because of my respect, but also it might be because I know my audience respects this person. And like, I'm in dangerous territory where I might lose my audience if I like just go full hardcore on them. I'm not even saying that's a conscious decision. I'm saying that sometimes that is in the back of your mind or maybe even a little subconscious that changes the way you react.
I don't think that I hear you, but I don't think that violates 2 or 3, right? So is it direct?
Yeah, no, I'm saying there's a gray area between like how far that gradient goes.
There
right?
could be in terms of materiality, right? Because materiality is like that's going to be a case by case question. Like how material, like how connected are these two things, right? Well, technically everything's connected using the butterfly effect theory, et cetera, et cetera. No, like how connected are they actually? So there's going to be some level of gray area,
right?
There. But in that scenario, you didn't describe what I think is like an actual, like you're not, while I think that like it would be bold and I would respect somebody going and ham on somebody and like not giving a fuck more, sure. it's not like lying. It's not directly misrepresenting things in the same way. Like, unless you're lying about your positions to appeal to some bigger people, like that would be lying.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, it's not a misrepresentation of fact. Like,
it's not a misrepresentation of fact, right? And number one, right there, representation of
Right.
an existing fact. That's the first required element of fraud.
I get it.
Well,
I'm talking about it like from like a philosophical perspective. That there's this great.
Yeah, but I want to
there's
arrest
kind of
these people, right?
An element of like dishonesty. There's always an element of like, and anybody that says that
Real
there isn't
Housewives should be
is,
arrested.
I think is the most.
Nah.
Somebody pretends to be like pure.
Can I?
OnlyFans models. Hold on, and I'm dead serious, but the OnlyFans models should also be arrested. At least all the top ones. That when you pay for the chat services, if it's not actually them, if it's some they outsource that to, if it's some bot or whatever, they should be raided by the FBI.
That is fraud.
So FQ, go ahead. I do want to say something myself here, but go ahead, FQ.
I was just going to cut in. Like, isn't it obvious? Like, for me, like, if somebody is going to watch reality TV and just saying the words reality TV, don't most people, like, shouldn't you know that the minute you pick up the remote and you click on the television that what it is that you're watching isn't real?
No.
That's not an assumption that most people have.
Not when you're appealing to the kind of audience that they appeal to.
Fairy Queen,
I don't believe that.
60% of Americans read at a below 7th grade level. Like, you are in a bubble of people that are smarter than the average person.
I mean,
You go ahead.
That's what just got to relax with reality TV. It's so good. Like, you get a little trash in your life. Like,
just put a disclaimer.
You missed the golden era of clubbing. Clearly, the best clubbing time was you would get drunk, you'd watch Jersey Shore, you'd fist bump, and then you'd go out to the club and you'd have a great time. You missed out on that. I'm telling you. You just don't.
Okay, you can convince yourself that it's real after we put the disclosure that lets people know who might actually think that it's real. Lets them know, hey, just so you know, don't base your life off of this guy. It's not real.
Define real, though. You know.
Is anything real? FQ, were you going to say something?
I don't know what to say to that. I think that most reasonable people do know that reality TV is false and that like what they're seeing is like pure entertainment. I think what I'm saying is like it's gradient.
Like, I think it's very easy for you, and I think other people have an understanding that reality TV is fake.
Who do you know that thinks it's real?
But then they get subsumed in it, and before you know it, they think most of it's real, or they get emotionally invested in something, and like they let themselves get carried away by it. And if you stop them and you're like, hey, stop, you know this is reality TV, this is fake, right? They'll probably come back too, but that doesn't mean that like they won't binge watch a season and then go on Twitter in this kind of state where like they're forgetting that it's real and go talk shit on other people but for this person, etc., which has that kind of like snowball effect of like it having cultural power when it shouldn't.
You go, FQ, if you want to say something else.
No, I kind of think, and I would also disagree with what Lactoid said earlier, because I think that, well, actually, this is why I brought up my fortune teller example a few panels ago in a different panel. But so, okay, so like if you're going to like, let's say a strip club, for instance, right? And there is somebody who is an exotic dancer, right? I mean, I think Farha brought this up in her conversation.
Sorry, continue.
Okay.
Patterns.
But the whole point is, like, the point of you going to the strip club, right, is that you are not paying actually to have somebody to make you believe that she's your girlfriend. You understand what you're buying, like, when you go in there. You're paying for the near experience. You're paying for the experience where it seems kind of like it's real, it feels real, but you know as the consumer that it's not real, but you're paying for the experience to pretend for 5 minutes that it is. That's the point. Of the
we all know, we all have friends.
Push back against that.
TV, and it's the point of Twitch. It's the point. It's
you
all.
You're underestimating how retarded a dude can get with a hard dick.
No. Nobody's paying for the
correct here.
Hold on, but he's also wrong.
The amount of dudes that
nobody's paying
through OnlyFans money.
Well, that's different. But nobody. The strip club's different. Though.
I can change her.
Nobody's paying for the girlfriend experience at a strip club. What they're paying for is lap dances, which is a very real thing. Somebody's in your lap grinding on you. That's a real thing that happens. You're not paying for the girlfriend experience at a strip club unless you're like, I mean, I don't really know what you would have to do.
Those are the girls that make the most money. The girls that make the most money are the girls that like aren't actually extremely sexually invested,
or doing like sexual favors, they're the girls that can make men feel like they're getting some form of
Mhm.
pseudo pair bonding or girlfriend experience, because these are the types of dudes that are alone and they just want to feel seen for a moment. And if
100%.
they
I
can
got
feel
doubts.
seen by a hot girl that kind of makes them a little dumb and makes them
Mhm.
doubt a little bit in their mind, they're
Uh-huh.
willing to go along with it, and that's how you empty a dude's wallet.
100%
But
co-sign what he said.
yeah, but the reason, but I mean, like, it doesn't the old adage, and then I paid her to leave afterwards apply here, right? They don't actually want the
That's what they
girlfriend.
say when they want to sound cool.
They don't actually
it's
want the
sadder than that.
girlfriend. They want the experience to say I was able to go and to talk to a woman like this, and then they want her to leave and then they want her to leave directly afterwards, right? They're
Sure,
not
some of
actually
them,
looking
some of
for a girlfriend. They're
But
looking for the
I would say
girlfriend, quote unquote,
that's the minority.
experience to make it
Okay, so-
appear and disappear with a click of the finger.
Nah, it's a
okay.
minority. That's a minority.
So, hey,
a lot
I'll-
of sad dudes out there.
I will. Hold on. I have experience, so I'll share. Let's do story time here.
We're streaming, just so you're aware.
No, it's fine. I said this on stream many times before, right? But like again, cosign everything Scott has said, everything, right? But like, so I've told stream before. I had a stripper phase. That happened to me, right? I remember. So it started. Me, I had never gone to one of those places before, but a friend of mine, his brother, was like having like a birthday celebration, right? And he's like, he wants to go to a stripper club. I'm like, okay, let's make this happen. So we went to one in my city, and it happened to be a really good one, and it was a lot of fun. I remember sitting there, right, and I thought to myself, looking around this place, I'm like, this is like literally designed for me. Like me, like a guy like me, not like you guys, like a guy like me. I told my friend this, like this is the type of thing that could totally suck me in, right? Like if I was not careful, and that's what happened, 100%. And it was the exact story that Scott gave, and that there was a pretty girl, and it wasn't about her. I mean, part about her body, because wow. But it was also about how much she made me fail there, and like it took me a while to realize like that she would say things like she said like we should meet outside the club, like we should like go on a date. I'm like, all right, yeah, let's do that, right? But she kept coming up with excuses as to why that wouldn't happen. But it was bad for her because she had like a poor memory, and she would start like recycling the same excuses over. But that like I 100% fell into that, and it wasn't about the experience of like, oh hey, I talked to a hot girl when I leave, and I wanted her to stay, like I wanted her to chill with me, right? And it was really dumb. I recognize my own faults here, right? Like, and to this day, I harbor a grudge against strippers. But I learned. But it's a thing that happened, and I was smart. And I like the first time, I'm like, this is made to suck me in, right? Like I had it in my mind. So just like Scott said, like with the reality TV show, you can go into it understanding that it's fake, right? But you can get emotionally invested, and then at some point in time, it's like, how much of this do you actually believe is reality? You know, if you measure it across time,
Well, it's
there's like a graph here that's going down.
Yeah, it's like Jonathan Haidt's like Ryder and the Elephant, right? You know, and understanding that like almost all of our rationalizations are post hoc rationalizations. And what we really do is we listen to we have a we have a meta narrative about how we view the world, and then we have emotions that we feel about certain situations. And those two things kind of usually predetermine how we're going to react and feel in a situation. And then we use our rationalization afterwards onto how to deal with that. And so like yes, you can go in knowing something is fake, but if it pulls you in, then you'll rationalize it very easily. People are very, very easy. It's surprising how often people will rationalize the most insane behavior.
This is how addiction works, right?
Right. And before you know it, you can think crazy things like, I deserve this, whether this is good or bad, right? One of the things they deal with in, one of the commonalities in cognitive behavioral therapy, right, is thinking traps, right? Understanding how thinking traps work, which is really just like a way of saying a self-fulfilling prophecy. But there are these things that we do where neurons that wire together fire together, right? So if you think the same thing twice, it's more likely that you'll think it again the third time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Because all of your neurons are deteriorating, and when they're used, what you have is a buildup of the myelin sheath, and the myelin sheath in the nerve, especially endings, but like throughout the channel of the nerve cell, means that as there's a thicker myelin sheath, because it's used more likely, it becomes like a pathway for the brain to automatically do. And so the more that you get into these things, the more you develop habits of something, the more your brain is already pre-wired to believe whatever justifications you gave yourself before, and to fall into the same thinking patterns. And it can be difficult to get out of those things. So many people do go into reality TV or their favorite streamer or strip clubs or drugs, whatever these things are, having a certain opinion, and then kind of falling for their own bullshit and letting themselves be swept up by their own bullshit and their own justifications. And the more money you spend and the more time you invest, it's the opposite of what you think, is the more you vehemently have to go in this kind of like sunken cost fallacy that like, I have to be right. I have to be right. I've spent all of this time. I can't be wrong, because it would be too big of a realization of how much time, energy I wasted in said thing.
Get rich quick schemes and Ponzi schemes and stuff rely on this to exist for as long as they do without getting caught, right? Because and MLMs, I think MLMs are essentially pyramid schemes. 99% of people involved in them lose money, but they're always told well, you got to keep putting more in. You're almost there, right? Just keep stay in, and then they'll clean out. Yeah, they'll clean out entire households. And then if you fail, they'll tell you, well, it's because you didn't work hard enough.
I just want to say that it's been a meme my entire life, and I say this, as someone who, like Prime said, had a stripper phase, right? I got divorced, I had a stripper phase, but unlike Prime, I do the meme.
Stripper phase,
yeah, bro. You never had a stripper phase. You're missing out. Listen, I listened. COVID happened. I couldn't go wild out at the club, even though I could, but the government might shut us down. There's a whole 1920s round 2 kind of thing going on, bro. But anyway, the point is that I'm making is, so I knew the meme, which is you never
easy phase.
Yeah, you never trust the stripper, right? You never trust the stripper, right? That's rule number one. And so you got bad friends, because you should have probably mentioned to one of your friends at least once, hey, this is happening. And then your friend should be like, hey, jackass, you don't trust the stripper. And then you'd be like, oh, okay, duh, you're right. So that's one. So Lactoid, your friends believe in it, bad friend.
No, this is different, bro.
Yeah,
they're literally. Wait, hold on. When you have somebody with such a strong, this is like literally just like a car salesman, right? You have somebody who is their livelihood depends on manipulating you. They're gonna get really fucking good at it, and they're gonna find out every single way, because they have to. They're gonna find out every single way to fucking weasel their way into your heart.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. Well, I'll give you an example. I actually hired a stripper to come work for my company recently, and I hired her. She's outstanding. She's already.
I remember this story.
She's already outstanding. One of my top salespeople, right?
That doesn't surprise me.
I wonder why.
Because she knows how to work people, right? And it's real simple. But everybody can do that, and there's no reason to say that's bad. Just because you're not people can't figure out they're selling me a product, which is clearly a product.
It depends what you're selling them. Right.
That's a lot different. But that's a lot different than this nefarious packs working people from behind the scenes, which is kind of where I'm going. A stripper just trying to make her livelihood is not the same as a super PAC trying to influence people by having 10 streamers working behind the scenes and nobody putting out there that they're doing that. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot different.
Well, it's only a difference of scale. It's only a difference of scale.
Is it though?
If the stripper's lying,
it's a difference of scale. Like if you combine 20 strippers, or if you combine, let's say, all of the strippers in Atlanta, right? And say what is the damage being done right? Like the material damage of the fraud that is being done to all of the dudes that have a problem, that are addicted to this and are being defrauded and kind of like, led on, etc. Right? Like, in the city of Atlanta, in Atlanta, Georgia, and all the strip clubs in Atlanta, probably talking about close to few million dollars a year in
More than that.
easily.
But yeah, it's so much.
Right, I'm
It's
saying
so
like
much.
that's right. Well, I'm saying like actual like damages, not just like how much money's being spent, but I mean like
Okay.
dudes that have a problem are spun.
Ah,
Probably still more like because like I mean they can smell out. Like I've never been to a strip club, and part of that's intentionally, but from I have been in like rooms where people have been strippers who are talking about their job, and they do like refer to their clients in very similar language to how farmers refer to their cows, right? It's very much in terms of like, how do I get the most out of this guy? How do I get the most out of this thing? And they'll like
I would
fucking
say
they
not
conspire.
cows, more like pigs.
yeah.
Nice.
FQ, you still there?
I'm here. I didn't go anywhere.
Okay, yeah. Like we used to have this this woman who come on, not one that Scott scared off, but and we could talk about that too as well.
Oh,
But
God.
we used to have this woman who would come on. Her name was Pep. And hopefully we can get her back on again. But anyway, she worked with sex workers, right? She talked about this on stream, so public, right? How she worked with them. And she talked about her experiences with strippers in particular, right? Strippers compared to escorts, like a person who started off in the sex work as a stripper and then someone who started off as an escort. And she's like, there's a completely different like mindset, like 100% different mindset as to like how they operate, their goals, and how they interact with individuals. Strippers, like if you talk to her, strippers are straight up manipulative. That they come from an environment where the incentives are they have a short amount of time with this individual, right? A person who may or may not ever be here again. How do I get money out of him very quickly? Okay, so like now he comes back. All right, so he's still gonna be here, but now he has some level of interest in me. So like how do I like keep this interest going? And we're doing this within the context of like a secure space, relatively secure space, right? There's a security guard, there's cameras and all that, and so I can push him to have an unhealthy obsession with me, and still usually be okay, right? As opposed to, for instance, an escort who's in a hotel room with this individual and interacts with them like alone. They need to have that like boundaries there, right? Like well-defined
Yep.
boundaries that don't escalate. So like the mindsets and how they do things are just fundamentally different. And so yeah, like people feed on that. I also want to say quickly before you guys move on. Like a few things. One about the streaming, 100%. I've totally done things for my stream that I wouldn't have done otherwise, and sometimes it makes me feel bad. Honestly, right? It makes me feel bad. The profit motive can be quite toxic, and there's other times where it's just fucking stupid. Like there's like I didn't invite this person to a closed panel, like I do my friend Gibbs here, but there was this guy who would like donate. He would donate to the channel, especially at a time where no one was donating. This is many years ago, right? Where no one was donating, but he would do that, and he would come up to open panels when we had the open panels. But like this dude, non sequitur city, like Scott, like your brain would fucking explode trying to follow his like conversations. Like it's unbelievable. Like we were wondering, is this dude actually high? I don't know, but he wasn't, right? Apparently, it was like a high functioning. I think it was like in IT or something or whatever, right? But like,
right,
the way he like structured his arguments and the way that like I remember like I had an incredible amount of patience for him because of the donating, but like it ended when I like eventually freaked out on this guy because I don't know, we were talking about some sort of domestic issue, but then he started like going into like the history of like Britain
I think I
and
know who you're talking about.
Pakistan
Let me
and
message
how
you.
the how
I think I know who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah,
I think I know
shit
who you're
was
talking about. Let me message you.
Okay, great. Yeah, this
Yeah.
shit was wild. And then
I remember. Yeah.
and then last thing, I'll say there was you talked about the YouTube Shorts that you'd find. I found this channel and like the content was funny. The content was no, not that person, It's actually not him. But I've had similar experiences. With that person.
Okay,
back then.
I just it sounded familiar. I was just okay. Sorry, keep going.
I know why it sounded familiar, but in any case, I found this channel and it featured this guy who would talk. He would have these like beautiful women like show up, and like these women, like he would be on a date, right? And these beautiful women all would show up, and they'd be like asking him for money, right? And he had a channel basically was like um it was like the dangers of modern women, and modern dating,
Mhm.
right? And so all these things would end with him like slut shaming the girl basically, and then and they also happen inside his car and tossing them out, right? And look, it was funny. I'm gonna say that, right? But quickly, what I realized is that this guy, because like, how could woman after woman after woman show up and like
And all of
want
these
money?
negative experiences, right?
Yeah, right. He was going to. I figured out he was going to sugar dating websites, right? Like a sugar daddy website. So they would show up, right? And he had this like nice sports car, right? Like super like beautiful sports car, and he would have like this fancy watch on. So he'd give off all the signs of wealth, and they thought, okay, this is what we're here for. But then he pretends like he doesn't know. He's surprised. Like, why are you asking me for money? Why are you asking me to go shopping and all that, right? And then he like shames these women and then tosses them out. I've always wanted to confront this dude because in the comment section, right? In the comment section, it's like, oh, these women are awful, right? Look at modern women. They're all sluts. They all want money. They all like the whole red pill like anthology is in every single one of those comment sections. And I fucking hate it. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, no, that's pretty common. Yeah.
No.
I don't remember what I was going to say now. I didn't write it down.
About the guy who was interrupting or you couldn't follow his conversation and
Oh, I remember. No, I remember now.
I got to bounce real quick, guys. I really
Similar
appreciate
situation. Yeah.
I
I appreciate it, Lactoid. I'll probably get out of here soon too. But like I remember I was on a panel, like an impromptu invited to like just like a random Stardust panel one time. And it was like Stardust and Connor was there from Connor Points. Econo Boy was there and like a couple other people. Those are the only people I remember. And like Stardust invited this guy on that was like in a halfway house on a phone he wasn't supposed to have. And he was just clearly crazy. And like we couldn't have a substantive conversation because this guy was just given the floor to be crazy. Right? Like he was very clearly like mentally ill in some capacity. Right? And I remember I was like, and so I said, I said, I don't remember exactly what I said word for word, but like I was sitting there and I said something to the guy. I was like, hey man, you know that everybody's laughing because they're laughing at you, right? It's like you do understand that every single one of these streamers is milking you for content because it's funny how crazy you are and that like you have problems and like they're getting it. And every single one of them was like, no, what do you mean? That's so rude. Blah, blah. It's like Econo Boy, Counterpoint, Stardust, and like a couple other people that were like, and I was like, and like they talked to me like I was a piece of shit or an asshole for saying that. And it was like, oh, so you guys really wanted a panel with a dude on a burner phone that he's not supposed to have in a halfway house, just saying random crazy shit that doesn't. I was like, really, I'm the asshole for just letting this dude know that this is what we're doing, and everyone tried to act like I was a piece of shit, and like they didn't want to talk to me for like I don't know, like a month or two after that. And I was just like, dude, like you all know that you did that, like a Counter Boy, you know you did that, Stardust, you know you did that, Counter, you know you did that. Like it's this bullshit to act like that's not what you were doing.
Yeah.
And but me personally, I don't give a fuck. Like milk the dude for content if you want to. Like I don't care, whatever. But like I'm gonna be honest about it and like be upfront. Be like, hey man, you know that like you're the star of the show because you're crazy right now, right? But like this might not be good.
All right, everybody. We're going to go ahead and right on out into Gibbs right away, pretty much. So the continuity can continue. But if you enjoyed the panel, enjoyed the content here, please consider giving me a follow. To all of you who gave subs and bits and all that good stuff, thank you so much. For all those of you who are active in chat, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I will catch you guys later.